Good morning to Madam Speaker, Prime Minister, Honorable John Briceño and his ministers, as well as the Leader of the Opposition and his ministers. Let us bow our heads as I lead you in praying the Belize National Prayer. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let your light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, members. My announcement to start off this House meeting has to deal with two matters. The first matter, honorable members, following the disorderly events that immediately preceded the adjournment of this House on the last occasion, I have since met with the Prime Minister, the Leader of Opposition, and the member for Kaya South. I did so sincerely in an attempt to ensure that moving forward, there is not a repeat of what transpired at the last meeting. The standing orders of this House require that all members refrain from using unparliamentary language. You elected me as Speaker to fairly and impartially referee the proceedings of this House according to the rules set out in the standing orders. That is exactly what I intend to do for so long as I remain the presiding officer of this chamber. I think what I said at the inauguration of this 13th Parliament in December last year bears repeating, and I quote, "Honorable members must be allowed full scope to represent their constituents. At the same time, I must be ever vigilant that each member discharge his and her duties in accordance with the rules of the House, and so to the Speaker falls the responsibility of maintaining order in a fair and balanced manner, being neither too lax nor excessively strict or sensitive, but rather carefully navigating the boundary between, on the one hand, freedom of expression, and on the other hand, indecorous descent into indignity. Members, I get it. House meetings are not Sunday school or church services, but neither are House meetings a street brawl or a pub crawl. It should be the place where the chosen representatives of the people debate policy and high matters of state. Debates will be aggressive, passionate, and loud, but they must not descend to personal, lewd, or disrespectful attacks against each other. If that is what members want, then simply change the rules to allow it and elect a new speaker. Until then, honorable members, my duty to you and to this honorable House is to fairly, evenly, and when necessary, vigorously apply the rules and standing orders. I take this opportunity to draw the attention of members, particularly to Standing Orders 37 on interruptions, 38 on content of speeches, and 44 on order of the House. I remind members that the language of the Parliament is English. This does not mean that there cannot be the occasional references or turns of phrases in the vernacular to add some color or to elucidate a point. A member who is on his or her feet speaking should only be interrupted on a legitimate point of order by another member who should clearly state specifically his or her point of order. The Speaker's ruling on the point of order is final. Let us therefore together resolve from both sides of the House to discharge our duties as parliamentarians in this House honorably and with respect, and in so doing fulfill the hopes and aspirations of the Belizean people. Honorable members, I thank you for your support and cooperation. Now for the second matter. Honorable members, it has been represented to me that there are vacancies for chairmanship and membership in the following committees: Public Utilities, Transport and Communications Committee, Health and Human Development Committee, Education, Sports and Housing Committee, Works Committee, Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee, Natural Resources and Environment Committee, and Tourism, Archaeology and Information Committee. Pursuant to Standing Order 73, the Committee of Selection, comprising of Honorable Marconi Leal, Chairman, Honorable Anthony Mahler, Honorable Orlando Habet, Honorable Michael Espat, Honorable Tracy Panton, and Honorable Moses Barrow, is charged with the task to recommend to the House the names of members to serve on each standing committee. Therefore, I propose, with the concurrence of the House, of course, to suspend the sitting to enable the Committee of Selection to consider and report to the House on the appointment of members to fill the vacancies in the committees as listed above. All those in favor, kindly say aye. I'll repeat, all those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk? Clerk? House dismissed.
Presentation of report from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Committee of Selection.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present number HR 13A/1/13, report from the Committee of Selection on the appointment of members to fill the vacancy for the chairmanship, as well as members in the Public Utilities, Transport and Communication Committee, the Health and Human Development Committee, the Education, Sports and Housing Committee, the Works Committee, the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee, the Natural Resources and Environment Committee, and also to fill the vacancy of chairmanship in the Tourism, Archaeology and Information Committee of the House of Representatives.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, motion.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Belize Rural North.
Madam Speaker, I move be it resolved that the report from the Committee of Selection on the appointment of members to fill the vacancies for the chairmanship, as well as membership in the Public Utilities, Transport and Communication Committee, the Health and Human Development Committee, the Education, Sport and Housing Committee, the Works Committee, the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee, the Natural Resources and Environment Committee, and also to fill the vacancy of chairmanship in the Tourism, Archaeology and Information Committee of the House of Representatives be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that the report from the Committee of Selection on the appointment of members to fill the vacancies for the chairmanship, as well as membership in the Public Utilities, Transport and Communications Committee, the Health and Human Development Committee, the Education, Sports and Housing Committee, the Works Committee, the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee, the Natural Resources and Environment Committee, and also to fill the vacancy of chairmanship in the Tourism, Archaeology and Information Committee of the House of Representatives be adopted. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers number HR 14-113, City and Town Council's estimate of revenues and expenditure for fiscal year 2021-2022, number HR 14A-113, the Development Finance Corporation annual report for the year 2019.
Honorable members, sessional paper number HR 14/1/13 is referred to the Committee of Supply for examination, consideration and report, and sessional paper number HR 14A/1/13 is ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of reports from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 15/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Caribbean Development Bank Philip Golson Highway and Remate Bypass Upgrading Project of $34,300,000 loan motion 2021. Number HR 16/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Inter-American Development Bank program to support the health sector to contain and control coronavirus and to mitigate its effect on service provision, $5 million loan motion 2021.
Honorable members, before I proceed on the remarks, please note that we have still not yet received any amendment to the protocols in the House, and so I ask your indulgence when speaking to please keep the masks on. Thank you. Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Health and Human Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 17/1/13, report from the Health and Human Development Committee on the Public Health Amendment number 2 Bill 2021.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 18/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on Supreme Court Judicature Amendment Bill 2021. Number HR 19/113, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Court of Appeal Amendment Bill 2021. Number HR 20/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Court of Appeal Decisions Validation Bill 2021. Number HR 21/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Time Limit for Judicial Decisions Bill 2021. And number HR 22/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Belize Constitution 9th Amendment Bill 2021.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Natural Resources and Environment Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay to the table sessional paper HR 23/113, report from the Natural Resources and Environment Committee on the Lands Utilization Amendment Bill 2021.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Ombudsman Reports Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 24/1/13, report from the Ombudsman Reports Committee on the 20th Annual Report of the Ombudsman of Belize for the year ending 2020.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. Yes, the statement by Minister.
Statement by Minister.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we are all aware, His Excellency Sir Colville Young has announced his retirement and is stepping down as our Governor General on the 30th April. His long service to Belize will be appropriately celebrated on the day of his departure. Please allow me, Madam Speaker, on my behalf, my family, our government, and all Belizeans to thank the Governor General for serving this country so selflessly. And he is a good example or the embodiment of what it is what it means to be a public servant. Since his announcement, I have requested the Foreign Minister to inform Buckingham Palace and Her Majesty the Queen of England, of the Queen, of the nomination of Ms. Froila Salam to be Belize's next Governor General. Ms. Salam is from the beautiful village of San Antonio in the Toledo district. She is an anthropologist, writer, and community leader with a master's degree in rural development. She currently plays a leadership role in the conservation community and works as the head of SATIM, an NGO engaged in the preservation and conservation of the Sartoon-Temash Environmental Association. I am confident that Froila will serve this high office with distinction, that she will bring her own style and talents to the high office of the Governor General of Belize. Madam Speaker, as I have been in communication with the Governor General, and I have said it before, it came to my attention as to the remuneration of the Governor General of Belize. And I think that we have been doing a disservice to our Governor General. And it was even worse with the first Governor General in Belize, the way that she was treated. I will be coming to the House in the next House meeting, and I'll be making some amendments to the Governor General's Act to deal with the remuneration, ensuring that the Governor General has access to health insurance, to improve its salary a little bit more despite the challenges that we have presently. And we will do this retroactively so that the present Governor General will have a little bit better of a pension that he will get as opposed to what he would get under the present act that covers his salary. I want to bring that, Madam Speaker. I'm asking everyone in this House, on both sides of the House, to support the proposals that we're doing, which is in effect to give that respect that this high office merits. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Motion relating to the business or sitting of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourns to Friday, 23rd April 2021 at 9 a.m.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourned to Friday, 23rd April 2021 at 9 a.m. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business.
Honorable members, the debate on the second reading of the General Revenue Appropriation 2021-2022 Bill 2021 is about to be resumed. Before we begin, I would like to draw honorable members' attention to Standing Order number 64, presentation and the second reading of the appropriation bill, especially paragraph 5, which reads, after the motion for the second reading of the appropriation bill has been resumed, under paragraph 4 of this standing order, the debate shall be confined to the financial and economic state of the country and the general principles of government policy and administration as indicated by the appropriation bill and the estimates. Members are therefore asked to confine their debate within the prescribed limits of the standing order. I would like to remind honorable members of other parts of the standing orders, specifically Standing Order number 42B, which states that an honorable member shall maintain silence while another member is speaking and shall not interrupt except in accordance with these standing orders. We now have the resumption of the debate on the General Revenue Appropriation 2021-2022 Bill 2021. I recognize the Honorable Leader of Opposition, Member for Colette. Of course. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, Madam, while I'm grateful to be able to use the podium, I'm not at all comfortable turning my back to the chair, so you will forgive me, but I will try my best as I deliver my presentation, Madam Speaker, to make constant turns and to refer to you as I speak to other members of the House via the chair. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the debate on government's estimates of revenues and expenditure for the fiscal year 2021-2022, as presented by the Prime Minister on Friday, April 9th, in this Honorable House. Madam Speaker, I listened intently as the Prime Minister made his very first budget presentation to the nation. And as I hinted to the media shortly after the presentation, the Prime Minister's presentation indeed lacked luster and indeed was focused largely on blaming the previous administration. All now agree, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister and his party, while they watched the UDP government from the sidelines for 13 years, with constant hopes to one day be the government, arrived at the coveted spot with no substantial plan for the nation. Rather than manning up, and I am in no way referring to the Prime Minister as a boy, Madam Speaker, but rather than manning up to the challenge that he knew to be forthcoming as the country's new leader, he instead chose to create an atmosphere of the greatest desperation and panic with the hope of gaining sympathy for his inability to handle the job. The PM lamented about the large mandate given to him and his party in November 2020, and also about their successive victories at the polls in March for the municipal elections. But he seemed deaf to the cries of the masses of Belizeans all over, especially on social media, and especially the teachers and public servants, about 15,000 in number, who now seem to be sending him and his party a new message after just a few short months. In fact, a few weeks after the victories he bragged about at the polls. Such a message, Madam Speaker, is loud and clear, resounding the point that he failed to convince them that he has a serious plan that is anything but self-serving for he and his party, or riddled with the kind of practices that the people spoke overwhelmingly against in November of last year. You see, Madam Speaker, people voted for a change. But instead of that change, Belizeans are of the opinion that this PUP administration is intent on producing the same old that they were known to produce from the days gone by. The Prime Minister and his administration should really use the large chest of political capital garnered at the polls recently to bring about the kind of change that will be truly good for Belize, the kind of change that political parties on the edge could not effect because of the need to do the very difficult balancing act. Rather than wasting gunpowder on the blame game, the Prime Minister and his administration should really be using such fortunes on building anew that which has gone so terribly wrong in this country, brought on by situations of the past. The Prime Minister should take a page out of the book of the UDP and address the situation in the manner in which they did back in 2008, when the new UDP administration inherited a somewhat similar situation, save the fact that the damage to the economy was not caused by a pandemic, Madam Speaker, but rather by the man-made disaster that was the People's United Party. In his presentation to the Honorable House at the budget of 2008-2009, Prime Minister Dean Barrow outlined the situation that he found when he came into office. And while he was obliged to cover and report on the conditions he inherited, he took firmly the job assigned to him by the people and utilized the opportunity of presenting the budget to inspire confidence and hope that the people of Belize, rather than brag about victories at the polls. In his benchmark budget reading in 2008, PM Barrow's words were so inspiring that they still reverberate with me today. He spoke confidently of his personal resilience and that of the Belizean people. I take this opportunity to remind us all of his words. He stated so eloquently, "For we believe that by pluck and courage and dexterity, by unrelenting and uncomplaining hard work and dedication, by unshakable commitment to good governance, and the lifting up of the Belizean people, we will succeed in this noble rescue mission of which we are now embarked. This budget is therefore designed to furnish vindication of the unsinkable confidence we have in ourselves and in the Belizean people." This then is the beginning of the realization of the possibilities we always knew are inherent in our blessed country, in our bountiful land of deep blue sky and bright green grass and limitless potential. By the time we are done here today, we will expect to have produced nothing less than a renewal of hope. Let the doubters be vanquished and let the naysayers go hither. The conquering army of the people of Belize, led by the United Democratic Party, marches on, and we intend to carry this on every day. End of quote. These were the words of a Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, who believed in his people, not one who believes his people to be limited in talent. The current Prime Minister, in his budget reading, took the opportunity to tally votes and seats won in the municipal elections rather than provide us with reasons to believe in his ability to lead and effect positive change or provide good governance to the people who entrusted him with the job he promised them he was fit for. For example, the Prime Minister makes the point that social partners participated in genuine consultations, and he especially thanked the joint unions for their extensive contributions. What the Prime Minister doesn't say in his speech is that in fact he failed to persuade the unions that his intentions for change was genuine. The two-faced nature of the government gave no comfort to the unions that the request of them for sacrificing a portion of their salaries would be matched successfully by other measures on the part of the government to ensure that the mistakes of the past would not be repeated. In short, Madam Speaker, he has failed to get the confidence and trust of the unions. This, Madam Speaker, is not because the unions do not believe that some kind of adjustment is necessary, but rather because they have zero confidence in the Prime Minister that he will do what he needs to do on other fronts to ensure that the problems of the past are not repeated. The government's outright disregard for good governance and transparent practices and implementing meaningful change is simply a slap in the face of the people who voted for them. The Prime Minister's budget speech was riddled with panic and words of a man fraught for sympathy because he appears to lack confidence in his own abilities to carry out a job he so desperately wanted. Rather than speaking to change, rather than inspiring hope and sharing with our citizenry a plan for getting through what no one can argue is the longest economic obstacle we have ever faced, he inspired panic as he appeared to be panicking himself. What is needed is motivation, Madam Speaker, and inspiration for the Belizean people. Belizeans were promised a change. They voted for a change, but with the current PUP administration, there seems to be no positive change in sight. To comment on the public debt, Madam Speaker, the truth of the matter is the facts will bear themselves to show that the situation back in 2008 when the UDP inherited the government, that there was a far bigger mess. A mess, I remind you again, Madam Speaker, that was not created by a pandemic, but by a government that had clearly lost its way. The records will show that from 2002 to that point in 2008, that the PUP administration struggled desperately to keep the international money reserves at a rate that would be considered appropriate. That is just 3 months of imports. The Dean Barrow administration in 2008 found $217 million in the reserves of the country, and this is amounted to 2.3 months of imports. By his own admission in his budget presentation 2 Fridays ago, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister admitted to finding 5.2 months of imports in the reserves amounting to $348.1 million. This shows, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister again is attempting to create a situation of panic, where in fact he should be giving hope, inspiration, and motivation to the Belizean people as it pertains to his ability to fix the problem that by and large he knows were inevitable due to the pandemic. In terms of public debt, he goes to great lengths, even to the extent of manipulating Belize's rank on the list of most indebted countries in the world. He places us at number 6, when the record will show that Belize is in fact at number 11. This is still not a ranking that we should be proud of in any event, but why create an even worse representation of the situation? Again, Madam Speaker, I make the point, as did his good friend Lord Michael Ashcroft, that he seems to be seeking sympathy, and rather than complain about the job he so fervently fought for, he ought to embrace it and dig his heels in to solve the problems at hand. What economists will also tell you, Madam Speaker, is that the national debt of countries take various forms, and that the structure of that debt for any country needs to be studied in order to determine if the crisis is as bad as the figures would otherwise suggest. It is for this reason, Madam Speaker, why many developed countries have high debt to GDP ratios and still function well within that context. Take, for example, a country like Japan that has one of the highest debt to GDP ratios in the world. I think it is in excess of 200%. It does not struggle because most of that debt is internal. Whether your debt is internal or external, or your debt is to friendly creditors, are all factors that help to define what your debt to GDP ratio actually means in terms of your functionality. The Prime Minister, in his presentation, outlined how the public debt could be broken down, but he stopped short of informing the Belizean people what the specific type of borrowing meant in terms of our functionality. For instance, he pointed out that $872 million were owed to bilateral lenders. 55% of that, he said, was to Venezuela via the Petro-Carib initiative, 34% to Taiwan, and the small remainder to friendly countries. In this very instance, Madam Speaker, who the money is owed to matters. Friendly nations, like the above stated, are unlikely to provide pressure to a nation, especially, Madam Speaker, under the circumstances that we currently face. Another portion of our debt, as described by the PM, is owed to multilateral lenders who have been very supportive of our efforts to cope with the pandemic. The most strenuous of all debt, set aside what is owed on the domestic market, seems to be what is owed to external commercial creditors. Therein lies the super bond, which we all will remember is a creature, Madam Speaker, of the People's United Party. It is important to note, Madam Speaker, that while it is unforgettable that this albatross hangs around the neck of the Belizean people, that its bad taste has been made constantly more palatable by the efforts of the UDP administration in its ability to negotiate down the initial commercial rates of these loans to where it currently stands, so that today the Prime Minister in his presentation, or 2 weeks ago, could have said comfortably that the rate of interest on all such debt carries a 4.2% interest on average. Madam Speaker, the indication of the Prime Minister that the administration will attempt to lower the debt to GDP ratio to 85% by the close of his term, I think he said 2025, and I think he said, Madam Speaker, he's trying to be very prophetic, but if what is happening outside is any indication, they're not going to go beyond 2025. But he attempted to say a further reduction by the year 2030. But, Madam Speaker, these goals, in my view, are laudable. And honestly speaking, Prime Minister, the 4-point plan that you outlined is a good plan. However, talk is cheap. This can only be achieved by anti-corruption. First of all, the government will have to convince the Belizean people that it is capable of executing according to such plans, and will have to exercise extreme discipline in its execution, which in their short time in office, the Belizean people, and certainly us on the opposition, have very little confidence in their ability to do. But not to rain completely on the Prime Minister's parade, we on the opposition side will console ourselves, Prime Minister, that you have at least put it in writing. And even if this is only to dazzle the IMF and the other IFIs, we salute you for doing so. We will continue to remain vigilant and hold the Prime Minister and his government to the fire to ensure that they stay on track with such commitments. In fact, if the Prime Minister were honest, or if he would have chosen to go a different route, a different direction, he might have been honest about the fact that the debt that has been described to be out of hand only came to that extent because GDP fell so tremendously low as a result of the pandemic, and of course necessary emergency borrowing became compulsory. If he were a different kind of leader, rather than a chicken little that constantly cries, "The sky is falling, the sky is falling," he would encourage the Belizean people to do their best to assist in the rebounding efforts to improve the economy. This includes ensuring that the public servants and the teachers were made strong contenders in terms of spending in the economy by not cutting their source of disposable income, coupled, of course, with other measures. Such encouragement will see GDP go back to normal or even improve beyond pre-COVID and allow things to return to some semblance of normalcy in terms of the debt to GDP ratio. Instead, however, the Prime Minister chooses to panic and to frighten the Belizean people, claiming the peg to the US dollar is about to collapse and that Belize is at the bottom of the barrel when compared to other countries in the world. What he neglects to mention when he spews recklessly these statistics without giving proper context is that all of these countries in the world, of all the countries in the world, there are only but a handful, I counted maybe between 10 and 12, who their debt to GDP ratio has not dropped as a result of the pandemic or has not increased as a result of the pandemic. The majority of countries have experienced lower yields in terms of their GDP, and in an effort to mitigate the effects of COVID-19 have engaged in spending and borrowing that prior to the pandemic they may have avoided. On the Prime Minister's recovery plan, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's feeling the need to put in black and white that some quarters have erroneously suggested or assumed that the salary adjustment is the sole pillar upon which the fiscal recovery rests is proof positive that his widely touted success at consultations and negotiations with stakeholders was in fact a failure. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister tries to paint a picture that the government would be relying on other measures that could satisfy the joint unions press that there is genuine change in the way things are done, so that their sacrifice of salary adjustments and increment freezes would not go in vain, and that in fact they would not in the near future end up in a similar predicament. What the PM deems inevitable, a reduction in interest payments of some $53 million less of what was allotted last fiscal year aside, all then other measures of his recovery plan seem to be hopeless. One such measure he described is the collection of all current taxes from all sources from whom such taxes are due. Again, this is laudable. In fact, under our administration, there were many attempts to do this. There was one time when we put it in the budget that we were going to collect millions of dollars in land tax that was owed. Easier said than done. And it is especially hard to do, Mr. Prime Minister, when it is that you give no details other than saying that the state is going to use enforcement agencies that will adopt a muscular approach, as you put it, to revenue collection and enforcement. I will give you that I did see an allocation later on of money to beef things up. But such a response, especially to an already bewildered constituency, begs the question, Mr. Prime Minister, please give us the details of how it is you are going to do that. How is it that you are going to all of a sudden enforce such actions when there is very little other than the little money that you put in to beef up such activity? No additional personnel, no additional materials or equipment, and most importantly, no political will to enforce such actions on people who are friendly to your party, like those big businessmen that of course will tell you that they know upon that with all the land that they owe, they're not going to pay the taxes and you could do your next best. Some of the very same business people, Mr. Prime Minister, who funded your general and municipal campaigns. Talk is cheap, Prime Minister, and we have heard it all before. It is for that reason that the union's incredulity says to you, no sir, we are not taking a salary cut because you are not serious about these other measures. The fourth step in your recovery plan again fuels the incredulity of the joint unions and the Belizean people. This pillar of enabling investment, both domestic and foreign, has already been poisoned by very questionable moves made within your administration and more specifically within your office, including appointing your bosom buddy and friend, who is without credentials and who shall remain nameless, as head of such an office, operating from the Prime Minister's office to oversee investments. There was a completely well thought out, transparent procedure that was led for a number of years by my friend, the member from Albert, called the Cabinet Subcommittee on Investment, that already did a wonderful job of doing this. I'm not saying that there wasn't a desire for further improvements, but that could have been done. But rather than doing that, you created this special office within the office of the Prime Minister to give your bosom buddy and friend. And we've already seen that this individual, whom I shall not call his name, Madam Speaker, has already engaged in some hanky-panky. In fact, it was the PSU, I believe, who blew the whistle on the fact that he was wearing a government license plate on his privately owned vehicle. Such shadiness, Mr. Prime Minister, makes it difficult for us to believe you. In the new budget, Madam Speaker, probably the most misleading of all statements is that, and I quote, "The adjustments made in the movement towards a balanced budget are spread as evenly as possible and are shared equitably so that no one sector or group of people suffers disproportionate pain." Well, ask any of the public servants or teachers who are demonstrating outside today, and they will tell you that they have a completely different view. A quick glance at the figures will show that in fact the PM operates an animal farm, where some animals are more equal than others. Take for instance a 33% increase in the budget in the office of the Prime Minister, while most other areas are cut. An almost reversal in the philosophy from people can't eat concrete and road to a balloon budget for infrastructure. An increase by almost 50% for a press office that largely contracts its work to PUP-friendly media houses. I won't say which ones, Madam Speaker. This indicates, Madam Speaker, that propaganda is high on the agenda of this administration. Big time increases in travel and subsistence in every ministry in a time when travel should be limited. In keeping with the pandemic regulations, this, Madam Speaker, raises eyebrows. In short, the budget allocates less money for salaries, for services, for scholarships, for good governance, and for reform, but allocates more money for legal fees and travel and rental of fancy offices for the Prime Minister and I think the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Waste, Madam Speaker, and hustling seems to be the order of the day when it comes to this section. Social programs, Madam Speaker, are significantly cut. It slashes right through the heart of their famous catchphrase, "Everybody for win." We now see the member from Belize Rural Central spurting out in various different ways how it is that everybody can get. He said it in a different way recently on the TV. I can't remember the words. But it is clear, Madam Speaker, that under this set, everybody is not going to win. The allocated budget is now $10 million, which is a third of the previously allocated $29 million for these social programs. And this does not include the food pantry, apparently. Take the allocation for the food pantry is a measly $3 million. The PM indicates, though, Madam Speaker, that his budget gives priority to spending in areas of health, poverty mitigation, education, citizen security, rural development and infrastructure. And while we can give him credit for spending on health in terms of the pandemic, the devil is always in the details, as my friend from Kaya North will tell you. The devil is always in the details, and we have our great suspicions, Madam Speaker, of the procurement measures utilized in this fight against COVID-19. Plan Belize, Madam Speaker, and the budget seem to have fallen out of alignment when it comes to certain social programs in particular. Where free education is promised in Plan Belize, we see allocations for school assistance cut in 2021-2022. School transportation has been reduced from almost $8 million to $4 million. With the government's intent to reopen schools in person in the near future, it begs the question of how it is that these students requiring assistance in the form of transportation, how is it that they are going to get to school if the allocation for school transportation is cut in half? So only half of them will go to school? I know that that is a concern for my colleague, my friend, the member from Corozal North. Because, Madam Speaker, it was under the United Democratic Party's administration that constituencies like Corozal North, Corozal, well, the Bay is not really included, but Corozal Southeast and Corozal Southwest and Orange Walk East and Orange Walk South. My friend from Orange Walk South will tell you that never before did you have bus runs to take students to schools until this UDP administration did it, and now the budget is going to be cut by half. How is it, Madam Speaker, that this government can claim that they have a heart for social justice when these are the kinds of cuts? How is it that he can say that the cuts are equal and equitable? Major cuts are being made to the primary education budget. Major cuts are being made to the secondary education budget. And they seem to be sustaining the cut that the UDP administration, yes, put in place in the height of the pandemic when there was a shutdown. If things are improving now, you would think that they would ease up on cutting the subvention to the University of Belize, which they vow they love so much. The owners tell the people, we're getting free education, all the grants money cut. Students are now returning to school and parents have to pay fees, and the government is saying there is nothing for that. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's rebuilding of fiscal operations again. And Madam Speaker, they quite often accuse us of not pointing out the good in the budget. So I want you to pay attention to how many times I've said that what the Prime Minister had in his budget presentation is laudable. I'll say it again. That in fact, his measures for rebuilding of the fiscal operations as set out in his presentation again seem very laudable. And if it is indeed carried out according to the plan, it will succeed. But again, by the time he makes this very laudable recommendation, he says, you know how we know we can get it done? And then he says, because we have done it before. And he points, Madam Speaker, to the budgets of 2006, 2007, and 2007, 2008, where he makes the point that there was a primary surplus. And so I wanted to check on that. So I went, Madam Speaker, and did a little research. And that research showed that, in fact, if you go and you read our good friend Jules Vasquez's news transcript from February 6, 2006, it will show you, Madam Speaker, that in fact, that's just about a month and a half, a month and a few days away from the March, I think it was 23rd and 24th reading or debating of the budget. On On February 6, 2006, the headline in the Channel 7 newscast was, GOB needs $190 million for 2006-2007 debt shortfall. So if you have this kind of shortfall in addressing your debt, this was when the super bond was cracking us. This was when our friends from the G7, who some of you are still surviving in the People's United Party, said to the Prime Minister that, no, you like to talk about members' father. When your father, my friend from Caribbean Shores, was the Prime Minister, and his own party members jacked him up to say, you cannot continue. And sorry, my friend from Fort George too, as people might not know that that is his father. He's not disowning his father, right? Anyway, Madam Speaker, the newscast of the time showed that in fact, what was happening was that the government had contracted a company called Houlihan, Lokey, Howard and Zukin, remember this? To do a study. And this study was to put in check the debt situation at the time. Now, if this was in February, in fact, Jose Vasquez was asking the then Prime Minister about the report, and the Prime Minister said he hadn't seen the report yet, but that he was not disputing the fact that there was such a contract for this company to look at and study the debt and to make recommendations. And then, Madam Speaker, I actually looked at the transcript of the debate, the 2 days of debate in that year of 2006, just to try to fact check the Prime Minister to see if in fact, as he said, there was some kind of surplus in that 2006-2007 fiscal year, and then again in the 2007-2008 financial year. I will concede the 2007-2008. And then I saw that there was the kind of back and forth between the then Prime Minister and the Leader of Opposition merely on how it was reported, and the Leader of the Opposition, the Honorable Dean Barrow, I call his name only to make the distinction that at the time he was the Leader of the Opposition, Madam Speaker, was chastising the then Prime Minister for hiding the fact that there were huge debt payments that could not be made and that was not being put in the figures. And the response of the Prime Minister at the time was that, well, that is the new way of doing things and you don't put amortization payments in the report. But whatever the case is, for you to say, Mr. Prime Minister, that the reason we are to have confidence in you is because in 2006, 2007 and 2007, 2008 you successfully had a surplus is just flawed. The PM also spoke about the critical role of the private enterprise to the overall prospects of recovery. He heralded in his presentation the central bank's COVID-19 emergency business financing program that is expected to provide low-cost liquidity to small, medium, and large enterprises. The simple fact is that for the central bank to engage commercial banks to further lend to businesses that already have loans that are not performing may sooner or later affect the commercial bank's balance sheet. This will in turn put depositors' money at risk if they do not manage that risk properly. The banks may already be at their capacity in terms of how far they can go with these kinds of initiatives. And it is no wonder then, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister says that really we can't really say whether these kinds of initiatives, the central bank initiative, is going to yield any kind of success. The PM boasts that one of the impacts of the new budget will be the government's ability to maintain the jobs of 15,000 employees. And again, we immediately note that this is a farce. Since coming to office in November, this administration has terminated the employment of over 800 government employees. And while I don't see any space for it in the budget, Madam Speaker, I make the appeal now to the Prime Minister as Minister of Finance to ensure that those persons who you terminated or whose contracts you did not continue, make sure that the people get their money. Don't understand this business. You're intent on getting rid of the people, but you don't want to pay them. And the numbers are legendary out there in terms of those persons who have not received their monies. And the sad part of it, Madam Speaker, is that they've terminated these people mostly for political reasons. Not because of the pandemic, you know, for political reasons. Because they're affiliated with the United Democratic Party. Or in some cases, the people are innocent and not politically connected at all. But they want to make way, as my friend from Stan Creek West had said. He never shame, he never hide, he said it publicly. Listen, I have to get rid of them because I have to make way for my people. Madam Speaker, the extension of that statement includes that no government workers, the PM said boldly that there was no retrenchment, that is not a practice of the government. Well, I don't know what you call sending home in excess of 800 workers right after an election. You might not know how to count it, it's plain. My friend from Stan Creek was sent home 80 of them in one day. 80 of them in one day on George Price holiday. I'll never forget it. But there is an extension to the point that the Prime Minister made, Madam Speaker. He also said that by extension, they're not going to cut the salaries of any worker making under $12,000. He said no government worker, therefore, would be making under the minimum wage of $5 an hour. No, Madam Speaker, this statement alone smacks in the face of the tens of thousands of other Belizeans who are waiting patiently for the establishment of a nationwide minimum wage of $5 per hour. We are reminded yet again of George Orwell's Animal Farm, where the pig conveniently amends the rules as he goes along, written on the barn. He go on, he scratch off piece and he scratch off piece. And then when the other animals attempt to call him to order, the rules are there, it's changed. So now it seems that the promise was not to get everybody a minimum wage of $5, only the government workers. Madam Speaker, I have already highlighted the hypocrisy of the PUP administration in terms of what they promised in Plan Belize and what this budget promises to deliver. But I must re-emphasize their allocations for questionable procurement under the health sector and their demeaning allocations for housing, a mere $3.5 million, when you promise the people houses galore. Their drastic cuts of social programs, including the food assistance program and the unemployment relief for those affected by COVID-19. The PM, when he was leader of the opposition, repeated many times in this House, and he even held press conferences to proclaim that the UDP's agenda of keeping the economy going through infrastructure programs will be discontinued. And he said that even if the monies had already been negotiated, that they would reject those offers because, as they put it at the time, people can't eat streets. You can't eat concrete. They had various ways of saying it. When we built the Civic Center, they can't eat the Civic Center, right, Tex? The record will show that in this honorable House, the Prime Minister and his colleagues who were then on the opposition side condemned the Caracol Road, they condemned the Sartineja Road, they condemned the Coastal Road project, and as well they frowned on the rehabilitation of the George Price and the Philip Golson highways. Well, it seems now, Madam Speaker, that either the political will or their outright tendency to mislead people into believing that they can do things they cannot do has manifested itself. And so it's full speed ahead with infrastructure. 18 million for Philip Golson restoration, 12 million for climate vulnerability reduction initiatives, which I take will include infrastructural works, 17.5 million for the restoration of the George Price Highway, and $5 million for upgrading streets and drains in villages and rural areas. Nothing is wrong with it, except that you were the ones who condemned it, and now it seems to form the foundation. Didn't bother you. You said, it doesn't matter how much agreements you already signed, we will engage with those agencies and tell them we don't want to spend the money on infrastructure. Oh my goodness. The Prime Minister wound down his presentation, apparently feeling the need to make some token statements, Madam Speaker, to appear to care for social needs in what seems to be a new epiphany. And I say this without hesitation because his new administration cut programs at the Department of Youth Services for at-risk youths. They cut initiatives at the Gateway Youth Center and the Frank Lizama Skills Training Center that targeted youth at risk. They cut funding for the Collette Education and Resource Center and other community centers on the south side of Belize City and other parts of the country that catered for social needs. All of a sudden now, you want to marry economic and social because the two go together. Your actions speak differently. He, of course, Madam Speaker, needed something to prop up his statement. And he indeed wished, well, he needed to prop up the fact that he wanted to marry economic and social concerns. So he read for us 2 Fridays ago, he read it hook, line, and sinker. A prepared script bragging about the success of the Restore Belize initiative, which he claims is run out of his office, the office of the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, this is an initiative started under the United Democratic Party government that could never have yielded the kind of results that he boasted about in 2 or 3 months or 4 months or whatever amount of time they're in office. So we thank him for giving kudos to the program, but we beg you to give credit where credit is due. It was the UDP who did that. And in fact, Prime Minister, you should be advised that those 43 scholarships that you boasted about, those scholarship recipients receive that assistance not from the funds out of the office of the Prime Minister where Restore Belize is run from. Those monies come from the Ministry of Education, the very same Ministry of Education that you've cut the budget for in terms of giving grants and so. So I don't even know if your students, these 43, will get to continue their program. You need to check. And you need to not read hook, line, and sinker everything that they give to you, because you did us proud in the UDP. Thank you, we appreciate it. But I'm sure that was not your intention. Madam Speaker, from our side of the House, we can do nothing but condemn this administration for its short-sightedness. The PUP was swept into office on the premise that they had a plan, this much lauded blue plan, Plan Belize. The reality is that when faced with the inevitable challenge brought about by COVID-19, a challenge now being faced by every nation on this earth, a challenge that they had a whole year to plan and prepare for, they instead stand like they're caught in the headlights of oncoming traffic, and they panic. This panic budget is punishing our hard-working public officers and teachers and does not address the issues of reducing revenue leakages, enhancing tax collections, achieving real cost savings and economic stimulation. It punishes those that are in need of social assistance, those that benefited from hallmark UDP programs. Instead, it rewards connected friends and cronies, which is typical the PUP style. This budget, Madam Speaker, reflects the lack of preparedness that the PUP had prior to taking office. It reflects a sense of hopelessness that can serve to erode the small bits of confidence that remains in our economy, which has been shattered by the effects of the global pandemic. At this time of great challenge, the last thing we need is panic and unilateral decrees with little or no consultation. We need a broad-based, long-term and sustainable plan that will bring back our economy. While we must be cognizant of our current debt position, that should not deter us from engaging in a meaningful way with our multilateral and our bilateral partners to achieve the kind of relief that has to become possible, knowing that Belize is not alone in this crisis. Most importantly, Madam Speaker, the PUP has to stop lamenting and stop blaming others for their inability to face this crisis as a champion of the people and not as a punisher. At this critical juncture of our existence, a small nation, we need hope, because hope can and will kindle the indomitable spirit of the Belizean people. Before I sit, Madam Speaker, kindly allow me to salute those wonderful people of the Collett constituency who have ensured that I get an opportunity to sit and represent them in this honorable house for 5 consecutive times. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Freetown, but member for Freetown, may I just make one small announcement, please? At the start of this morning's session, as I'd said, we had not received any adjustment or amendment for the 2 days of debate, given the nature of the debate, the length of time for speaking. So you may have witnessed that I did allow the Leader of Opposition to speak without mask. He did request, as I did with the Prime Minister last session. Since then, that adjustment had been formally sent over to the National Assembly, and so those who prefer to speak without the mask during the contribution to the budget debate can do so. All others must remain with their masks on and within the precinct of the building today and tomorrow. Of course, please let's continue to respect the other protocols in place. Thank you for allowing me to say that, member for Freetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the people of Freetown to offer my support and my contribution to the debate on the budget for fiscal year 2021-2022. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition spoke for 52 minutes, and he almost put me to sleep. What a disappointment, my honorable friend, for your maiden speech as Leader of the Opposition, full of empty rhetoric and lacking in substance. You know, Madam Speaker, as I listened to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, the first thing that comes to mind is an old Creole proverb. And I know you, as an advocate for the Creole culture and language, you will forgive my use of it in the current context. I don't mean to be impolite, Madam Speaker, but you know that Creole is a beautiful, colorful, engaging language. And really the good old proverb, often cited to me by His Excellency Sir Colville Young, so I know it's not out of order. It's colorful, but the old proverb that comes to mind when I listen to the Leader of the Opposition is, man we cock up on the beach, forget. The man we walk in it, remember. The leader of the opposition, this UDP crowd, Madam Speaker, they play like they forget the damage and destruction that they have done to this country. But we in the People's United Party, Madam Speaker, we can't forget. We don't have the luxury of forgetting, because we have to clean up this mess. We have to fix this mess. We have to deal with the consequences of this mess every single day. And the Belizean people, Madam Speaker, they can't forget. They won't forget, because they too have to deal with the consequences of those long 12 years of waste and abuse and corruption. You know, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition, you know, he has a well-earned, a well-deserved reputation for being anti-union. Now we hear him trying to claim a newfound love for the unions. Well, Mr. Leader, you know, you talk about anti-corruption. You had 12 years to address anti-corruption, and your party and you did absolutely nothing. All of a sudden, you are concerned about waste. And let me tell the leader this. I can assure you, Mr. Leader, despite your overtures to the unions, I can assure you that at every single consultation we have with the unions, the joint unions make one thing absolutely clear to us. Whatever differences, they say, their words, whatever differences we have with the People's United Party government, FABA and the UDP will never be the answer. You talk about waste. Well, Madam Speaker, you know, it is the unions that brought these matters to my attention. You know, I don't want to embarrass the leader of the opposition, but when you talk about waste, it is the very union leaders out there who bring these matters to our attention. And they say, you know, why we are so concerned about waste and abuse, and it's difficult for us to get our membership to accept salary cuts. So when we see people who work in political offices, constituency political offices, being paid by ministries, the Ministry of Education, people who work in the political office of the area representative, being paid by the Ministry of Education to do political work, and they list them. I don't want to embarrass the people. We have the list of them. We could go through them. $25,000 a year, $36,000 a year, $15,000 a year, $10,000 a year. We could go through them. And then they bring to our attention, they say, waste and abuse. And they are the ones who gave me this, you know, the search for these things, Madam Speaker. Rental of dwelling quarters for Minister of Education, Youth, Sports and Culture. Rental from 2018 rental contract between the government of Belize and Mr. Norman Reimer as in respect of quarters for the Honorable Patrick Faber, Minister of Education, Youth, Sports and Culture, 5974 Palmyra Street, Cahoon Walk, Belmopan. Kindly be informed that the 2-year contract will expire 30th June 2020, and the ministry recommending that the agreement be further for a period of 1 year. This is in the middle of pandemic, you know, from July 2020 to June 2021. $3,100 a month. $3,100 a month, Madam Speaker. You talk about waste and abuse.
Allow me to hear the point of order. No,
Trying to malign my name with falsities, Madam Speaker.
no, you need to give me the specific point of order. Go, continue, member.
Madam Speaker, it's right here.
There is no renewal.
It's right here.
In the middle of a pandemic, that's a lie.
So July 20th isn't in the middle of the pandemic. You wrote to get it renewed. The ministry wrote to get it renewed. Somebody stopped it maybe, but you had $3,100 for 2 years before that, sir. And that is on top of their housing allowance. So Madam Speaker, I say to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, have you no shame, sir? And we all know the answer to that. Instead of coming to this National Assembly today to apologize to the Belizean people and to take responsibility for 12 years of the most corrupt, most wasteful, most incompetent government this country has ever seen, you have the audacity to stand up and attempt to discredit the new government's principled efforts to bounce back the broken economy and build back this shattered country. You should be joining our efforts. You should be working with us, not against us. You should be praying for our success, not for our failure. Madam Speaker, this is not a budget we wanted our first year in office. This is a budget forced upon us and the Belizean people by a reckless, irresponsible UDP government. The budget is presented and being debated at a time of historic fiscal and economic challenges facing our nation. This budget, presented by the Honorable Prime Minister and appropriately titled Today's Sacrifice, Tomorrow's Triumph, seeks to begin the journey to fiscal and debt sustainability and economic recovery. This PUP government, Madam Speaker, understands the key economic challenges facing our country. We have a comprehensive recovery plan to address these challenges. We have the political will and commitment to do so. But Madam Speaker, how did we get here? Why are we faced with this economic crisis? This UDP government has completely wrecked this country and the Belizean economy. The sorry state in which we find ourselves now is not just a result of the coronavirus economic fallout, Madam Speaker. It is a culmination of over a decade of mismanagement and corruption, a period during which the average income per person steadily fell under the UDP administration from $7,412 in 2008 to $5,843 in 2020. Before the coronavirus, we were already in recession. The economy was already shrinking with negative growth in 3 of the past 4 quarters, ending in March of 2020, with the last quarter having declined by 4.5%. Unemployment was already on the rise, well over 10%. The poverty rate was already over 50%. Government debt was already over 100% of GDP. Our foreign exchange reserves had already fallen below 3 months of imports. Crime was spiraling out of control, and corruption was already rampant and blatant. A court judgment, Madam Speaker, the Belizean people have to be reminded, condemned hundreds of millions of illegal and unconstitutional spending, mostly wasted Petro-Carib funds. Oh, if we only had those funds today. There were questions arising as to the flow of funds in the last Auditor General's reports Madam Speaker. Money is owed, despite court judgments, $400,000 to the government from the Vegas, still not paid. And in spite of public outcry and disgust, Madam Speaker, bloated government contracts were handed out again to people like Emery Hernandez, crony of the UDP, masquerading as a contractor and one of the chief conduits for government monies to be corruptly channeled to the United Democratic Party. And now we have learned of the corrupt, nepotistic $500 million Bolito contract, which we will do something about, and the criminal abuse of government assets. Criminal abuse of government assets. The Commission of Inquiry is just the tip of the iceberg. Don't get comfortable. The dreadful state of the economy is, of course, now, Madam Speaker, even further exacerbated by the coronavirus economic fallout. The Central Bank of Belize estimates that in 2020, the economy contracted around 14%, completely unheard of in these modern economic times. That means in this 1 year, 2020, past year, every Belizean of working age forming part of the labor force has become on average roughly $1,200 poorer, from an average of, as I said earlier, $7,000 to $5,800 per person. This level of income per person has not been seen in our country since 1992. The unemployment rate has reached an unprecedented 29.6%, Madam Speaker. Over 60,000 Belizeans are out of a job, while more than 80,000, or 38% of our employed are underemployed. That is over 120,000 Belizeans looking for work. Belize's unemployment rate is more than triple the average unemployment rate throughout the Caribbean and more than quadruple that of Central America. Tourism and local consumption have nosedived as well. Even with the Philip Golson International Airport reopening, tourism arrivals are but a fraction of what it was in the previous year. This fall, Madam Speaker, in consumption has negatively impacted virtually all other sectors of the economy, including primary sectors such as agriculture and livestock, secondary sectors such as construction, electricity production, manufacturing, including beverage production, and tertiary sectors, besides tourism, such as services, sectors like transportation, business process outsourcing, and financial services. Exports for 2020 fell by over 11%, or 46.1 million from 2019. This has only further exacerbated the growth in unemployment levels and in a viciously circular manner further reduce aggregate demand. But Madam Speaker, the damage is not limited to the private sector. With business closures and the immediate massive reduction in economic activity, government tax revenues have plunged by approximately 30%, or over $330 million, with government hardly in a position to make basic payments, including meeting payroll. 36 cents out of every dollar spent on government expenditures is being borrowed to make payments, while an already high 50 cents out of every dollar is budgeted to pay for emoluments. It now turns out that 83 cents out of every dollar of government revenue is being spent on wages, salaries, and pensions. Under 12 years of the past UDP administration, wages and salaries have increased by almost 150%, Madam Speaker, from $262 million in the last year of the last PUP administration in 2008 to $677 million in 2020. In that same period, the pension costs have more than doubled while debt finance capital expenditures have almost tripled from 137 million to 346 million. The heightened level of debt financed UDP spending coupled with revenue shortfalls led to a financing requirement of almost $500 million in 2020, Madam Speaker. It took four successive administrations from independence to 1998 for the government to accumulate $700 million of debt, while it took the last UDP government 1 year to rack up financing requirements of almost $500 million. Belize now has, as we have come to know so well, the highest debt to GDP ratio in the entire Caribbean and Central America region, 130%. In short, Madam Speaker, both the government finances and the entire Belize economy has been destroyed by this past UDP government. The condition of the public finances, Madam Speaker, is undeniably qualifies as a national crisis. $4.2 billion of government debt, $700 million borrowed in the last year, 2 years, 30% dropped in government revenues, as I said, contraction to the national economy, 14%, 29% unemployment. The administration, as the Prime Minister has pointed out, Madam Speaker, has only three options, if you like. Continue this UDP madness to borrow and borrow and borrow until the exchange rate crashes, the gas stations close, the store shelves empty, and the lights go out. 2, we enter into an IMF standby agreement that would entail massive retrenchment, higher taxes, possibly devaluation. Or do we respond to the overwhelming voter mandates of November 11th and March 3rd and set about fixing the badly broken public finances with a homegrown recovery plan? The government has considered, consulted, and calibrated solutions, settling on a homegrown recovery plan that entails 4 equitable pillars, which the Prime Minister so properly laid out. Spending adjustments to government's operating or recurrent costs, including wages, goods and services, subsidies and transfers, and debt servicing. The total proposed recurrent spending adjustment compared to last budget, Madam Speaker, is $203 million. $40 million will come from wages, $5 million from pensions, $78 million from goods and services, $27 million from subsidies and transfers, and $53 million from debt servicing. So the wage adjustment is clearly not the only reduction, nor even the most significant. Wage reduction is 20% of the overall adjustment, 20 cents of every dollar. But it is absolutely necessary, Madam Speaker. Debt restructuring are well on the way, the negotiations are well on the way, both domestic and bilateral debt being reviewed for principal and interest reductions. Revenue resiliency, the special unit is being established to collect outstanding taxes, complemented by a new revenue court. No stone will be left unturned to collect what is due to the government. Additional progressive and targeted revenue measures may be necessary, but the government will defer that step as long as possible. Structural reforms to enhance growth and improve governance and transparency, Madam Speaker. Higher than average economic growth will only come from fast-tracking specific investments, improving the business climate, introducing new company laws, instituting a credit bureau and collateral registry, enabling capital markets, among other steps. Urgent pension reform is necessary, given annual spending of almost $100 million. That has to be looked at with a sense of urgency, Madam Speaker. Good faith pledges by government to the joint unions during consultations. Very important, Madam Speaker, for the Belizean people to understand. good faith pledges, UNCAC formal adoption, unjust criminal enrichment laws, whistleblowers legislation, campaign finance framework, protection from wage cut for those earning $12,000 or less, 15% salary and 50% allowance reduction for ministers and CEOs, work week reduction of up to 5 hours, extension of the forbearance directive by the Central Bank of Belize to the commercial banks and credit unions for the benefit of all borrowers, stamp duty and penalty waiver for certain mortgage transactions, loan windows of between $3 to $5 million for public officers at the National Bank of Belize or the Development Finance Corporation, data package discounts by BTL for teachers, the National Trade Union Congress, representation on the board of the National Bank of Belize, operationalization of a joint Government of Belize Unions Committee to evaluate the state of public finances every 6 months. Madam Speaker, the extent of this pledge list leaves no doubt about government's fair-mindedness and flexibility. Have private sector workers in so many cases not lost more than the 10%? Some have lost 100%, some 50% during this crisis. This administration, Madam Speaker, must do what is best for all Belizeans, for all Belizeans. Not just public officers. To continue borrowing, risking default and devaluation, borrowing in the name of all taxpayers so that only some can get their full salary is neither fair nor justifiable. Factually, Madam Speaker, even as the public debt has surged, public officers have benefited from close to a 50% wage increase during the last decade. A real increase in purchasing power since inflation has been very low. To support the private sector, government has also launched a $50 million Central Bank of Belize supported COVID-19 emergency liquidity facility that can provide soft loans at 5% interest for 5 years for up to 200 small, medium, and large businesses, so long as their focus is on job creation, job retention, and export earnings. Despite historic budget constraints, the government in its budget will maintain capital spending and for the remainder of its term to protect growth and jobs. Plan Belize projects will also commence this year and accelerate as fiscal space widens and the economic recovery gathers steam. For the medium term, Madam Speaker, government has published for the first time, a 5-year budget targets which illustrate exactly how the public finance recovery unfolds and when wage increments can resume. If the recovery happens more quickly, then so will increment resumption. So, Madam Speaker, government invites all social sectors and institutions to consider the urgency of the economic crisis, the importance of unity, and to therefore express public support for the balanced, reasonable, homegrown recovery plan that has been proposed. Madam Speaker, if we are able to work together, to unite as Belizeans around these 4 basic elements for economic recovery, then maybe, just maybe, we will be able to stave off a full-blown economic meltdown, which will have harsh economic consequences for all of us, our families, communities, and nation. It is in search of this national unity, in support of an equitable homegrown plan, that our government embarked on budget consultations with all our partners in development, both in the private and public sectors. Since February 10th, I have been a part of government's team consulting with the unions. We have had extensive, frank, good faith discussions with the National Trade Union Congress of Belize, the Belize National Teachers Union, the Public Service Union, and the Association of Public Service Senior Managers. Our objective was to meet and consult with these unions on the matter of the budget for fiscal year 2021-2022 and to present to them a fiscal and economic performance review for fiscal year 2020-21 and to seek their support and recommendations for a homegrown economic recovery program to meet the existing financing gap in the budget. Madam Speaker, it is important for the Belizean people to know as well that our consultations with the unions have been all encompassing. We have discussed revenue enhancement, debt restructuring, capital projects, goods and services, and yes, wage adjustments. We have provided the unions with every piece of information requested, and we have provided them with specific commitments in writing, which we are prepared to make as a government. We do not seek confrontation, Madam Speaker. We seek unity. We seek common purpose. We seek resolution. We seek a way forward together out of this Belize's darkest economic hour. Madam Speaker, on November 11, 2020, and again on March 3rd of this year, the Belizean people in every corner of this country voted for change, voted for a new way forward, rejected the UDP way of politics over country. Our government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Briceño, is committed to that new way, putting the national interest over our own short-term political interest. We are making the tough decisions now, Madam Speaker. We are doing the right thing for Belize. And we are confident that if the Belizean people see and appreciate that we are acting in good faith and the national interest, then the politics will take care of itself in 5 years, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you know, the IMF was recently in Belize for their Article 4 review, which was concluded with a statement on March 12, 2021. In that statement, the IMF recommends, and I quote, a fine balancing act involving ambitious yet realistic fiscal consolidation, growth-enhancing structural reforms, and debt restructuring. This, Madam Speaker, end of quote, this encapsulates the nature of our recovery plan required to protect the peg, restore economic growth, achieve debt relief, and source the budget financing necessary to implement Plan Belize. Madam Speaker, I want to be very, very clear. If we continue down this unsustainable UDP path of reckless borrowing, we will arrive at a place in a few months, not a few years, in a few months, where our currency peg may be in jeopardy, where thousands of public officers and teachers will be at risk of losing their jobs, and where foreign exchange is even more difficult to source. I am sure that none of us want this, but how many of us are prepared to work together to ensure that we do not get to that place? Madam Speaker, that is what this budget for fiscal year 2021-2022 is, Madam Speaker. It is a tough, honest budget that will lead the way to economic stability and eventual recovery. Now, Madam Speaker, one important area on the road to economic recovery and to recovery for our country is education. And despite the harsh economic challenges facing our nation, this budget keeps faith with our national commitment to making education work for Belize. The Ministry of Education, under my leadership, in which I am joined by Minister Dr. Louis Zabané, embraces the philosophy of education as a lifelong process, a lifelong search, Madam Speaker, for acquisition of knowledge, for skills, values, and attitudes. This philosophy, quality education for lifelong learning, has no doubt been sharply influenced by the dynamics of the new economy, which demand greater efficiency and competitiveness in the job market. So the education we provide today must equip our people at any and every stage of their lives with the tools they need to create value out of that education. It must be relevant to the needs of our public and private sectors, and it must train our people to be productive and engaged citizens of Belize and the world. This philosophy and vision, Madam Speaker, is grounded in the simple yet fundamental truth that the ultimate goal of education is improving quality of life. The more knowledge, information, and skills you possess, the greater the likelihood of you leading a more productive and meaningful life, and the more likely you are to contribute positively to the development and upliftment of your family, community, and country. Access, equity, and quality are central to our education agenda. From preschool to university, all our people, wherever they live, and whatever their ethnicity, religious preference, political affiliation, gender, or economic status, must have access to quality education. Making education work for Belize shall be a national priority for this government of the People's United Party. Madam Speaker, as you know, on April 12th, we began our phased return to the classroom for face-to-face instruction. Only those schools that have made the decision to return and have been approved to do so by the Ministry of Education are having in-person classes. That decision, Madam Speaker, is grounded in the expert advice of our public health officials, who have determined that it is now safe for us to begin this process in a phased, responsible, and structured manner. Our COVID Education Task Force has worked hard over the past few months to engage with all relevant key education stakeholders and the wider Belizean public to guide this reopening plan of action. We thank the hundreds of ordinary citizens, teachers, administrators, parents, and students who have offered positive and useful recommendations that have helped to improve our plan. Education must and will remain a central priority for our government and families. Too much time has been lost, and our most vulnerable students in our poorest and rural communities are falling even further behind. Now is the time to make a start. Returning to classes now is optional, but our objective is to have all schools reopen for face-to-face instruction by September of this year, Madam Speaker. Over the past few months, we at the Ministry of Education, Culture, Science and Technology have also been engaged in planning and reform. The COVID-19 crisis has exposed the weaknesses in our education system and forced us all to better appreciate and understand the critical role of education in Belize's growth and development. Resources are scarce and increasingly precious, so we must cut the waste out of the education bureaucracy. The urgency of building a national technology infrastructure for our education system has been starkly brought home to us by this pandemic. This will be a top priority for our ministry. Minister Zabane will share with you in greater detail our plans in the area of science and technology. Education must be relevant and linked to the growth and development of our economy, particularly in the agro-productive sector, Madam Speaker. Agriculture education must be a priority at all levels of the education system. Our ministry also recognizes that human capital is equally critical to the economic growth and social development of Belize. Our commitment to technical vocational education and training is strong. Our objective is to equip our people with the technical and vocational skills and knowledge necessary for them to find employment or create employment for themselves. We must invest in and revitalize this important component of our education system. We will match training programs to the economic priorities of our country and re-establish the strong working partnership that existed between the public and private sectors. Our team at the Ministry of Education is passionate about early childhood education and special education. These are priority areas which require urgent attention. The current net enrollment rate of 37.7% for preschools is unacceptable, and we will work aggressively to put in place the policies and plans required to achieve our goal of universal pre-primary education. We at this Ministry of Education are firm believers in inclusion, Madam Speaker. Those among us with special needs, those diagnosed to be differently abled, have every right to a quality education and deserve every opportunity to develop the skills and knowledge they require to lead full, meaningful, and productive lives. Our education system must not continue to marginalize and fail these individuals. And we are honored at the Ministry to be joined in this work by our Special Envoy for Families and Children, Mrs. Rosanna Briceño, herself a highly trained expert in this field. Madam Speaker, the National University of Belize remains the flagship of our education system. I place on record my deep disappointment at how very little progress our national university has made over the past decade. Sadly, in many respects, it has regressed. We have appointed a board of competent, committed persons who have been given a mandate to review, revise, and modernize the university to ensure that the vision and goals of our national university are aligned with our country's national development goals. The board has a duty and obligation to act with a sense of purpose and urgency. As the Minister of Education, I fully respect the independence of the UB board, but I wish to put the new chairman and the board on notice that I will not hesitate to exercise my authority under the law to ensure greater accountability, better quality instruction, improved student performance, and a stronger demonstrated commitment to national service and development. We have no more time to waste with infighting among faculty, staff, and administration. We must resolve the outstanding issues in a fair, just, and respectful manner. We need change and reform at the University of Belize. There are many outstanding members of faculty, staff, and administration, but there are others who are not performing, not fulfilling their duties and responsibilities to our UB community. This is unacceptable, and the board must take action. I thank President Professor Sankat for his service to the University of Belize. But as a new government, a new Ministry of Education, I believe it is time for us to move in a new direction. I believe that UB needs new leadership. UB needs Belizean leadership. Madam Speaker, despite the current economic crisis, this budget reflects our government's commitment to education and Plan Belize. We are investing $1 million in starting our Rural Education Grant Fund. We are also committing funds to our National Healthy Start feeding program. We continue investments in school infrastructure with the support of the IDB and CDB. We remain committed to expanding teacher training opportunities using technology and have started developing our plan for a teacher learning institute. We are undertaking a comprehensive review of the curriculum to ensure civics education at all levels and remain committed to the expansion of the African and Mayan history program. Culture is education, Madam Speaker. Our PUP government recognizes that culture is inextricably linked to education. Culture is education. For us in the PUP, Culture is about self-love. It is about national identity learning. The root line orientation of our cultural education begins with African and Mayan history. This is the foundation of our national identity. The next period is that of resistance from 1491 to 1981. This is the story of our people forging a new cultural and social space in our sovereign and independent nation state of Belize. We are now in a period of contemporary thinking in a global space with Belize in the heart of Central America and the Caribbean, struggling to make good on the promise and hope of independence and working to coexist with our sister nations of Central America and the Caribbean. The National Institute of Culture and History is the statutory body responsible for the tangible and intangible cultural heritage of Belize. NICH comprises of 4 institutes: the Institute of Creative Arts, Institute for Social and Cultural Research, the Institute of Archaeology, the Museum of Belize Houses of Culture, and the Administration Department. We have about 170 employees, manages and maintains 14 archaeological sites, the Bliss Center for the Performing Arts, the Museum of Belize, 7 houses of culture, the Golson House for Democracy and Patriotism, and the Government House of Belize. Co-chairs and funds the activities of the National September Celebrations Commission, conducts artistic and cultural events throughout the country, and supports the District and National Festival of Arts, and supports cultural and artistic stakeholders through the Cultural Development Fund. During the past year, Madam Speaker, NICH has attempted to reduce all expenses and liabilities as best as possible, while still focusing on our mandate of preservation, safeguarding, and promoting Belize's art and culture. The site revenues have declined rapidly, with the site revenues for April 2020 to January 2021 being 97.75% less than that for the same period of the last fiscal year, and total income for the same period declining by 70%. Financial support to accomplish NICH's mandate has been derived 90% the government of Belize, 5% revenues from the archaeological sites. NICH has a deficit of 1.3 million. The staff and administration have been on 50% salary, Madam Speaker. The staff and administration of NICH, 50% salary since May of 2020, while the park rangers on the front line protecting our national treasures are on 80%. They got a 20% salary cut for the same period. I cannot explain, Madam Speaker, how grateful and touched I am by their patience and their commitment to the sustainability and survival of NICH. I know how challenging and difficult it has been for them and their families. And my pledge to them and the Belizean people is that we will rebuild and revitalize NICH. We will develop new and exciting programs and projects to engage with our artistic community in the areas of dance and music and drama and arts and craft and books and writing. We will collaborate with the National Library Service to transform our libraries into cultural community spaces across the country. We will make culture live and thrive again, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm coming to the end. I'm probably in trouble already with the party whip, but allow me to say a few words on behalf of the Attorney General's Ministry. Upon taking office, this new government acquired software to facilitate the online filing of court documents for the Supreme Court and Court of Appeal. For the first time, attorneys will be able to upload and file documents digitally. Upon taking office, the new government acquired software to facilitate case management for judges of the Court of Appeal and to provide analytics for the court's systems to monitor court outputs. We inherited a judiciary plagued by outstanding judgments. We have created a voluntary jurisdiction to have another judge or panel continue to hear a matter when a judge or members of a panel has demitted office. We have enacted legislation to place a deadline for the delivery of judgments, to stem this perennial problem of late judgments, to allow members of the public to have access to timely justice. The judiciary, Madam Speaker, will take a lot more resources to improve its performance. We understand that. And regrettably, the former government chose to squander millions of dollars on the hiring of well-connected private attorneys instead of investing in the judicial infrastructure and capacity of judges. In due course, we intend to improve the infrastructure for judiciary along with strengthening judicial capacity. This new budget will see the digitization of the Vital Statistics Unit. Digitization of the Vital Statistics Unit that will allow Belizeans, Madam Speaker, to apply for their birth certificates, death certificates, and marriage certificates online. Limited data searches will also be available online. This will curtail the crowding at the Vital Statistics Unit and will allow out-district applicants to apply from their phones and their laptops. In the coming months, we also hope to source funding to digitize the Belize Intellectual Property Office, BELIPO, so that registry too may be able to facilitate online filing. Over the next few weeks and months, our Attorney General's Ministry will also be engaged in the preparation of model legislation to advance our government's good governance reform legislative agenda. Madam Speaker, I know I speak for all of us on this side. With the Prime Minister's permission, I do so in expressing our government's deep gratitude to the Honorable Magali Marin Young for her dedicated, competent, tireless leadership of the Attorney General's Ministry. Finally, Madam Speaker, allow me to express my deep gratitude to the people of Freetown who have continued to place their trust and confidence in me for 5 consecutive general elections. It is my great honor and privilege to serve as your Freetown area representative. I know how difficult and challenging life has been over the past 12 years, and particularly over the last year, and continues to be for so many of our Freetown families. Our country is in crisis, and I know you elected our PUP government to fix things, to make the changes needed for you and your families to have a better life. We will not let you down. We will make the tough decisions. We will work hard each and every day, and we will create a Belize that works for everyone. You gave our Prime Minister and our party your full support, and we will not fail you. We need you to continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with us as we work our way through this economic crisis facing our beloved Belize. We need your support now more than ever. We know that so many of you are in need of jobs. You want access to land. You want access to housing. You want access to education. You want access to quality health care. We thank you for your patience and promise you that we will deliver Plan Belize for you, your families, your communities, and our nation. May God continue to guide and bless each of you and your families and our beloved Belize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Belize Rural Central, allow me just to give one small reminder to all members, and that is to direct your attention to Standing Order 35-6. Except with the leave of the Speaker, a member shall not read his speech. So he may read extracts from written or printed papers or books in support of his argument and may refresh his memory by reference to notes. So it does say with except with leave, and so all I ask is your kind indulgence. It's just to ask for the leave of the Speaker. I recognize the importance of the 2 days and the budget debate. I recognize the depth and length that's inside the pages of the budget in referring to budget. So all I ask is your indulgence for that, to comply with 35-6. Thank you. Member for Belize Rural Central.
Pleasant good morning, Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the budget debate for 2021 to 2022 for the General Revenue Appropriations Bill, Madam Speaker. And I wish, first and foremost, Madam Speaker, to commend you for the dignity and professionalism that you have brought to the remit that you now bear. I also wish, Madam Speaker, with your permission, to welcome to this honorable house the Honorable Elvia Vega Samos. Welcome, Honorable Doña Elvi, and I wish you well, and it is wonderful to have another PUP woman in the House of Representatives. I salute you entirely. Madam Speaker, also with your permission, allow me please to crave a little personal indulgence and to commend the present Governor General Sir Colville Young for his stellar service to the country of Belize over these very, very many years, more than a generation. I would also like to say that he has done so much for music in this country, for the children, the music in schools, the Band Fest, and that as a special project that has contributed so immensely to the development of our country. And also I thank him for never failing to share the latest music on CD with me. Everybody knows my love of music, and I want to thank him very, very profoundly with your kind permission, Madam Speaker. Allow me, please, also to thank the very good people of Belize Rural Central for the trust that you have placed in me. And as the Honorable Member for Freetown said, I thank you for your patience in these difficult times as we do our very best to give the service that has been entrusted to us. Madam Speaker, I think I can say humbly but also proudly that the people of Belize Rural Central in all 16 ballot boxes voted for change and for a government of the People's United Party. I am humbled, I am honored, and allow me please to repeat my mantra that it is a privilege to serve. Despite difficult times, Madam Speaker, we are signaling on this side of the House and for this government our will to represent as we should. The cronyism and selfishness of the past are now gone. Thank you very much for that, the good people of Belize, and we will put our shoulders to the wheel, whether it is in Gales Point, Manatee, La Democracia, Mahogany Heights, Freetown, Cebu, Hattieville, Western Paradise, Gracie Rock, Ladyville, and last but not least, Lord's Bank. In a few short months, Madam Speaker, we have been able to do multiple cleanup campaigns. We make it our business to do our best to keep the roadside clean and to have a garbage drum. We are removing derelict vehicles along the highway in the Hattieville area. We are attending to our people at clinic. We are making sure that we give the attention to streets and drains, although we would like for it to be quicker, but we are in difficult times. And I thank people for their patience, but we will get to the work. And of course, to thank Nemo and our staff of Human Development for giving the attention in the time of almost unprecedented flooding because of the hurricanes Eta and Iota. I pledge, along with all the help that we have in Belize Rural Central, I pledge that we will continue to work exceedingly hard. Madam Speaker, we will continue to engage with our people. We will provide, of course, with the assistance of our Honorable Minister, the member for Lake Independence, we will provide more house lots. We will continue to provide educational assistance and opportunities. And we will continue to encourage small business and self-help. Madam Speaker, I wish to place on record before this Honorable House my full support for this budget going forward. It is realistic in hard times, and please allow me through you, Madam Speaker, to say to the Leader of the Opposition, the member for Collett, there is absolutely no panic. There is absolutely no panic on this side of the House. And please, do not blame COVID for the difficult times that we inherited because of 13 years. What we found was much worse than we could ever have imagined. The UDP presided over times of arrogance, corruption, criminally reckless spending, aloofness from service to the people, and neglect, especially of our rural communities. Today, Madam Speaker, because of what we found, we must sacrifice. And I have to call on everybody, without exclusion, to do our part. These are difficult times. Everyone, let us do our part. Public servants, teachers, we call on you in particular. I want to say to this Honorable House, through you, Madam Speaker, today, that I thank the dedicated public servants who have continued providing service through all of these difficult times. We thank our staff of the Ministry of Human Development. We thank everyone who has worked hard. We have found many, many good public officers and officials. But also, Madam Speaker, and sad to say, we have found many, luckily I hope it is in the minority, but we have found many who are lazy, self-serving, even undermining, Madam Speaker. And it has made it difficult for us to put our feet on the ground properly in our ministries to take over the work that is absolutely so necessary. This time of crisis, Madam Speaker, I must place on record, along with the Honorable Member for Freetown, this crisis, this difficult time is not of our making, but we will make sure that we do everything that is possible, every ounce of breath and energy in our bodies, in our minds and souls and hearts. We will make sure that we address the difficult times that we are in now and the difficult times that are ahead of us. But I am confident that with commitment and hard work, we will come through these difficult times. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to say a few words about our Ministry of Human Development, Families, and Indigenous Peoples Affairs. We will make sure that we put the meaning back into the name of our ministry. We will be caring and compassionate. We will make sure that there is equality and inclusion, and we will make sure that there is ongoing respect, engagement, and communication. We, first and foremost, Madam Speaker, are absolutely committed to gender equality. The struggle must continue. I was addressing women Coast Guard officers and women police officers and women BDF officers during Women's Week about a month ago. And I was asked the question, why are you fighting for gender equality? And my answer, and I used a sort of an analogy, speaking about the words of Haile Selassie, when he said that until the philosophy that holds one race superior and another inferior, let me use the analogy, Madam Speaker, and say, until the thinking that holds one gender superior and another inferior is finally and permanently discredited and abandoned, we will continue to work hard for the women of our country. Madam Speaker, one gender must never be superior and another inferior. The struggle continues. The Sustainable Development Goals of gender equality, of inclusion, and of reducing inequities of vulnerable people across our political, social, economic spectrums of our country. Those will be what we will work hard at. And we commit ourselves absolutely to the work of our ministry. We have a special desk now having to do with vulnerable persons and persons with disabilities. We are putting our money where our mouth is and our work. We are revitalizing the National Council on Aging, the National Committee for Families and Children. The bedrock of our society, Madam Speaker, is strong families, and we will continue to work very hard along that line. Let me also, in following the lead of our honorable member from Freetown, let me pause to particularly salute Mrs. Rosanna Briceño, our new special envoy for the development of families and children. Already she has hit the ground running, and she has shown that she will bring professionalism, integrity, and commitment to the work that we must do in this country. We also salute our National Women's Commission for the important advocacy that they are continuing to undertake. And I pause to mention the Spotlight Initiative for the reduction and elimination of gender-based violence. We also thank our United Nations partners, UNICEF, UNDP, PAHO, WHO. I may be leaving out some of them, but the entire United Nations team to Belize. We thank you for your respect, your collaboration, and your work, important work with us. Madam Speaker, I will speak about the dollar figures in the budget in just a moment, but with your permission, I would just like to repeat the announcement that was made that we will be undertaking an invitation from the public for the renaming of the youth hostel, to keep in mind that we must make all things Belizean. We also wish to thank the new ambassador and the embassy of the Republic of China on Taiwan for donating the fabric that is being so well used by our women's groups and our seamstresses throughout the country. I think there may be some tailors as well, so we're not gender biased, but we accept the donation very kindly, and I can assure that very, very good use is being made. The Memorandum of Understanding that our ministry signed with the Love Foundation, I really wish to thank Ms. Deborah Sewell and also the chairman of the board of the Love Foundation, Rene Villanueva Sr. Thank you for collaborating with us. We could never do all the work of our country by ourselves as a ministry. We need our committed partners. And I think it was an excellent choice for us to work with the Love Foundation, and we thank them for the commitment and also the work that has already been shown. We will give attention, Madam Speaker, to the issue of trafficking in persons. We must do better as a country, not because the big brother US is looking at us and breathing down our throats, but because it is the right thing to do to combat trafficking in persons of whatever form and any form of exploitation that is occurring in our country. We are also decentralizing our human and child protection services throughout the country. We are also strengthening our social planning unit. And I would like to assure the Belizean people that we will be making optimum use of the hub in Belize City as a center for counseling, child development, and all the services that go along with the remit of our ministry. I announce also that we will be celebrating Family Day coming up on the 15th of May. Let us promote and strengthen and support our Belizean families so that we can have a stronger Belize. And we pledge, Madam Speaker, that we will do more even with less. We will employ the 14.7 million roughly allocated to our ministry, about $1 million less than the last budget, but we will employ that in bringing real service to the Belizean people. I wish to ask the question, Madam Speaker, where did 600,000, let me repeat, where did $600,000 out of the Ministry of Human Development go in the last budget year? Where is the accountability? What had the UDP government, and thankfully they were resoundingly voted out of office, what did they do with that $600,000? And the auditors will bring it out. We are concerned, Madam Speaker, today in 2021 and going forward, we are concerned with much more than having cash in our socks. We are concerned about the people of Belize and making sure that we bring real human development. Madam Speaker, it was a shame. I almost couldn't believe it. But on visiting our staff in the districts, some of them said to us that they had not seen a government minister in 13 years. They had not seen a government minister in 13 years. No more, Madam Speaker, no more. As I stand here today, we will make sure that our ministry delivers. In relation to Indigenous Peoples Affairs, and we thank the Prime Minister and this government for having the portfolio for Indigenous Peoples Affairs. We have appointed a new and dynamic Commissioner for Indigenous Peoples Affairs. We are signaling our commitment to seriousness in the ruling, the consent judgment, I must say, of the Caribbean Court of Justice. The UDP government, Madam Speaker, most unfortunately, kicked the can down the road where the consent order of the Caribbean Court of Justice was concerned. We have already shown that we are pledging that all the relevant ministries having to do with the Maya land rights case, we are showing that these relevant ministries are willing to cooperate, collaborate, and work together. We will make sure that we balance competing interests of third parties and others. We will make sure that we respect all Garinagu and all Maya people in our country of Belize. We will work in relation to the consent judgment on the issue of boundary delimitations, and we will make sure that the legal and administrative framework for the implementation of the consent order of the Caribbean Court of Justice is going to be put in place, that framework. And Madam Speaker, please let me take this opportunity. It was on my birthday, actually, a week or so ago, that Garifuna Survival Day was separated. I particularly today, it's already a little bit into the afternoon, but I particularly today salute all our Garifuna sisters and brothers, and I say to you that we will work together to make sure that we make this country a better place. Madam Speaker, we have voted in our budget proposals under the Cap 2, $150,000. We will not, despite hard times, we will not abandon essentials that we must deliver in this country. We have voted $150,000 for the trafficking in persons response. We have voted $100,000 for poverty assessment. The food assistance, Madam Speaker, we will not abandon it. There is a line item for $3 million, but we will do our best to see how we can gather more sums of money to assist our poorest of the poor. On the COVID-19 relief, we have voted $250,000. And on the Indigenous Peoples Commission, we have voted $100,000. We are putting our resources, Madam Speaker, we are putting our money where our mouth is. And in the official charities fund, I only wish to make special mention of a new NGO entitled Autism Belize. And we want to thank all the persons who work with Autism Belize in highlighting the need for giving the attention to special needs children and those who need our help the most. So Autism Belize will be receiving some monies from the official charities fund. Madam Speaker, I'm about to wrap up. Let me, although he's not in his seat, he will hear what I say, I am sure. Let me speak through you, Madam Speaker, to the young man. I think I can call him a young man. The member for Mesopotamia. And I do recall that in a previous House meeting, he looked straight at me and said, "What are you doing about poverty?" I didn't get a chance to answer him then, but let me please answer him now. The best human development of any country is an enabling environment for work and business. Don't look at me when we have poverty in our country. What we must do, and we will do on this side of the House, we will make sure that we make a frontal attack on poverty by putting our people back to work. So don't look at me and holler poverty. Look back at the 13 years of corruption and mismanagement of the United Democratic Party government. Put the responsibility for the problems that our country is in right now squarely where it belongs. And I put this on record in this honorable House this afternoon, Madam Speaker, the abject failure of the last administration. In wrapping up, Madam Speaker, let me implore that the voices of reason in this country must prevail. Many people, all of a sudden, they found their tongue. But I am asking, I am imploring, please find your ears to hear, to listen, and to comprehend that we are all in this boat together. We're all in the same boat, and we don't want the boat to go into the reef. We want the boat to sail. We want the boat to move along into a bright future for our beloved country. I ask the president of the BNTU and other union leaders to show the leadership, Get your COVID vaccine, man and lady. Get your COVID vaccine. Let us have real leadership. This is no time for grandstanding in this country. It is difficult times, but we have to show leadership. In wherever we are, let us show the leadership. I only want to say to the Leader of the Opposition, through you, Madam Speaker, don't come here with unbecoming conduct and bleating and calling out people's family members. Through you, Madam Speaker, that is going to stop. And I am going to make sure that whenever they descend into that kind of foolishness, I will raise my voice in objection. Let me say to the Leader of the Opposition, in kindness, not with any ill will, we wish you a long tenure on that side of the House. We will be responsible, Madam Speaker. We will be focused. We will be compassionate. What a difference! And I am so glad I have his back. What a difference to this leader of the country from the previous one who used to come here and demean people, curse out people, belittle people, just because he had a mind to do so. What a difference in our present member for Orange Walk Central and our Prime Minister of this country. This is the leadership that we need for our beloved country at this time. Madam Speaker, I take my seat now only to repeat my full support for this budget. I thank you.
I recognize member for Orange Walk East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the budget estimates for fiscal year 2021-2022, and I ask your permission to refer to my notes. Madam Speaker, with the approval of my people, the people of Orange Walk East, I must say that this is one of the first real budget that has been presented in this honorable House for the past 13 years. I say this because for the past 13 years, all we were getting were padded budgets that only imagined the possibilities, while the reality was, well, it was always a proverbial bokut. Those previous budgets, Mr. Speaker, were all about sinking the Belizean people more and more into the deep abyss and the deep blue sea. This budget, however, tells the real economic situation in the country. It presents real solutions based on our full confidence in the resilience of our people, and it pulls no punches. There are no fancy words because we have had enough of that. For too many years, the nation listened to absolute rubbish presented by the other side while feeling the pains of poverty and desperation on the street. But every single year, the former Prime Minister stood on this side of the aisle and promised the Belizean people and never fulfilled many of those promises. Mr. Speaker, in our business, a broken promise is no much different from a big lie. So the Belizean people concluded that the UDP lied to us over and over again. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the member of Colette and Leader of the Opposition asking us to take a page of the UDP book. But, Mr. Speaker, the only picture painted on those red UDP pages was painted, and every single page was painted with an oversized bokut. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition spoke of how the UDP found the country in 2008 and tried to paint a grim picture. But what the member for Colette failed to tell the Belizean people, that in that 2007-2008, the UDP found a primary surplus of $98.1 million, which amounts to 4.04% of GDP, and an overall deficit of only $15.3 million.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12, subsection 8, I move that the proceedings of the order on paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any order undo opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour through opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, that the Leader of the Opposition tried to paint a very grim picture when they took office in 2008. But the reality today, Mr. Speaker, the real truth is that we found a broken treasury, a real broke-up economy, and compared to 0.63 of GDP in 2008, we are facing a negative 8.12 and negative 9.7% GDP. They should hang themselves, their face in shame, Mr. Speaker. This budget, Mr. Speaker, is no lie. It is focused on fixing the economy. This budget is focusing on empowering Belizeans. This budget is fixing the ills of the past reckless, corrupt, and abusive ways of the past UDP government led by the same now Leader of Opposition. Mr. Speaker, some of our people are upset. I represent teachers and public officers too, and they are concerned about the wage cuts. Let me say this with all sincerity. The proposed salary adjustment was not of our making. It gives us on this side no pleasure to implement pay cuts. We are here in this situation because our colleagues on the other side enjoyed the riches of office while they drove us into economic ruin. I am disturbed, Mr. Speaker, when daily in my own ministry I see evidence of UDP bad governance and the obscene wealth they and their cronies are enjoying from the plight of the people. And the hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy we hear from the member of Colette, especially when he proclaims his love and support for teachers. Mr. Speaker, when we listen to those on the other side, and so far only the Leader of the Opposition has spoken, it seems as if the past 13 years of waste, mismanagement, and corruption never existed. He speaks as if they were not part and parcel of the greed, hustling, and mismanagement which has driven our country to this point. Their audacity, Mr. Speaker, defies description. How now, after all the damage that they have done, how can he get up in this honorable house and preach as if he has been baptized by John the Baptist? But I think that the only baptism he has gotten is by the trans man. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I meant the stench of corruption that they casted over this country for 13 long years. Before I go further, Mr. Speaker, I want to take a brief moment to recognize my colleague, the member of Freetown. I am told that just yesterday, after hearing of a child in Lord's Bank who was determined to pursue her education despite financial and physical challenges, stepped in to offer a full scholarship from the Ministry of Education. You are a good man, member of Freetown. The colleague from Colette, member from Colette, the former Minister of Education, gave out scholarships too. But we are told that they came with very special conditions. And I'm sure he knows exactly what I'm talking about. Mr. Speaker, as I touch on my ministry, I want to start with sports. And Mr. Speaker, I start my brief presentation today with some welcome news. On May 1st, just over a week from today, we will open up sports in the country, although under strict guidelines. I would not wish to preempt the SI, but I can say that non-contact sports will return to normal, as will recreational sports, while contact sports will be for training purposes only for a period of time. We will get into more detail in the coming week, but God willing, we will return to complete normal by the start of 2022. Mr. Speaker, as we expected, the member of Colette spoke at length, but his address was lacking of truth, substance, and credibility, as he is. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in many countries, the member for Colette would be in jail for his chronic criminal neglect of youth and sports in this country. We have spent in the first few months in office doing work at every major sporting facility in the country. Mr. Speaker, facilities like the People's Stadium, the Victor Galvez Stadium, and others across the country were left in ruin. And I said again, the member for Colette know exactly well that I am speaking the truth. Just as we know that he were being very dishonest when he said the Marion Jones Stadium was complete. Mr. Speaker, if I was speaking to my constituents or some of my friends at the taco stand, they would not say dishonest. They would say this is just plain and simple lies, lied. I could spend hours on the mess we found in sports, Mr. Speaker, but we are fixers, not talkers like those on the other side. In reference to the Ministry of Youth, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to what we found in the Ministry of Youth, I'd rather not go down that road because it paints even a worse picture. However, as promised in our Plan Belize manifesto, we will give priority to our youth and our young people across this nation. Mr. Speaker, this government, under the Ministry of Youth, Sports and E-Governance, is committed to our youth. Things are different now, Mr. Speaker. The Department of Youth Services is constructing 3 training institutes for young people. one at Mile 21, known as the Central Regional Youth Training Institute, one at 4H in Belmopan, known as the Western Regional Training Institute, and one in Rayburn Ridge at Mile 37, known as the Northern Regional Youth Training Institute. All three institutions, Mr. Speaker, will be feeders for the IT vets. Furthermore, the Northern and Western Regional Training Institutes will provide an agricultural-based program for young people, while the Central Regional Training Institute will focus on skills training in building and maintenance, welding, AC and refrigeration, electrical, food and beverage, and auto mechanic. Mr. Speaker, this budget highlights the resolve of our ministry, and despite the challenges faced, the Department of Youth Services will introduce the Quality Apprenticeship Program, which will be a step up from the old apprenticeship program, by ensuring that employers are fully engaged in the process and that young people are engaged using the IT vet training standards through the use of checklists and assessors to ensure that quality training is injected in the entire training of the individual. Youth counseling and wellness services, Mr. Speaker, will provide counseling service to 500 young people directly and 10,000 nationally through training. The services will be available to in and out of school youth, especially those young persons who are at risk. To ensure that technical skills are in focus at all times, the Department of Youth Services will continue to engage at-risk youth through the use of the Cure Violence concept, with a view to ensure that young men are given a second chance. Mr. Speaker, there is so much more currently being carried out and in the pipeline, but I promise to be brief. Despite the challenges with our budget, the department is expecting to engage 70,000 young people directly and indirectly through this financial year. That is a government that really cares for the young people. In terms of e-governance, Mr. Speaker, as we continue to face an unparalleled national crisis, there is a growing demand for government-citizen engagement as citizens seek greater access to information and social services, and the business community requires faster and efficient services to support their transformation and recovery. To begin to overcome these barriers, Mr. Speaker, the government must pivot itself to provide a conducive environment for the provision of better and efficient services and good governance for its citizens. Today, Mr. Speaker, the government has committed to retool and build the capacity of its IT personnel to support the establishment of an e-governance and digitization department under the ministry. This institutional framework will coordinate the planning and implementation of all e-governance related matters. Our mission is to ensure that the citizens of Belize have the ability to access quality and efficient services and are equipped to thrive in a digital world. As I stand here, technical experts across the public service are rethinking the redistribution of health services and improvement in birth registration, financial services, passport issuance, traffic management, business registration, social programs, land administration, climate resilience, tax administration, to name a few, with the use of technology. Our small team at the department has been providing support to the various ministries in the planning and design of initiatives of high priority. Mr. Speaker, beyond a focus on IT solution and capacity building, the department, along with the Economic Development Council under the able office of the Prime Minister, have been working with the Attorney General Ministry to introduce key e-governance related legislations in area of data protection, electronic transaction, digital signatures, and electronic evidence. These legislative reforms, Mr. Speaker, will see far-reaching impacts, as it will also support the digital transformation and uptake of technology by the private sector. As our national development priority continues to be the growth of our agricultural sector, these legislation will become an enabling environment to boost cross-border transactions, thereby facilitating exportation. Mr. Speaker, e-governance is ultimately a catalyst for social transformation, as it will boost the creation of new jobs, industries, and modernization of traditional sectors. In our Plan Belize manifesto, we remain committed in achieving 95% digitization of government services over the next 5 years. And this, Mr. Speaker, is a signal to our commitment to good governance. Mr. Speaker, I turn to my constituents in Orange Walk East. Today, I can announce good news to the residents of Palmar, who yesterday received their land titles for their land. Titles which they have been trying to get for the past decade without success. You see, Madam Speaker, the past UDP administration recognized that title to land empowers people and encourages them to be independent. They did not want the people empowered, so they used land as an election gimmick only and tricked the people. The people of Palmar were up and down on many occasions trying to get their land document regularized. But under this Ministry of Lands, with the able leadership of our Deputy Prime Minister, the Honorable Member for Lake Independence, and how he puts it always, this is no special favor. This is what the Ministry of Land is supposed to do. It is our job. So I thank you, Member of Lake Independence, and the people of Palmar, thank you humbly as well. In terms of Palmar as well, Mr. Speaker, we're about to set a date for the election of a new LATS committee. As you're aware, the LATS committee is very unique, as it's the descendants who decide who make up or comprise their LATS committee. And that too was being neglected by the past administration, but not under this new administration. The people of Palmar will soon go to the polls to elect their LATS committee so that they can carry on their work of fair distribution of land within their village. Mr. Speaker, I'm also currently speaking to my colleague, the member of Cayo South, who irritates those on the other side every time he speaks. But you see, Mr. Speaker, they live on lies and deception. They don't like the truth. The member for Colette and Mesopotamia particularly do not like the truth because it hurts them. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I am speaking to my colleague, my friend from Cayo South, because very soon we will be having major road works within the communities of Orange Walk East. It is one of the cries of our people, and it will be answered very soon. We are living in desperate times, Mr. Speaker, but I have still managed to assist my people with education assistance of over $30,000, medical assistance of over $15,000, food assistance in the tune of over $60,000, local road works assistance of over $25,000, social assistance of approximately $8,000. Additionally, we have secured agricultural assistance for farmers via the Ministry of Agriculture for Orange Walk East to the tune of $72,000 for rural communities. Our tongue farmers have been assisted substantially as well. And recently, Madam Speaker, we have been able to, Mr. Speaker, we have been able to benefit from close to $400,000 in Sugar Road rehabilitation, something never seen before, even under the UDP administration. Together with our town council, led by Mayor Latrick Shepherd, we have been able to see the paving of Liberty Avenue, and we will continue to see the paving of many major roads in Orange Walk East and the entire Orange Walk town. As well, Mr. Speaker, very soon, within the next week or so, the people of Santa Marta Village will have access to high-speed mobile and internet because of our lobbying efforts and our commitment and thanks to SpeedNet Communication. They have been able to install a 100-foot tower that will now provide better access to communication for the very distant rural community of Santa Marta. I wish we could do more, Mr. Speaker, but we are doing all we can because we believe in service and we believe in our people and we believe in Plan Belize. Mr. Speaker, I close with a word for those on the other side. The nation has listened to you blast the government. We have not delivered on free education, they say. We have not raised the minimum wage, they say. We have provided no housing for the poor, no new jobs, and no salary increases, they say. Mr. Speaker, this government has been in office for 5 months in the midst of a pandemic. We met coffers full of nothing but IOUs. The UDP saddled us with contracts signed just before elections so their cronies could continue to feed and feed and feed even after they left office. 1 month before election, Mr. Speaker, the UDP grieved for Belize because they knew they had screwed the country and people royally. Now, 5 months after elections, they stand there like sanctimonious, self-righteous, puritanical virgins. They are all sick, Mr. Speaker. They disgust me, just as they disgust all the right-thinking Belizeans of this nation. In 13 years, members on the other side, you did not deliver on anything. You had $500 million in Petro-Carib, but you spent it on rum and pibil. They weren't thinking about free education then. Why are they now thinking about it today? In 13 years, Mr. Speaker, those on the other side ran through hundreds of millions in oil revenues and hundreds of millions in loans, and they did nothing but drive us straight into economic ruin. But as what the people on the street would say in Spanish, tienen cojones. They have the cojones to criticize this government. I will end there, Mr. Speaker, before I get myself in trouble and tell them what I really think about them. Mr. Speaker, I support this budget because I am confident that finally we have a plan to fix the mess we inherited for our corrupt and incompetent predecessors, and because we have a government that has the competence and the will to do it. Mr. Speaker, I signed the covenant with the people, and I am committed to those covenants as much as I am committed and believe in Plan Belize, because I believe in Belize. I stand here fully committed with the Prime Minister in making real his promise which he laid out in his budget presentation. Today's sacrifice will be tomorrow's triumphs. I stand here committed to the people of Orange Walk East and to the people of Belize that today's sacrifice will yield great triumphs in this PUP administration achieving our planned Belize goals. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Orange Walk East, I fully support this budget. Thank you.
I recognize the honorable member from Stancrick West.
As I stand here today to represent the people of Stancrick West, I do it with dignity and honor. As we debate this budget for 2021-2022, I consider it to be the most realistic budget in the last 13 years. Because ever since in the last 13 years, the budget came to the House, it was bragged that it was $1 billion budget or $1.1 billion budget, but nothing was realized. Every single year since then, we find ourselves in a deficit. So now, as the Prime Minister brought this budget forward, it was debate after debate, and it was realistic that he asked us to sit down with the FinSec and come up with a realistic budget. And so, with a budget of over 800,000, I know that we are going to spend it wisely and properly, and there will be no over-emphasizing of prices, because we are here to make sure we make betterment for the people of this country. And so, as I was appointed the Minister of Transport, Energy, and Public Utilities, I heard the member from Colette make mention of my name, or from the constituency that I come from, Stancrick West, that I sent home over 80 people, in particular one day, and on George Price's birthday. It was fitting for me, because the leader of this nation, the Right Honorable George Price, was a humble man, and he would have expected that I do no different. Because these people were employed at terminals for the last 13 years, they had no standard, they had no respect for the community public, they had no respect for their supervisors. And so when I took over the ministry, I had to figure out how quick I can do it to bring transparency and standard to that ministry. I can stand here today and tell you that there is a difference at all the terminals across the country of Belize. And I touched base with all my colleagues, and I asked them to find suitable candidates to be able to suit and fit those positions. And I must say that they did some wonderful choices, and the terminals are functioning today much better than it was 3 or 4 months ago. With the limited money that we have in the ministry, I told my CEO that we must be able to do something on every terminal across the country. And we can say over the last 4 or 5 months, every single terminal has been upgraded. With limited funds, the money was spent wisely, no overstating of funds. And so with that said, we are trying our best to improve the transportation industry. We are saying within 1 year's time, you will see a total transformation of our industry. We are going to make sure that we have a ticketing system. As a matter of fact, right now as I speak, we have a transport planning department to transform the entire transport industry. Another area of concern, while everybody wants to own a bus, it will come to a point where there will be too much buses on the highway. As I did over the last week, asked one particular district to give me a day-to-day activity of what is happening in that particular terminal. And when I look at the movements of people and the amount of buses, most buses are traveling at an average of 20 persons per bus. So one bids to ask the question, are these operators making money to sustain their buses? So about 2 weeks ago, we decided to ask our team to go out and do a thorough check on the condition of buses. And we find some buses with some very, very, very bad tires. That is what you call that will affect the traveling public, because if there is an accident, then it could create a lot of injuries. And so within a couple of months, the Transportation Ministry is going to fix it and make sure that buses are properly ready to go on the highway. So we plan to, in the very near future, to establish an inspection unit where buses by an SI must go into those inspection stations to get a thorough inspection to make sure that your buses are roadworthy. As we do on average, especially in the pandemic, more than 48,000 people are traveling on a daily basis, and they want to travel as comfortable as it is possible can. While we know our economy is not the best, and we cannot afford the better buses, but their time will come when government will have to put it in place that we have better transportation for the people of this country. Many workers commute from one district to the next, and after a day's work, they want to get home and ride in comfort. So that lies in my responsibility and my team to figure out how we can improve this industry for the betterment of all. I was also afforded the Ministry or the Department of Seaports. While at the moment we have 2 functional seaports, there are much more in the horizon. And the Department of Seaports or Port Authority will have to find a way how all these ports can marry. But at the same time, we have environmentalists are saying that maybe there are too much ports in one region. But we are trying to find a way how we can create employment and opportunities for the Belizean people. So as we go along, we are going to look at it seriously. Just about a month ago, we were able to open back the yachts to come into Belize. When we did that, it benefits the tourism industry in particular, and the people in that industry were happy that the yachting industry was open once again. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's a challenge at a limited time when money is very limited, but I want to ask our people, do you want us to fix it, or you want us to kick it down the road? If we kick it down the road, it's going to be there for our children and our grandchildren. And I want to give the Prime Minister kudos as the Minister of Finance. He maintained his position that we absolutely does not have the money to carry forward. And something drastic has to be done. It is not being done because he wants to do it. I believe it is done because he wants to save Belize and Belize for the future. So I think all of us as Belizeans should embrace. I need to tell you while you say I will recover in 3 years. If in next year at this time, if the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Finance see that we have recovered to a certain extent, I'm quite sure that he's a man of conscience and will come back to the Belizean people and say, you know what, the economy has recovered, we can do X, Y, and Z. So nothing is carved in stone. It is time for all of us to come together as a nation. Not time for any political games. If we allow our country to go under, then what will become of us? We might say, no, I'm thinking about my own selfish gain. I'm going to lose 10% of my salary, so I will not be able to pay my light bill, or my water bill, or my telephone bill. It is time for us as Belizeans to take drastic measures and figure out what is priority for our family. I know education is one, so you must make sure that you have enough money to educate your children. I come from a constituency of mostly private sector development, especially in tourism. And I listen to my constituents every day, texting me, calling me, Mr. Ferguson, I need a job. I wish I could have provided the jobs for them, but not even government have the space, not even the private sector. Imagine tourism provided 40% of our nation's economy, to our economy. And so you have a tripling effect not only on the tourism sector, but on government and the entire country. So all I'm asking is that we have patience, understanding, and together we are going to make it happen. I am prepared to go along in history, and this can be the end of my political career, but I will stand with the Prime Minister to save Belize. As I take on this mantle and I work hand in hand with my colleagues, I always say we are in this together and we must work with each other and support each other. And yes, I want to give kudos to the Minister of Works for not being selfishly. He tried to reach out to every single part of this country, to every constituency, and I wonder how he did it with $12 million. Because the amount of works I saw in my constituency, Mr. Minister, thank you very much. I also want to thank the Minister of Lands. As Minister Bernard said, that we were having difficulty, our people had difficulty to get through their leases because the past administration used it as a political gimmick. And so everything was held up. When the election was called, they were not able to complete all these documents. And immediately after the election, we all went to the Minister of Lands, and he was able to facilitate. And I can stand here today and thank him that 80 people in Santa Cruz has received their lease certificates. But one thing I must caution, I'm somebody that is very aggressive when it comes to provide for my people. And there might be some in the Ministry of Lands don't like how I work or how fast I work. And I want to say whatever I go there for, it is not a cost to government. The people of my constituency has always been prepared to pay for their survey costs. All we are asking government for is to make sure that they can facilitate that the people of this country can get what they deserve. In the Plan Belize manifesto, we say everybody for win. Everybody not be able to win with a job, but if we can provide for that person, for that family, a piece of land that they deserve, then I believe everybody will win. And in my constituency, I don't ask who the red or who the blue. Once you are a Belizean, you are qualified to whatever is available in my constituency. The office of the Prime Minister, I must say that you are the head of this ship, and you have allowed us as ministers with portfolios and representatives to act with the best that we can to provide for the country of Belize. So despite the small budget, I believe we will be able to accomplish much more than under a UDP government. Because with them, everything was bloated. It was what was in it for them. While the PUP is different, what is in it for the people of this country? Education. Mr. Minister of Education, I really appreciate you, because in the past, while the Minister of Education used to always accuse me and say I get 10,000 or 5,000 more than the rest because I go and I beg for it. But it was not enough, because my people can attest. When it's time for education, I reach out to as many of them, and my bills every year at all the schools are over $50,000. But I have an obligation to make sure I pay the schools before the school year is over. But I'm always committed to education of my children. So, Mr. Minister of Education, I know the type of person of you are there for education likewise, and I believe that every member of this House will get their due share. So thank you very much for always supporting. Minister of Tourism, and again, the Minister of Infrastructure. We came up with a very impressive plan how we are going to pave 1.2 mile in Hopkins when there is no money. But we were able to speak with the private investors and with public support, and we are in the process of paving 1.2 miles in the village of Hopkins. So that's a plus for the tourism industry and for the people of Hopkins. Again, guys, thank you very much. The smallest man among us, the Minister of Youth and Sports. Yeah, a little bit smaller than our area representative, Oscar Wikenya. But he's a giant of a man, and he is there to give a helping hand. So every time I go to him and say, Minister, I need extra and this from you, he responds. So I believe together we are going to make it happen. Over the last 2 weeks, especially we are in the dry season, my water systems are going in, and I knock on the door of Minister Oscar Wikenya, and he's there to support. Even when there is no money, he said, well, we'll go ahead, and we are going to do it. So I must say kudos to the people of Silgrass, and I must make special mention of Assistant Commissioner Aaron Guzman, who assisted us in giving the village water when the system was down for 4 days, and the chairman and the village council. As that crisis was over, just yesterday I got a call from Santa Rosa, San Roman, that their system is almost also done. So again, the Minister of Rural Development has responded, and we are going to bring back that system back to working as quickly as possible. While the law says that a water board is elected or appointed for 3 years at the term of a village council, when the UDP government lost, all UDP water boards abandoned these systems and left one person to run the system for the last 5 months, for the most part. And it was done at their own liberty. There is no record, there is no reference, and so now we have to take over water boards that is really below zero. So, Minister of Rural Development, I thank you very much likewise. Human development. While it might not be perfect, while we were trying to provide for our people during this pandemic, I must say that a lot of my people receive the benefits, while most of them are suffering because my district is one of the hardest hit from the pandemic. It is impossible for government to provide for all, but I do my best to make sure that most people who need most get what they deserve and the assistance. I, as a minister responsible for public utilities, as I understand those utilities, and it is difficult because they are not directly government control. They are government investment with other private sector, and they have a board that manages them. But at the same time, I was appointed the minister responsible, and I'm accountable to the Prime Minister and the government. So from time to time, we liaise with each other to make sure that everything is in order. And so with that said, I will work tirelessly to try my best to improve the profitability of these companies that will receive benefit to the Belizean people. I remember, I think in 2011, the people invested in the purchasing of BTL, and the then Prime Minister commit that there are going to be a very good annual return. Since then, I could see a maximum of 3% return to the investors and also to the government of Belize who invested heavily in BTL. The new boards have committed that we are going to see no less than 8% annual income with annual dividends from these boards to government of Belize. So we can comfortably say that government of Belize is going to get their dividend from these utility companies, because they are there to benefit the Belizean people, and they must give back to government what they deserve. With that said, as I look across the spectrum, the responsibility is great, and transportation is one of the ministries that I consider to be a revenue ministry. And I will do my utmost best to make sure the transportation ministry can bring in added revenues to the government as a whole. We have already identified areas where we can bring in several $1 million to enhance the budget of this country. And so I want to ask all my colleagues, I want to ask my entire department for their support as we try to improve and bring more enhancement from the transportation industry. We are looking at a couple of years' time that there should be no complaint from the traveling commuters, because as they travel, they complain about the services that they receive, and I'm sure with all my team and all my colleagues and all my departments, we are going to make it better. Mr. Speaker, as I look at my documents here, it is almost unprecedented that I have stand here before you, and I come from the biggest constituency in the country of Belize, the Stan Creek West constituency. While there are contemplations and the law dictates that we should reduce the size of the constituency, of which I will await and see what will be the result. But deep down in my heart, even though it's a lot of work for me, I don't want to part ways with my people. Because from north to south, I've established an excellent relationship with my people, and they also have established that relationship with me. But when the time comes, I know that we are going to have to part ways. And in closing, I want to thank the beautiful people of Stan Creek West for giving me that opportunity to serve them once again. I've been serving them since 2003, with a last in 2008, and they returned me back to serve them again. And this election at passed was my biggest victory ever, was the biggest victory in the Stan Creek West constituency. So history was made in every angle. The village of Placencia and the village of Situva has never, ever won by the PUP until 2020. That is a testament to show the effort that I put in, the effort the party put in, to show the Belizean people that we are going to be the party of the future. So while there are those out there saying that everybody's going to win, I can assure you, in the end, everybody will win. Don't judge us today because we are only 5-6 months in office, and we inherit the worst economy ever after Belize attained its independence. It should be a shame at the UDP government when your former prime minister comes here and he tells you, I will borrow and borrow until we can't borrow no more. No, this new administration is facing the consequences, and fix it we must. Because if we continue under Mr. Barrow trend, then all of us will fold up as a nation, and we are going to become beggars. So in closing, again, I want to ask the teachers and the public officers, I understand your plight, I understand your concern, but this is a time of austerity. We must put our priorities where they are and do what is best for our family and our entire country. Our country is in crisis, and we must fix it. And thank you very much. I support the budget for 2021-2022. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honorable member from Kayo South.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I would like to refer to my notes. Mr. Speaker, in difficult times, unpopular proposals and decisions become necessary. Absolutely no one likes or appreciates a reduction to their much-deserved remuneration or to their proposed budget. I am convinced, after having deep consultations with our negotiators, Mr. Speaker, that the dialogue will continue with our brothers and sisters from the public service. We have no choice, Mr. Speaker, because you see, we are all servants of the people. And therefore we are a family. And yes, at this point in time, the family might have their differences, but the family has to come together for the benefit of the people of Belize, Mr. Speaker. And that is a commitment that our party, our government, our Prime Minister, our negotiators and cabinet in its entirety is committed to make sure that the family comes together so we can serve the people of Belize. Mr. Speaker, we all agree that reforms are urgently needed. Your PUP government has been working tirelessly for governance reforms. Credible examples of this, Mr. Speaker, is the recent changes to the Parliamentary Oversight Committee, which is the Public Accounts Committee. That is a milestone for oversight when you're looking at the legislature, Mr. Speaker. That has never been done since the government of Belize was formed and the country of Belize was formed in 1981. It was never done before that. We fought in this House, Mr. Speaker. We fought in the committee rooms, Mr. Speaker. We fought on the media, Mr. Speaker. We fought on the streets, Mr. Speaker. I was even taken out of this House, Mr. Speaker, because of the fight for oversight and good governance. The Public Accounts Committee is now non-political. That is history, that a government in power, that a party that forms government, one of the first decisions that they've made is to depoliticize the Public Accounts Committee. With that said, though, I am warning my colleagues on this side, prepare yourself, organize your ministries, do the right thing, be transparent and accountable, because that same committee that we have now depoliticized will be the same committee that each one of us will have to face when issues come up. And we should not be afraid. We are servants of the people, and we are entrusted to spend the people's money. And therefore, we should be responsible to defend our actions. That, Mr. Speaker, is a clear sign that the People's United Party is serious about good governance. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, another clear example is the Public Contracts Commission that was just legislated. It is giving a larger level of accountability and transparency over the contractors general's responsibility. It just means that it's not one person being the oversight over how government does their contracts, but you will have multiple people now reviewing it. That, again, Mr. Speaker, is a clear example of a responsible People's United Party in government when it pertains to good governance. And shortly, as the member from Freetown mentioned, there will be other legislative reforms that will be placed and brought to this House. We have it listed. It's not like we are inventing the wheel. It's not that we are being pushed to do it because people are saying so. This has been something that we fundamentally believe in. This is something that we have been saying for, in my case, at least for 10 years. In the other's case, for much, much longer than that. And so, before you listen to gossip, it is best you analyze, you go back in history, you read the proposals that the People's United Party has been making when it pertains to good governance, and you will see that we are on track, that we are not perfect, nobody is perfect, that we are not doing it as fast as people might want it to happen. Well, everybody would want it to be faster, but we are doing it as best as we can, we are doing it as fast as we can, and it means that as we go along, there might be other reform legislation that take priority or are very important, and we will definitely consider it. This, Mr. Speaker, is done under the supervision and guidance of our Prime Minister, because under the system in which we operate, if he would not believe in the reforms that we are proposing, it would never see the day of light. We would never have seen a public accounts committee restructuring be done if the Prime Minister of Belize was not interested. So I would like to publicly thank the Prime Minister of Belize, the Honorable John Briceño, to take the lead to make sure that the reforms continue. And I am saying to him today, thank you, sir. But oversight reforms is only one of the reforms that I believe are necessary. Since forming government, since working the budget, since being an administrator of the people's money, I have come to find out that a complete analysis and updating of our ancient, outdated, obsolete internal operating procedures is urgently needed. We have been trying to work with procedures that are in place since the 1940s when you're dealing with the Public Works Act. We have been dealing with store orders that go back to 1962, 63, 64. Some of those store orders are telling you that you have to write every single thing with a pen on a ledger and store it in our iron chest. The Public Roads Act speaks of pigs on the highway with carts pulled by horses and donkeys. I mean, I'm not joking, that's what we are dealing with. And so, we find it difficult when we have series of computers and highly qualified technicians that want to do the data entry, but under the law they can't, because you have to write it on this big ledger with 24 inches by 18 inches with a specific fountain pen and store it in our iron chest that does not exist. I'm just giving clear examples of what we have found. We have found that the ministries somehow are not communicating with each other. My humble recommendation is that the Ministry of Finance, which is like the daddy ministry, spends a little bit more time with their children, who are us, the other ministries, so that the daddy can find out what we are doing, why we are doing it, and how we need to do it. That, Mr. Speaker, will allow us to proper implement budgets that truly are a reflection of the needs of the people. Now, this is not a criticism to our government, it is a criticism of a system that we inherited, and we have to be responsible now as a new government to spend the time to make sure that the system at least is updated to 2021 instead of 1963 or in some cases 1949. And if you do not believe me, Mr. Speaker, speak to the permanent secretaries that were in the ministries before. Speak to the FOs that have to handle the systems. Speak to the AOs in the ministries. It is also the reason why public servants get frustrated, because the system does not allow them to function in the way that they need to function. So sometimes the new ministers and CEO get frustrated that things can't get done. But in all honesty, the FOs, the engineers, the AOs also get frustrated because the system does not allow them to function at the efficiency that the People's United Party in government believes should happen. I am convinced that our Prime Minister and our Cabinet will understand, and they have acknowledged, that serious reforms need to be done. We have laws under which we are governed, that the Ministry of the Attorney General has an opinion, the Contractor General has another opinion, and then the Auditor General has an opinion that's totally different from those two. So, with the permission of the Prime Minister, I thought it was important that we put all of them in one room. Let's look at it. You agree, you don't agree, you said a, you said a B, you said a C. Well, let's come together. Let's find what the problem. We are legislators. Therefore, if the technical people can advise us, instead of dealing with 4 opinions, let's deal with 1. But to do it that way, we have to legislate changes for it to be more efficient. We are committed to do those legislative changes to make sure that our system works better. In essence, Mr. Speaker, we have to strengthen our existing financial regulations and orders so that we, as brothers and sisters, can work along with our oversight reform to make a Belize in the public service more efficient so that we can serve the people of Belize better. With that, Mr. Speaker, let me dig into the details of the budgetary allocation for the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing. I am blessed, Mr. Speaker. I am blessed that the Prime Minister of Belize gave me an opportunity to administer a ministry with one of the largest budgets. I am blessed to have been given that responsibility. But I don't want nobody out there believe that we have money to do every and anything. 74% of our budget of 162 million, 74% of our budget is to carry on projects that we inherited from the United Democratic Party. So I don't want the member from Collet being disingenuous when he quotes numbers without properly analyzing the source of those numbers. 74% of our budget, which is approximately $119.8 million, is to cover Capital 3 projects that were online, that they designed, that they implemented, that they signed the contracts on. And I will list them, Mr. Speaker. For the present budget, we have had to put in $26 million for the Caracol Road. $26 million for a road that they had put as priority. And yes, I thought we could have not continued that road and maybe use those funds for the sugar roads or the citrus roads or for the rural roads that are urgently needed. But after proper analysis and investigation, I got the bad news that it can't be done, or it shouldn't be done. Why? Because you would go into the dark corners of the lending institution when it pertains to Belize. You would go into serious litigation with the contractors. And then I remembered, why would we go down a road like BTL where we are going into litigation when you end up paying $500 million for something that's only worth $100 million? So, learning from the negative experience that the United Democratic Party laid upon us, we decided that we have to continue. But what we did, Mr. Speaker, we renegotiated the terms of reference. We renegotiated the scope of works. We renegotiated the fees for the balance of the Caracol Road to save the Belizean people $28 million. In addition to that, after having conversations with the Ministry of Finance and tell me, well, thank you, but that's not enough. We went back and we wrote a letter in conjunction with the Ministry of Finance to the lending institution to ask them if they could defer the last part of the Caracol Road, which is Lot 2A, B, C, D, for 1 year. And we explained to them it is due to the economic environment in which we are facing. It's due to the budgetary constraints that we have, and we don't think and we do not believe that we can afford to do that part of the project this year. I would like to read the response, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me to. I need to put on my glasses for this one because the letters kind of small. It says, this is the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development. And it was addressed to the Financial Secretary because we were working along with the Financial Secretary to make sure that we follow the correct procedures and protocol. It says, we acknowledge with thanks receiving your letter number C Pro 10621 dated the 23/03/2021 regarding the above mentioned subject. And the above mentioned subject is proposal to the first signing of civil works contracts for Lot 2 Caracol Road project. We appreciate the request by the Ministry of Finance to consider its proposal to defer the signing of civil works construction contracts for lots 2A, 2B, and 2C for a period of 1 year in view of the financial and budgetary issues confronting the ministry and the Belize economy as a whole. Due to a year of the global COVID-19 pandemic, undoubtedly difficult times require the making of prudent and difficult decisions. This is coming from the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development. Since the ministry believes that such a deferment is necessary to give the ministry some time to improve its financial position and restore fiscal and debt sustainability, which is a professional stand worthy of respect, we wish to inform you that the fund has no objection to this deferment proposal. We trust that your government and the ministry will inform us as well as the OPEC fund as to when and how to resume project implementation activities in due course. Please accept our highest consideration and best regards. Walid Al-Bahar, Director of Operations. Well, the lending institutions, Mr. Speaker, are also of the understanding that difficult and prudent decisions need to be made in difficult times. And that is why we are on the budget right now of $26 million only for Caracol. If not, we would have been maybe up to $70 million for this year. And so that is showing you how we have tried to assist our government through the ministry to make sure that the budget works. $34 million is in the budget for the coastal highway. Now who build that one, boy? Now who build that one? That one, Mr. Speaker, is Emer Hernandez. $34 million for the coastal highway. Now, I personally visited the project site. I must say that the foreign supervising engineers and the local supervising engineers have given me their certainty that the work that is presently being done is in accordance with the specification and is on time. A couple days off because of the rains and stuff like that. So this just goes to show you that we in the ministry take our responsibility serious. We knew we inherited a contractor that has done things that we were not totally in agreement with, but still it's a legitimate contract. We are honoring it, but we are making sure that every single technical aspect of the project is carried out, and we will ensure that the people get what they are paying for or what they are borrowing for. 17.5 million George Price Highway. Same contractor, Mr. Speaker. That is in its final phases of being completed. Same contractor, Mr. Speaker. Not forget that. And I'll remind you why I'm saying not forget that when I move along in my presentation. If you allow me, Mr. Speaker. $12 million for the CRVP project. Climate Vulnerability Reduction Program. That one is very important. That one is to drain Belize City in times of crisis and flooding. So it includes canals, it includes drains, it will directly impact the Freetown constituency, it will directly impact the Lake Independence constituencies and others, and it includes pump stations because Belize City, unlike the Kaya district, who we are privileged and blessed to have hills where we can drain naturally. Belize City does not have that luxury, and therefore we have to put in pump stations to be able to assist. So that is another project we inherited, but I believe a very important project for the city of Belize. $6 million for the Sarteneja Corozal upgrade. This comes under the Taiwanese funding. Another project that the guys from the north know and believe that is important for them. It is on schedule. I have a meeting with the ambassador and the technical staff of the engineering department from Taiwan on Monday to do a full review and to get a full report as to their status. $18 million for the Philip Golson Highway Remate bypass. Now, I'll go back to last presentation when we had the little misunderstanding with the member from Collet. And the misunderstanding came about, Mr. Speaker, because the member from Collet got up. Can I use the word hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker? Can I use the word untruthful, Mr. Speaker? These are words that reflected what he said. He said, why one of the build one road from the airport junction to the boom cutoff when the Remata project they come online and I have to dig it all up again and start all over? If I didn't quote him exactly, Madam Clerk, can you just replay for anybody that's interested the recording so that they can hear exactly what he said? He implied that we are not knowledgeable of what we are doing. For the information, and the country has to listen to it, the leader of the opposition needs to be a responsible opposition leader. When he says something, it has to be based on facts. The Remate project starts at mile 24.5 in the village of Biscayne. It has absolutely nothing to do with the airport junction to the boom cutoff. And why do I bring up the hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker, is because this same gentleman drive that hot mix, beautiful highway that was done every day to go home. And yet he got all the documents specifying the project because it was done before that presentation. And so he needs to come back to this house and explain why he's not analyzing the documents that he receives or why he's not speaking the truth. So, 18 million is in the budget for that project. That project starts, as I mentioned, from mile 24.5 on the Biscayne, on the Philip Golson Highway. It goes all the way to the northern border, and there is a Remate bypass, which benefits the villages of San Pedro, Cristo Rey, Pachacan, and Chanchin, all in the constituency of Corozal North. Nothing wrong with that. But the people in Corozal North, the people in the Corozal district, the residents of the Orange Walk district, and all Belizeans that will eventually go to the northern border, will have a highway that is designed and will be built to high standards. Another project that we inherited. This one, we are signing the contract, we did the bidding, but the initial concept, the proposal, everything, the negotiations with the lending institution was done by the previous government. It just goes to show you that the People's United Party is responsible when it pertains to legal contracts, which is something that people, when they invest in a country, look, they don't want you to be nationalizing their investments. They don't want you to take away their titles. They want to know that the government that is in place is responsible and that will respect contracts, and that when their money is invested in this country, they will be protected under the law. That is what the People's United Party stands for. And then we had to cut down the halover. So in the budget, there's only $1 million for the halover. That means that we can't do much. In fact, we will continue at the level of bidding because we are at that stage. But I do not believe the halover is a reality for this year when it pertains to physical work being done. But it will be done. The Prime Minister and the Cabinet understands the reality of the budget, understands where we are. And so it will be our priority once the economy moves again. And then we got $5.5 million for all of these projects collectively in CAP 2. CAP 2 is just government's counterpart in financing for all these projects. Not to forget, Mr. Speaker, that a large parts of these projects are also important because some of them come with grants. The Caracol Road comes with grants, the Remate comes with grants, the Coastal comes with grants. I don't think the Caracol one comes, but the Coastal definitely comes with grants, and the Remate one comes with grants. Also, to be able to move an economy forward, there has to be investment that brings in foreign currency. That is important. We can't just play dead and feel like everything won't function. We have to be responsible to, in the meantime, to move the economy. And one way is to have foreign currency coming in. And by these projects happening, you are having a large portion of the private sector being able to give employment. And so that, in a way, balances the problem that we are facing. So, don't make nobody come and tell you got this big budget, you spend like crazy. It is prudent spending based on 74% decisions that were made before. It's just that we are being responsible. We are allocating it properly. We are putting it in the correct format, in the correct timing, and we are being efficient in how the money is negotiated and spent. That's what we're doing, and that is what I believe we are hired to do. We are hired to be efficient. So after 74% is spent, Mr. Speaker, I am left with 26% of the budget to maintain 2,820 miles of national roads. 2,820 miles of national roads is under our responsibility. 526 of those miles are paved. 2,171 miles of those roads are gravel. And 122.5 miles of those roads are earth. Well, my brother have Toledo West, and my brother over here from Cayo North, and most of my brothers from the north. My brother here from Toledo, from Stan Creek West. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, you and myself, we are in this portion, 2,171 miles of gravel road and some of the earth ones. So 26% of the budget now is to make sure that I could deal with that. So our recurrent is $17 million approximately. That is about 24% less than the allocation for our recurrent last year. Last year was $23,344,000. So we are working now with 24% less budgetary allocation. In CAP 2, we were given $27 million compared to $32 million last year, so we have a 16% decrease also in CAP 2 when it pertains to road maintenance. But let's not, when the man said, I don't want to be minister, so now they complain that I don't want to be minister. So if you don't want to be minister, not to cry up about it. Right, Deputy? Not to cry up. Now for man up, you can't cry like baby. When they beat you up, you can't cry like baby. Take it like one man. We the man up, Mr. Speaker. Because, you know why we the man up? We have proven to the Belizean people that with $12 million that was given to us under the emergency spending, we covered over 100 roadways in the entire country. And we did it in 4 months. And to my detriment in Cayo South, we spread it with love throughout the entire country. There is no area rep that can tell you that their request was not met, even though I could not meet all their requests. But their priority request was not met. And someone in the shout back here, so I have to go deal with that soon. My brothers from the city did not get as much as our brothers from the rural communities, and I do apologize for that. But the emergency was in the rural communities at the time. The love will come to the city. In fact, I've already started working with the City Council of Belize, the City Council of Belmopan. In fact, there was a modest cooperation that we did with all municipalities. It was just not as large a proportion that was done with the rural communities. The love will come to the city. And so if we could have done so much work for $12 million, then what is left for us, which is about 15.5, I don't have no fear. We will find a way. I just show my brother here from Toledo West, we finished the bridge where he asked the Prime Minister for 2012. What, that is Santa Cruz, San Jose, Santa Cruz bypass bridge. Then the joke, when I take one picture, I stand up on the beam and I remember my days when I supervised anything, check. But I feel like we made a joke, Mr. Speaker. No, I don't have to stand up on the metal beam car right now, that lone concrete. This is in the deep south. A district that has been ignored by the United Democratic Party. I have sat beside my brother from West when he has countless times been requesting of the Prime Minister for You know where you ask for? Culvert, you ask for bridge, and you ask for water. I met, he said, I got produce when he for come out, and they send me Google, shut that kind of thing. This gentleman is working, and we are a family, and I will find a way to convince our ministry that it is important to back up the agro-productive sector. Based on trust. Everybody at the ministry knows that if I say something and they are not in agreement with it, they have all the right to come to me and voice their opinion, because, Mr. Speaker, there are countless times when their opinion is better than our opinion. And a good manager and a good leader needs to understand that. And once we do that, then the machine starts working efficiently. We have been in communication with all our staff. We understand the reality happening right now with the unions. And I have personally told them, I respect as an employee for the government of Belize, as a union member, and as a resident and citizen of this country. All I am begging, I tell them, is that we don't hate each other. Because after 2-3 months, when the whole night don't ease up, we have to work together. And never forget, I tell them, that you and I are paid by the people of Belize, and therefore the only thing I ask in return is efficiency. We have to be able to give the service back to the people of Belize. Turning over to the housing component of our ministry, Mr. Speaker, I know I put you to sleep, Mr. Speaker, but we got to talk about. I hear a gentleman that up on TV the other night. They said that we don't get no budget for housing. I think he's supposed to be in this place, but he's not there. There is no budget. Well, I am happy to announce that the Prime Minister and Cabinet has approved $5.5 million for our housing program, Mr. Speaker. Now, $5.5 million will approximately allow us to build maybe about 150, 160 house max for this year. These houses will be done on a grant basis. I am setting up a committee right now as we speak, made up of people from diverse sectors of society, to make sure and guarantee that the recipients of these houses, and the priority, and I will say it clearly, the priority will be single mothers that have no income or low income. That will be the first target sector that we are going after. Single mothers with no income or low income will be the first recipients that we will allow to fill out their application forms. After that, then we will start looking at different sectors of society that need it. We will address the most needy. Now, 160 houses for 31 constituencies. I don't want to feel like this thing a magic either. So, area reps, the people of Belize, everybody that needs a house, application forms will be going out, but please understand that for the first year, we will limit it to what we can do. And as the program starts showing itself, we will definitely get more people that are interested in the financing aspect of it, and the government will definitely get excited. The people will get excited, and I can guarantee you that the project will continue and develop further and better. Mr. Speaker, we have already completed the designs of the project. Mr. Speaker, we have already completed the bill of quantities of the project and the specifications. Mr. Speaker, we have even completed the pilot houses of the project. We know what it will look like. We know what it will cost. It is just now to define where they will go. Now, the future of this project, the housing program, it's brotherly love. it will be the Deputy Prime Minister of this country and our ministry that will have to work as one to be able to identify either government land or delinquent private owners or some other accommodation so that then we can move this housing project to a level that we envision. And we have 5 years to do that. That was our plan. It is a commitment by the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, Cabinet, myself, and everybody that that is our contribution as a social program for the country of Belize. We are also looking at a different phase of the housing program where a different level, a different cost home, we will be able to assist the public servants through financing, through DFC, and through the National Bank. That we are working out the formula to see how we can assist our public service with time to be able to afford a house. Because even though they are the blessed ones, they are, I mean, I am blessed, they are blessed, we are blessed, we have employment, come on. I tell my people, listen to me, all the way in this room, we could buy it up, we could rail up, we could do everything, but we are the blessed ones. We have a source of income. My constituency, you deal with over 50% that does not have a source of income. They're either unemployed or underemployed, because the statistics tell you that if you work 1 day a week, they consider you employed. Mr. Speaker, in your area, if they pay one of your constituents 1 day a week, do you believe that he or she can maintain their family with that? And that's what we need to reflect. We are blessed. We have employment. But that doesn't mean that we are not Belizeans, and I believe as blessed Belizeans, we also need opportunities. And that is what the People's United Party in government will offer. Opportunities to better your life. So what else is the Ministry of Housing doing? Well, the Ministry of Housing, Mr. Speaker, has embarked on what we call a registration of contractors. And I'll explain why this is necessary. Let me just read a couple paragraphs to justify the project. It says, the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing wishes to implement new policy addressing the registration of industry contractors. The idea is to create a registry of contractors of varying disciplines and varying capacities from which selection for particular jobs, projects can be made, thereby streamlining procurement and improving transparency in the industry. Registration of contractors is to be done in-house at first, with eventual expansion rollout nationally through legislation. The national rollout will follow consultation among stakeholders. A registry of contractors allows the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, as well as any other government ministry like the Project Execution Unit from the Ministry of Education, or private sector enterprise, to access competent contractors that have undergone some type of qualification capacity review by a panel of peers. To create a registry of industry contractors that have met minimum qualification criteria for registration under specific capacity categories. This will provide for easier selection of contractors, creates a mechanism where contractors may move to higher categories through the performance of successful jobs projects. Once nationalized, it also creates a mechanism for reporting underperforming contractors. Now, why is this important? Remember me tell you I'm going back to the contract for the Caracol, not the Caracol, the Coastal and the George Price Highway and the airport and the next airport and the Farbers Road, and all of these had one name and one contractor that was getting everything. What's the name of that contractor? I think that's Mr. Hernandez. All right. This concept is done so that every single contractor, from the man where they go and drain, the man where lay the pipe, the man will put in the electrical can, with time, get a small contract. He will be able to justify that he can do the work. He will then be able to move on to a different category and climb the ladder. So at the end of the day, what we are envisioning is that you will have a multiple level of contractors at each level, and the work will be equitably distributed based on professional expertise. Mr. Speaker, this is extremely important for our country. It gives the opportunity that every single contractor in Belize will have a chance to bid on government work. We proved it with the $12 million when we distributed our work with over 40-odd contractors countrywide that have, most of them have not seen work for 13 years. And so that is what incentivized us to go even further and do this kind of analysis. The categories that we are looking at presently, Mr. Speaker, is 1, general contracting, civil works and road construction; 2, land development; 3, bridge construction; 4, general contracting, building construction; 5, electrical contractors; 6, telecommunication contractors; 7, mechanical and industrial contractors; 8, plumbing and water services, and interchangeably, there are some contractors that will be able to do some or all. Another report, Mr. Speaker, has to do with the proposed procedure for the legislation of building codes. This is something that's close to my heart. It's something that's close to every single designer in this country, architect or engineer. It is the construction industry, the design industry, the engineering industry, the architecture industry that needs to be regulated. The Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing wishes to establish for Belize a set of building codes, which are standards and guidelines for the construction of buildings and built-up environments to ensure minimum level of safety for the occupants and an acceptable level of durability for the building structure. Although in its early stages, the MIDH identified the International Building Code, IBC, a suitable and comprehensive suite of codes as the focal point of its vision. The IBC, developed in and for North America, is known for its safety, ease of use, willingness to embrace new technology and materials, for its open, honest, and continuous development process which sees revision on a 3-year cycle. Belize has absolutely no comprehensive modern sets of codes or standards that provide minimum standards that can be expected across constructed environments. Although ambitious in nature, it is necessary to have a minimum standard that can be expected across the country. Such standards will elevate the quality of subpar or mediocre work, give employers reasonable expectations of their final product, and eventually elevate the skill of tradesperson, small, medium contractors. Now, the Ministry of Infrastructure Development commenced the process of developing a procedure program for its incorporation into the existing relevant acts that govern the industry, such as the Belize Building Act. Although it is in its infancy stages, the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing intends to: 1, encourage the government to revisit with some urgency the Occupational Safety and Health Act to encourage safe work environments for its citizens. Investigate IBC by approaching the International Code Council to solicit its partnership in the adoption of its sets of codes for use in Belize. Collaborate with industry stakeholders such as the APEB, which is the Engineers Association, and the APAB, which is the Architects Association, the utility service providers, other government ministries, and contracting representatives to review the IBC with a view to determine whether to accept it in its entirety or to modify for Belize's environment. Approach the Attorney General's Ministry for assistance in reviewing and successfully incorporating the building codes into the laws and statutory instruments of Belize with a view to reduce or eliminate conflict with other governing laws. Seek Cabinet support for a quick execution. Build capacity for successful, perhaps phased execution, and create guidance notes for specific construction fields that can easily be accessed by both employers and contractors. So, Prime Minister, so Cabinet, so area reps, and the people of Belize, your humble servant, the Minister of Infrastructure Development and Housing, was given a job because they say me want to be minister. Well, I'm taking the job seriously, as our other colleagues are, and we are working to make sure that the services be provided to the people of Belize as efficient as we possibly can, and that we will get value for money. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the love of my life, one of the love of my life, the people of Cayo South. I had to. The people of Cayo South. I love them dearly, Mr. Speaker. I fight for them. I am their voice. I try to assist them in every way that I can. I have done my best. I am doing my best, and I will continue doing my best. And you know why? They have been patient. They have been supportive. They have been my advisors. They are suffering, Mr. Speaker. But I have to join my ballet over here already and my friend Kevin, because they can't big up the minister, and I know big up the other ministers because Cayo South won't get left out. So first, you start by hierarchy. The Prime Minister of Belize, thank you very much, sir. But we need some more help from the Ministry of Finance to help Cayo South as much as you can. Our people will appreciate it. But I must say, remember the water where we made bite up. And we want water to Armenia. Bite up for years, Prime Minister at the time. Where I could call him, I'm not sure what I'm allowed to call him, but the Prime Minister at the time, the past Prime Minister of Belize, wrote me a letter. The letter like 40 nights, no money there. In 2012, I asked her in 2013, I asked her in 14, I asked her in 15, I asked her in 16, I asked her in 17, 18, 19, 20. Every time I ask him, he tell me no. No money no there, water no there, they no got no equipment, a whole lot of things. I can now inform the country of Belize that we dug 2 wells in Armenia and we found water. And now, with the assistance of and we made a deal, because now the village council has control of the water board, and they found out that the water board had like a little bit of cheese. The speaker said, I can't talk a little bit of Creole, Mr. Speaker, sorry. I am speaking the language that my people understand. The water board had some cheese. It had like only 30 grand. So we say, all right, we will dig the well. You take that money, because none of us believe that money enough for you. That money is for water. Now you want to take that money, you invest it in pumps, you invest it in pipes so that the people of Armenia will have water. And they are in the process of doing that. WASA has offered their technical expertise and anything that they could do to assist us. Minister, right beside me, cooperated. I got one problem though, and maybe the deputy could help me. We have a lot of informal settlements in Cayo South. Now, the people from the city want to say informal, oh, the lonely touch house and plywood. No, Mr. Speaker, we informal thing around, no joke. You got concrete church, you got concrete house. The only person the only 2 people, and I'll tell you how this is so cynical. In Kamalote, you have an informal settlement where you have hundreds of people living. Nobody could get lease or title for the land. 2 people came in and built 2 houses. Who you think built the houses, Mr. Speaker? The ex-minister, the one way by the border west, for him, Contreras. And his father-in-law, No, that my father, no, that his son-in-law, I got it back way. The ex-minister Contreras and his son-in-law, or his father-in-law, how this thing work? His son-in-law built in twin houses beside each other. And if you don't believe me, Mr. Speaker, you're going to leave shop, one fried chicken place from Kamalote when you chicken on the run. Take one leave right behind chicken on the run and see two nice concrete house painted very beautifully with, I mean, Christmas time. You see, the only place I got Christmas tree light. The only two properties in that entire informal development that has title are those two. And so all the people ask me about how they could get title and we can't. It will be a difficult request to the Minister of Land because it's not an easy solution. But we have been speaking and I believe there is a solution. Land is critical in Cayo South. Housing is critical in Cayo South. Education. Minister of Education, my brother Francis Fonseca. I remember when I get into politics, he said, when you reach, we will find a way to help your people, Julius. I will do everything in my power to make sure that your people get some assistance. Remember that, Honorable? Well, if you think really bad, but I tell my staff, prepare my list and send it to the minister. Because I remember for 8 years I used to send one list long of people that need help and like 5 names would have come back. My secretary, receptionist, administrator has reported to me that nearly every request that has been made to the Ministry of Education, and we don't abuse it, has been complied with one way or the other. They're honest with us. You could get it, you could get quarter, you could get 1/3, you could get 1/2, but you won't get it. And that Minister of Education, I know you understand, but I tell you in front of everybody, it changes the lives of people. So maybe we have to trade some house, maybe. I don't mind. God, Prime Minister give me permission. In the days when you can't pay, you have a barter. And we have barter services so that our people can benefit. That's the idea. Going back to lands, I have had some serious conversation with the minister, and we will find a way to work together so that our ministries don't become turf-like. Everybody say, boy, when you reach government, you want to be minister, no? But you find out that you can't talk to none of the other ministers because they don't pay you no mind. I am telling you that that is not the case. We have had personal conversations, we have had conversations in cabinet, and we are working as one. Give you our next example. Minister of Home Affairs. I can report back to the people of Belize that the files for the ex-Minister of Works have now gone through a rigorous process of investigation by the Ministry of Home Affairs, and that report has been sent back 2 times to the DPP. We are now awaiting a final decision of the DPP to be able to decide how to move it to another level. I must commend the Commissioner of Police, his investigators, the CEO in the ministry, and the minister for allowing the normal work of police investigation to be done. That gives me hope. That gives me hope. And my recommendation to the Prime Minister, with time when we get a little more cheese, I think we need to spend some more money in the Attorney General's ministry to beef up what they need to do, both legislatively and otherwise. And my brother here from the Ministry of Home Affairs, they are the ones out there that protect us, and they need as much help as they can possibly get, PM. So write down for the name when you get a little break in the future. So, Cayo South, residents and constituents, my love goes out to you. You Don't lose patience. We will serve you as best as we can. We will do it day and night. We will make sure that slowly but surely the services that you require, you will receive. And I must say that the requests coming out of Kaya South, most of them are bounding at the level of human rights. They're asking for the right to have water, human rights. The right to have shelter, human rights. And I would even want to put the right to be educated as a human right. That it is a human right. And so if the last one is the right to be employed. That is a right that the government of Belize under the People's United Party will make sure happens. So the people of Kaya South are not asking for anything out of this world. They're asking for us to give them the services that they could not receive for the last 15 to 20 years. They're asking to give them the services that is based on human rights. And with that, Madam Speaker, I would like to say thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be able to have this discourse without interruption. It is such a wonderful day when you can express yourself without being interrupted. That's a wonderful feeling, Madam Speaker. And so I applaud the House of Representatives for cleaning the next side so that that presentation is properly done. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I support this budget in its fullest.
I recognize the honourable member for Pickstock.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, Belize. Good afternoon, colleagues. And good afternoon, the good people of Pickstock. Before I get started, I'd like to say Happy Earth Day. And I would like to implore on all people all across the world to continue to respect our world, our earth. We have been some of the great plunderers of the natural resources that God has given us. And I want to call upon everybody to respect, cherish, and love our earth. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask your permission and your indulgence to use my notes here. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the good people of Pickstock to make my contribution to this very important process in our democracy. Today and tomorrow, we will ventilate the revenues and expenditures of our budget for the next year. And throughout this process, we will educate the Belizean people of what we will be spending the monies on for the next year or so. However, today, I not only stand here as the area representative for the Pickstock division, but I also stand here as a lead advocate for the very important tourism industry, an industry that produced approximately 40% of our country's GDP prior to the COVID pandemic. Madam Speaker, the tourism industry gives us the best opportunity to rebuild our economy in the shortest time and to provide some level of hope for the Belizean people and all who have invested here in our country. However, to appreciate where we are in Belize today, we must understand where tourism is globally. 2020 was the worst year in history for tourism. International tourism decreased by 75%, which is equivalent to approximately 1 billion fewer travelers. This massive decrease in travel led to $9 trillion in losses and more than 62 million jobs lost. Closer to home in Latin America and the Caribbean regions, there was a loss of 4.7 million jobs combined, and tourism contribution to GDP reduced to close to 50% of where it was before. This devastating assault from COVID on tourism has continued in 2021. Data coming out of the World Tourism Organization estimates that in January 2021, the world continued to see a reduction of 87% in tourism activity compared to pre-COVID numbers. Up to February of this year, 32% of countries were still closed to international travel and tourism. And with the new spikes in variants, many more are intermittently closing their borders. Belize faced a similar fate in 2020, with a reduction of 70% in tourist arrivals compared to 2019, with the effects multiplying due to the loss of thousands of jobs, foreign exchange, and income from the sector. But, Madam Speaker, despite these concerning numbers, we should not allow fear to consume our collective spirit. We must use this time to ensure that we invest in the areas which we are most weak and vulnerable. We must use this time to sharpen our skills, exhibit our creativity, and be innovative in our thinking and actions. We must use this time to unite as a nation and work towards one common goal, and that is rebuilding our economy where every Belizean man, woman, and child has an opportunity to lead a decent and respectful life. Madam Speaker, we must be bold in charting our economic recovery while proactively addressing our ongoing vulnerabilities created by years of mismanagement and incompetence, both hallmarks of the past UDP administration. Madam Speaker, I stand here to say that hope is no longer on the horizon, but hope is here now. The World Tourism Organization projects that Q2 and Q3 of 2021 will see a return to approximately 40 or 50% of pre-COVID tourism activity globally. The aviation sector is also foreseeing an upsurge in air travel in the second half of 2021, and I can say that the numbers being indicated by our tourism private sector here at home supports this. It is also important to note that for the first time in just over a year, the airlines are reporting the hiring of new pilots, flight attendants, and other support staff. While countries are battling a third and fourth wave causing new travel restrictions, Belize has remained open since October 2020, and with the excellent work done by the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Belize remains on track for its tourism recovery. 60% of our main travel market is confident that they will be back to normal activity by the summer of 2021. 87% of these American travelers now have travel plans within the next 6 months, with 61% saying that they are planning to spend more than they normally would. Interestingly as well, consumption trends show that demand is also increasing significantly in the traditional off-season periods for countries like Belize. This means that the summer travel to Belize should be promising. New consumer trends also in the tourism industry are shifting in our favor, and many tourists are now seeking safe destinations. The market shows that travel consumption is being dictated by how well a country or region has controlled the coronavirus. Data shows that 68% of travelers note that safety and cleanliness are important factors in making plans to visit a destination. Data also shows that vaccine distribution will significantly aid in the recovery process, as 65% of travelers say that they will commence traveling when they receive the vaccine. In Belize, we're also doing our part, and in fact, we have been regional leaders in prioritizing our tourism workforce for vaccination. We're also allowing vaccinated tourists to enter the country without the requirement of a pre-COVID test upon entry or prior to entry. I want to take this time to commend the Prime Minister and the Minister of Health for allocating 8,000 vaccines for tourism workers. To date, thousands of tourism frontline workers have been vaccinated, and thousands more are in line to get their first jab. Also, destinations that are able to provide outdoor or nature-based experiences will be on the top of travelers' wish lists, as socially and physically distant travel is becoming the new norm. Madam Speaker, Belize is a prime destination for both activities. Tourists will also demand short-distance trips compared to long-haul vacation, suggesting that destinations like Belize that are very accessible from the United States will be able to take advantage of this. New segments such as working remotely or work vacations offer some promise, and this administration is in the process of rolling out a long-stay work program to engage this market. Madam Speaker, while most projections are not showing a full recovery for international tourism until close to 2023, there will be some destinations that will lead the way in rebuilding their tourism industry in a shorter time frame. I strongly believe that with the programs and policies that we are implementing in Belize, we will be one of those destinations. In this regards, just a few weeks ago, I submitted to Cabinet a tourism recovery and stabilization plan that was developed through a collaborative partnership with the private sector. This plan calls for the adjustment and streamlining of our marketing strategies and campaigns to be able to take advantage of the market trends in travel and tourism these days. Equally important is that the plan calls for a serious look at all aspects of the tourism product, a new and improved approach to doing business in Belize, and a deliberate plan to support the financial recovery of the tourism sector. And Madam Speaker, this administration's work and leadership is already paying dividends. From communicating with the industry, many are saying that reservations for later this year are strong. The reason for this is simple. The policies of this administration are helping the private sector to rebuild. Our travel entry requirements are among some of the best in our region. And on a whole, the word is out that Belize is open, Belize is safe, and Belize is a must. But Madam Speaker, we must continue to invest in maintaining this high level of health and safety. We must continue to use data to determine when best to relax or restrict restrictions in order to continue to generate much needed foreign exchange. And we must safely reopen our land borders and seaports, especially for tourists, when the time is right. Madam Speaker, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Belizean traveler, and I mean those living here at home as well as those living in the diaspora. It is our Belizean tourists who have helped to sustain the tourism in these very difficult times. And on behalf of the entire industry and our government, I thank and I encourage all Belizeans to spend more time in experiencing the wonderful assets that our God has given to us. I wish to remind Belizeans that our natural resources are second to none. Our Belize Barrier Reef is the largest living in the world. We have the Great Blue Hole. We are the heart of the ancient Mayan civilization. Our forests and wildlife reserves are lush and abundant. Our culture is diverse, and our people are friendly and welcoming, and always ready to deliver our authentic Belizean smile. To encourage this, the Belize Tourism Board is in the process of launching a Belizean traveler campaign to provide added incentives for our Belizeans to continue to travel and enjoy Belize. Madam Speaker, I wish to comment quickly about the Belize Barrier Reef Reserve System, inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1996. I want to speak about how this directly relates to tourism and why this budget supports the ongoing efforts to conserve our World Heritage Site. I want to use this time to express my support for the work of the new Blue Economy Ministry. The economic and natural ecosystem value of the Belize Barrier Reef and our marine resources are undeniable and irreplaceable. This budget allows for Ministry of the Blue Economy to do valuable work in safeguarding our marine resources. You may ask why a Minister of Tourism is placing so much emphasis on this. The answer is simple. The Belize Barrier Reef is estimated to provide over $1 billion in coastal capital, whether it be tourism, fisheries, or protection, according to the World Wildlife Fund. The reef's contribution to tourism expenditure is estimated to close to $450 million. In 2019, according to the Visitor Expenditure and Motivation Survey, 60% of our tourists visited the Barrier Reef and nearby marine protected areas. The World Wildlife Fund study also found that the reef supports 29,000 tourism-related jobs in Belize, and that more than 50% of the Belizean population are supported by income generated through tourism and fisheries. So, Madam Speaker, it is important that we continue to invest in safeguarding our natural resources. There must be a balance between development and conservation. I say it again, there must be a balance between development and conservation. At the same time, there's a lot of work to be done and a lot of investment to be made in the country's infrastructure. And I want to use this time to thank my colleague Julius for putting in some valuable needed monies for the road in Hopkins. For many years, the people in Hopkins have been complaining about the road not being completed, and it's finally being done. So I want to thank him, and I want to thank the private sector in that area. We have to establish proper tourism zones, development mechanisms, and invest in improving the infrastructure in all our destinations: roads, water systems, sewage systems, electricity, internet service, transportation, airports, security, accommodations, tours, attractions, and food and beverage services. All of these sectors need development and improvement, and all of these sectors in some way are represented within this budget. Let us not forget about the training needs of our most important asset, our people. We have to raise our standards, and we have to continue to teaching and training at all levels, including our vocational schools and tertiary level institutions. While I'm on the topic of our people, Madam Speaker, let me mention good governance. If we are to improve governance, we must take deliberate actions, and that includes outlining a strategy to rebuild our institutions. As a government, we need to do what is necessary in rebuilding the trust and respect of our Belizean people. Only by building a strong, open, and respectful partnership with civil society, the business community, the churches, the unions, and the general public will we be able to advance as a nation. I know that our administration is serious about our manifesto promises, and we will demonstrate to the Belizean people that we are serious about good governance. I keep saying that we need to improve the ease of doing business in Belize, Madam Speaker. This is important if we are to attract the right types of investments. We have to improve our processes and reduce costs so that we can be more competitive in lucrative markets that show potential. In the case of seaports, Madam Speaker, while we have resumed operations for small crafts, which was so important for tourism, especially in the south, we are now ready to welcome cruise ships to our shores. The cruise sector was hardest hit in the industry, but the once uncertain future is now solidifying into a confirmed return of cruising to Belize. Just recently, Norwegian Cruise Lines announced last week that it will resume port of calls to Harvest Key on August 9th of this year. The Norwegian Joy will depart from its home port in Montego Bay, Jamaica on August 7th and will include Belize as part of its week-long Western Caribbean itinerary. While it is still uncertain when things will return to normal, the cruise sector will likely restart in phases, and we are optimistic about the safe reopening of this sector in Belize later this year. While the cruise sector is key to revenue generation and job creation, the bulk of the more lucrative overnight market comes via the Philip Goldson International Airport. Airlift is the lifeblood of our overnight sector, and our government continues to make the necessary investments to keep our flagship carriers and to attract new airline partners. United is flying non-stop from Houston, Los Angeles, Denver, Chicago, and New York. American is flying non-stop from Dallas, Miami, Charlotte, and Los Angeles. In addition to Atlanta, Delta will be flying from Minneapolis in December, and this is a new service for this carrier. Discussions with Southwest continue with the hope of a summer return. Copa will be resuming service in June with a larger aircraft. Both Canadian carriers, WestJet and Air Canada, have committed to resume as scheduled later this year, and Air Canada has indicated that they are likely to increase capacity in early 2022. Discussions continue with North American and European carriers with a bold and aggressive approach to developing new routes for travel. And with our renewed focus on the private jets market, we can take advantage of the huge opportunities that exist for luxury travel. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to highlight that our government has made it a priority to listen to the industry and to address the concerns of the smallest and most vulnerable tourism stakeholders in this time of great need. We continue to meet with hotels, tour operators, tour guides, NGOs, protected areas managers, and other stakeholders as we aim to meet common objectives. Even with limited resources, we are doing everything we can to assist businesses, including the expected rollout of a matching grants program. This program will be inclusive for micro, small, and medium enterprises. We are reaching out to our artists, musicians, food vendors, hairdressers, as we know that they too have been hard hit by the absence of tourism. We're looking at ways to develop a woodwork shop for crafts, music studios for entertainment sector, a gastronomic corridor to showcase Belizean cuisine. We're also working on a Garifuna Trail project. This project will help to showcase the richness of the Garifuna culture by presenting Garifuna food, music, and their way of life. There's a lot to be done, Madam Speaker. However, whatever measures we take must be thoughtful, insightful, and with the best intentions for the Belizean people at the core. All of our government ministries, together with our private sector partners, must continue to work together towards one common goal. And while economic recovery and our health are critical, we must not lose focus of the fact that we must reduce poverty. We have to educate our people, and we have to continue to build Belize responsibly. As I have consistently maintained, there is no room for mediocrity. There is no room for the simple politics. There is no room for third or second-rate services. We can be a first-rate destination, and with consumer trends shifting, we have the enabling environment for Belize to be a global leader in tourism. Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to speak about the plight of my people in Pickstock. For almost 13 years, the people of Pickstock were neglected and provided with little support by the previous administration. There were no quality homes built. Land distribution was for a select few. There were no parks or playground built other than the 35 million white elephant called Civic Center, which, by the way, now costs the Belizean people $1 million a year to maintain. There were little quality jobs created for the people of Pickstock. Education assistance was marginal. Crime was constant, and many of our people lost their lives to gang violence. Even the former era representative in this same house stated that his administration had failed the people of Pickstock and the people of Southside Belize City. Madam Speaker, I want to assure the people of Pickstock that I'm working hard to ensure that they get the goods and services that will improve their quality of life. Madam Speaker, instead of investing in meaningful programs, the past administration squandered billions of borrowed money, drove the economy off of a cliff, and left us in a hole for dead. Then the few on the other side have the audacity to come to this house before the Belizean people and pretend that 13 years of their worthless administration never happened. Madam Speaker, and people over there, they play, you know. This is a very important budget, Madam Speaker. This budget is the genesis of the implementation of the corrective measures that will stabilize our country after many years of waste, corruption, and mismanagement from the past UDP administration. Madam Speaker, our economy is on life support. Our institutions are broken. Our people are beaten down have been beaten down by the past administration and by the COVID pandemic. Madam Speaker, it hurts my heart that many who want to work can't find a decent job. It hurts my heart that many people can't find enough to eat. It hurts my heart that people can't pay their bills. It hurts my heart that so many of our young people are out of school. And it hurts my heart that so many of our people have become impoverished. So I want to assure the Belizean people that their road to recovery has started, and I am confident that this John Briceño-led government will put in place the policies and the programs that will lead to prosperity for the masses and not just a select few. Madam Speaker, I want to assure the Belizean people that we will continue to be trailblazers. We will continue to embrace innovation. We will work hard every day to rebuild the health of this nation and to get the people back to work and to instill a sense of economic security back on the minds of our fellow Belizeans. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for your time. God bless Belize and God bless our people. I thank you.
Member for Corzal Southwest and member for Alberta afterwards. Member for Corzal Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your indulgence, refer to my notes. I remember when I came the first time in 2012 and I was on the other side, how many times I begged for my constituency, a police station in Libertad, a police station in San Narciso, a water reservoir for Concepcion. Nothing happened. I wrote many letters to the Prime Minister for one school in San Narciso or a dome in San Narciso. Not a reply, not an answer. So that is something that really hurts my constituency. Now I am back on the other side of the house, and I know that those things will happen. When I was coming here, a gentleman asked me for a question about the teachers and how we're going to solve the problems. It's easy. We have a Prime Minister that listens to the people, consult with the people, consult with the unions. A Prime Minister that goes all around this country, from towns to villages, and listen to the people, and we are serving the people. I can speak on my constituency. I give thanks to the Prime Minister, thanks to the member of Cayo South. This is the first time in my constituency for many years that the sugar roads are fixed. You know how much production Corozal Southwest or the branch of San Narciso produce? More than 60,000 tons, and those tons is revenue for this country. The other point that I want to stress here is that we, the farmers, under the UDP, we suffer, especially the farmers. Remember in 2009 when they killed Atanasio Gutierrez, no PSU member went outside and helped the farmers. And we passed and we struggle many things as farmers. Nobody stood up with us. We fought, we passed that barrier, and we still are here to support this country because the sugarcane farmers deliver 1.2 million tons. That is $130 million in the GDP of this country. I want to give thanks to this government. Due to the pandemic, yes, we lost our jobs, but the free zone is open right now, giving more than 1,000 jobs right now, and the families are benefiting off of that. A part of that, we have to give thanks to my constituency to bring me back here and to fight for them, and I will fight as much as I can, as I did on that side, and I will do it on this side, because the ones that call the shots is the people. In San Victor, I want to give thanks to the Minister of NEMO. On Sunday, we had a very hard rain and winds. 10 houses, their roof was blown. The next day, the assistance was there. During the UDP, we never had that privilege. They never helped Corozal Southwest because they say we are PUPs. But now, thanks to the Minister of NEMO, that those families are getting their supplies. Madam Speaker, there's many things that we need. And I want to give thanks to the Minister of Education, and I saw the book. We are having problems, yes, as how the leader mentioned, that 8 million on transportation, on buses for schools, and we cut it to 50%. But the job will be done with that $4 million on transportation for the school. I'm sure of that. A part of that, I want to give thanks to my ministry that we have been all over Belize. And I see again on the budget, rural development need water. We're putting water where they need it. Pachacan, the day before yesterday, I was there. Pachacan had problems for the past 5 days on water. I never saw the member of Corozal North helping, and that is his constituency. But the Ministry of Rural Development was there, and they got water now. A part of that, I want to give thanks to the CEO, the secretaries, and the minister, that we went to Machekilha, walking to see what is the problem there. And now we're going to give solar electricity to that village. We walk from 5 in the morning to 11 o'clock to Graham Creek, village that have been abandoned for 13 years. People were happy to see ministers on that area. And that only happened with the People's United Party. There are many things that we need in Corozal Southwest. But I know that the crisis, the economy is not so good. But I know, as I said before, that my Prime Minister got the ability to bring on foot Belize and the economy. And I know our ministers and my colleagues are with all of us, all the Belizeans, working together to make sure Belize come back on the economy. And we heard the Minister of Tourism. He mentioned about tourism is coming back. I know the agriculture is coming back. And I know we're going to do our best to serve the Belizean people. Thank you very much, and I support this budget 100%.
I recognize the member for Albert.
May I seek your leave, Madam Speaker, to speak from my notes. I rise, Madam Speaker, to make my contribution on the government's estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2021-2022. I do so, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the good people of the Albert constituency, whom I'm very privileged to represent in this House, and to whom I owe a duty of care, respect, and the very highest consideration. Let me first acknowledge that indeed we are living in a difficult moment of time, not only here at home, but the world over. Madam Speaker, when the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2020-2021 was presented to this House in March of 2020, none of us could anticipate the devastating blow this global pandemic would have inflicted on the socio-economic well-being of our citizens. None of us fully appreciated the severe negative impact it would have on our national economy, both as a result of a sharp contraction in revenue inflows and significant rise in public sector expenditure. This extraneous shock came on the heels of a severe drought the year before that affected projected export earnings from the agriculture sector. Given the implications of the COVID-19 pandemic on our very survival, the UDP administration convened a joint COVID-19 task force, co-chaired, Madam Speaker, as you will recall, by the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Belize and the leader of the opposition, to look critically at the unfolding situation in the interest of safeguarding lives and protecting livelihoods. As a side note, Madam Speaker, this was for me the greatest show of bipartisanship I have personally experienced in Belize's modern day political history. Short-lived as it were, a valiant attempt to put our country over political expediency. I wish to thank, Madam Speaker, both our former Prime Minister and the current Prime Minister for deciding to work in tandem for the interests of Belize. Madam Speaker, no one could have predicted that our tourism sector would see a 72% decline in visitor over arrivals almost instantly. This star sector, Madam Speaker, to which successive administrations have hitched our golden wagon. The economic sector, which attributes 60% of our foreign exchange earnings, that accounts for 40% of our gross domestic product, that drives 25% of our workforce, and that serves as the single largest investment vehicle for foreign direct investments, which see such a fallout, sending shockwaves to our fiscal stability and a devastating loss to all who secured their livelihoods from both overnight stays and cruise tourist activity. Madam Speaker, the collapse of the tourism was exacerbated by the drought, as I mentioned the year before, and severe flooding caused by Hurricane Eta and Iota, threatening our ability to remain self-sufficient in meeting our own domestic food demands and our commitments to important trading partners. Madam Speaker, I agree with the Prime Minister that we indeed find ourselves in quite a predicament. Let me also acknowledge, Madam Speaker, that those of us on this side of the House cannot absolve ourselves where it relates to the fiscal challenges that we are currently experiencing. We will not be disingenuous to the Belizean people. But let me also hasten to say that neither can the current administration, my colleagues who sit on that side of the House, what we have experienced in the past 2 years was outside of anyone's direct control. Tourism and agriculture, Madam Speaker, as we all know, were both hard hit, and they're both the mainstays of our Belizean economy. Madam Speaker, in listening to the Prime Minister's budget presentation 2 weeks ago, there were no less than 19 mentions of the United Democratic Party in what I can only describe, to be kind, as a feeble attempt to point all fingers at the former administration. It is a feeble attempt, Madam Speaker, because if we are to get down to the crux of the matter, then the Prime Minister, and if the Prime Minister would be forthright with the Belizean people, then he would have to concede that successive PUP administrations are equally culpable. Madam Speaker, I will not go as far back as the 1989-1993 government, which was known best as the era of bloated contracts. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister would recall that in previous PUP administrations, public assets were swindled and sold to the highest bidder. Funds that were gifted to the people of Belize to support a national housing program were misappropriated and redirected to assist friends and cronies in private venture schemes that brought little or no direct benefit to the Belizean people. Mortgage securitization fiasco and bond borrowing was used to finance ill-conceived projects such as Mahogany Heights, the sewing bead factory in Telco, and Galleria Maya, and ultimately raided the public purse. The most egregious of all, Madam Speaker, the cardinal sin in my book was the fleecing of Social Security contributions collected on the backs of the working class and invested on projects that were under-collateralized, showing blatant disregard for the future well-being of our Belizean citizens. It is important to know, Madam Speaker, that most of these investments were unrecoverable, bringing little or no benefit to the public good. Madam Speaker, that is just the tip of the iceberg. In his budget presentation, the Honorable Prime Minister referred to the super bond almost dismissively. I quote, the so-called super bond. Madam Speaker, how does he want the people of Belize to forget the PUP administrations from 1998 to 2008, who took deliberate steps to go to private financial lenders on Wall Street to borrow money at the highest available interest rates, in excess of 10%, because they could no longer borrow from the multilateral lending institutions that were lending at concessionary interest rates of 1 to 3%. They could not access loans from the multilateral partners, such as the Caribbean Development Bank, the World Bank, the IDB. Debt payments, Madam Speaker, in that 1998-2008 period amounted to over $2 billion, that's with a B, dollars, including the super bond exchange transaction. And he has the audacity, Madam Speaker, to talk about maxing out the credit card. The question, Madam Speaker, is what exactly do we have to show for this so-called super bond that has had to be restructured 3, now going on 4 times, in an effort to maintain Belize's sovereign integrity with bondholders? Madam Speaker, this is the true definition of kettle, the cost pot. Madam Speaker, it is indeed a fact that under the United Democratic Party's administration, we borrowed money from our multilateral and bilateral partners, the CDB, the IDB, the World Bank, Venezuela, Taiwan, and the Kuwaiti Fund, as well as from domestic sources, to finance what can only be described as a very ambitious program. That these development projects have been transformative. If we look at the funding support we receive from the Petro-Caribe Fund, Madam Speaker, I can detail a list of 21 major infrastructure projects amounting to $93 million in 7 districts that were all completed. These projects, Madam Speaker, are not a figment of anyone's imagination. These are projects that can be found from the north to the south, from the east to the west, in the Keys and in our island communities. Projects we can drive on, projects we can play on. We have come to depend on them to improve the quality of life for our communities. These are facilities where we send our children to learn, to develop their sporting disciplines, and to participate in the expressive arts. Additionally, Madam Speaker, other substantial projects were made with the support of our multilateral partners. 900 million was invested in roads, streets, drains, and bridges. $5 million on sporting facilities. Another $30 million on expanding water and sanitation services. $5.7 million on strengthening transportation and communication services. 75 million, Madam Speaker, in agricultural development. 47 million in improving the tourism product. 46 million for business and market development. 72 million in environmental and natural resource management, and 65 million in expanding our national energy program. Madam Speaker, at the advent of COVID, the UDP had no other choice but to take immediate steps to arrest any kind of human suffering and to provide the necessary social safety nets for those who were most affected by the pandemic. It has always been intrinsic within the UDP to put people first, especially at a time that has been unparalleled in our country's post-independence period. In fact, Madam Speaker, in his reporting to the international financial institutions, the current Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance made the point that as a result of the pandemic, our unemployment rate tripled from 10.4% to 30%. And as a result of the pandemic, and underemployment increased from 22.7% to 38%, which in effect, Madam Speaker, accounts for 68% of the labor force either not working or underemployed. The UDP administration did what it had to do. In its initial response to the pandemic, credit relief for local businesses hardest hit was negotiated with the commercial banks with the support of the Central Bank of Belize to ease cash flow so that our business entities could keep their operations afloat and their staff employed. Madam Speaker, additionally, $75 million was distributed to families in 2 phases of the unemployment relief program. In the first phase of the unemployment relief program, a total of 81,000 applications were received, and of that amount, 45,000 were approved and processed. In this first phase, 45% of the approved applicants had recently been laid off, 27% were self-employed persons who had lost their livelihoods, and 31% applied as long-term unemployed persons, accounting for a total paid-out sum of $34.5 million. In phase 2, Madam Speaker, a total of 67,666 applications were received, and 42,890 of these applications were approved, representing a sum of $38.6 million. The Unemployment Relief Program, phases 1 and 2, accounted for a total financial commitment of $73.1 million, putting cash directly in the hands of Belizeans. Madam Speaker, we did not stop there. The regular food pantry program that had enrolled 4,000 families, representing 12,000 individuals in the districts of Belize, Cayo, Sand Creek, and Toledo, for a nominal fee of $12, was upgraded and provided free to those who were already enrolled in the program at a cost of $9 million. Another $20 million was secured from the OPEC fund for the COVID relief food assistance program, serving another 150,000 individuals countrywide on a 2-week rotation for a period of 3 consecutive months, or a total of 6 pantry bags. These initiatives created jobs and engaged some 200 shop owners countrywide in the food distribution program. The Boost program, Madam Speaker, funded by the World Bank, was also expanded to include more recipients, or an additional $26 million in support to the most vulnerable. The MSME COVID relief program, Madam Speaker, provided another $15 million in staff loans via the National Bank to 240 local establishments in the priority sectors of tourism, light manufacturing, transportation and logistics, agriculture, agro-processing, commercial free zones, food production, and the creative and cultural industries. Attached to this MSME COVID relief program was a grant facility of $3 million shared amongst 1,200 budding entrepreneurs so that talented Belizeans could keep their dreams alive and their heads above water, Madam Speaker, in the short to medium term. Additionally, Madam Speaker, humanitarian relief for flood victims were made available through NEMO, and the Ministry of Agriculture successfully negotiated a reallocation of $16 million from the Climate Resilient Infrastructure Project funded by the World Bank to provide seed capital for small farmers, primarily in rural communities, to alleviate the socioeconomic impact to 8,700 agricultural households due to the climate conditions. Much has been said, Madam Speaker, about the UDP's administration's decision to borrow $1 million a day from the central bank to address the salary commitments for our public officers, our teachers, our police officers, our judicial officers, and healthcare providers. Madam Speaker, the PM and his cabinet would want the Belizean people to believe that our borrowing, whether from our multilaterals or domestic, borrowing because of COVID, was for reckless spending, but the absolute opposite is true. Madam Speaker, money is secured were to take care of the needs of those who continue to serve as the lifeline of this country. They are the collectors of our revenues. They are the educators of our future generations. They are the protectors of law and order, Madam Speaker. They keep the peace and they safeguard our public safety. They are the defenders of our national sovereignty. They are the guardians of our public health. They are our first responders in times of a national emergency. At all times, under any circumstances, they must be ready to respond to the needs of this nation. Madam Speaker, let me make it categorically clear. In good conscience, I cannot support a budget that seeks to take away from those we depend on every single day to keep this country going. How can we take away even a portion, Madam Speaker, of their own abilities to take care of their families, to educate their own children, to support the well-being of their own communities? In times like these, Madam Speaker, our citizens need to have some spending power, or we run the risk of the economy coming to a complete standstill. We can't see ourselves moving closer to the edge of a cliff and not do anything to stop that movement. Quite frankly, that would be suicide. Those of us on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, support the Joint Union Negotiating Committee in their cry for the government to look critically for alternative measures to achieve these economic targets to meet the requirements of yet another attempt at restructuring this quote-unquote so-called super bond. We need innovative, out-of-the-box thinking on what we can do to stimulate growth, to create new job opportunities, to invest in COVID-resilient, non-traditional industries, to execute land reform that would provide for greater inclusion of the masses in our economic processes. The land is the bank, my father used to contend, and every Belizean citizen has the right to own land for their future prosperity. Mr. Speaker, more thought and analysis must be conducted to properly evaluate which programs and initiatives are having the greatest economic impact, rather than to seek to simply institute across-the-board cuts without any formal assessment of those that may be serving us well. Case in point, Mr. Speaker, is the Ministry of Foreign Trade. After reviewing the budget for foreign trade, there is a lot to be desired in my humble opinion. Having served as the Minister of State in the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Commerce, I know the absolute importance of negotiating trade agreements for the benefit of export earnings, to create market access, Mr. Speaker, for our goods and services. This ministry, this government department, based on the estimates, is clearly understaffed and underfunded. With the proper investment in foreign trade and trade relations, we can access new markets, which will allow the narrowing of the trade gap. Foreign trade is clearly not a priority for this administration. A more concerted effort must be applied to taxes that have already been assessed but are yet to be collected. Mr. Speaker, fast-tracking the good governance agenda, which was brought to the House as a motion at our first regular sitting of this parliamentary term, is an absolute imperative. It can be done, and it has been done in jurisdictions right here in this region. It is interesting to me that we keep on demonizing for political expediency, I suppose, the IMF. We don't work for the IMF, Mr. Speaker. The IMF works for us. And every head of state who is a member of the fund has a seat on the board of governors. There are examples in this region, certainly Jamaica, but I would like to draw from the experience of Barbados. When Prime Minister Mia Mottley was elected in May of 2018 in a landslide victory, the Barbados Labour Party, as we know, won all 30 seats in the House of Representatives. Her first order of business was to seek the assistance of the fund for a loan facility to address their debt restructuring exercise. In her discussions with the IMF, PM Motley insisted that when a government has to ask its citizens to join them on that long, hard trek to greater fiscal stability, one ought to keep in mind that her citizens cannot do so, and I quote, on an empty belly. She was able to safeguard 10,000 public service jobs, Madam Speaker, and she understood the importance of not further marginalizing citizens, especially at a moment of time such as this. Madam Speaker, yes, there is an urgent need to institute an economic and fiscal recovery plan as outlined by the Prime Minister in his presentation. A plan that will help to restructure our external debt commitments and put us on a path that will allow for more prudent fiscal management of both our public finances and our public assets. However painful it may be for those of us on this side of the House, we are acutely aware that the electorate lost confidence in our administration's ability to continue to govern after an unprecedented 3 consecutive terms in office for 13 years. It is the people that keep governments accountable. Madam Speaker, the electorate spoke to us on this side of the House loudly and clearly. I can assure everyone within the sound of my voice that the United Democratic Party has taken heed. I can assure every Belizean that as a dominant mass party, we are taking all the necessary steps to rebuild a stronger, more vibrant political organization and to restore your confidence in our ability to govern with the highest level of transparency, accountability, and integrity in the shortest amount of time. I am myself, Madam Speaker, waiting patiently to hear from the government-appointed task force, who are to provide recommendations on how we can grow the economy in the short, medium, and long terms. Some of the recommendations the Prime Minister made reference to in his budget speech came directly from the Economic Recovery Strategy for Belize that was presented to the nation on July 31st, 2020. This strategy was a product of a coming together of the public sector, the private sector, key social partners, and multiple economic stakeholders. The long and the short of this matter, Madam Speaker, is that there's no need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It is time for this administration to get to work. I'm reminded of a famous Ethiopian proverb which says, "It is only when the seas are rough that you know how good the captain is." Madam Speaker, in a stark contrast to the lack of confidence expressed by the electorate in the UDP after 3 consecutive terms or 3 years, is this unraveling of the current administration in just 6 months in office. In plain view, Madam Speaker, this new PUP administration is already having monumental challenges in governing. The particular difficulty that people are having, the challenge that I am having, is that the commitments of this PUP administration made to the Belizean people in their Plan Belize Manifesto and also outlined in the Good Governance motion passed in this House, and their actions are totally not aligned. In short, Madam Speaker, what they say they would do and what they are actually doing are 2 different things. I've never seen before, Madam Speaker, a political party that receives such an overwhelming mandate fall out of grace post haste. How hypocritical, Madam Speaker, of this administration, who vociferously made the case against nepotism, to have made the highest number of nepotistic appointments to statutory boards and public institutions ever. How hypocritical of them to establish a commission of inquiry to look into, in their words, this fire sale of public assets, and smack in the middle of those proceedings have been selling public assets to party officials and friends without first establishing clear guidelines and proper procedures. How hypocritical, Madam Speaker, to be sending home public officers as a cost-saving measure to make room for the hiring of transition teams, political advisors, and party supporters to fill positions that they have determined to be redundant. Madam Speaker, in this year's budget estimates, government staffing is actually projected to grow by an additional 600 persons, from 16,738 persons to 17,346. How hypocritical, Madam Speaker, to be proposing salary adjustments and increment freezes of public officers to the tune of $8 million while finding fiscal space within the consolidated fund to do other major infrastructure projects. In opposition, Madam Speaker, they made the case at every opportunity that people can't eat streets. And here we are now, Madam Speaker, where this administration is prepared to spend more on physical infrastructure than to invest in people. We tried to warn the Belizean people to beware of wolves in sheep clothing. Madam Speaker, jump high, jump low. This is the same old PUP. It is as though, Madam Speaker, they feel that they have a free pass to do as they please and not remain accountable to the people. As my friends behind the zinc fence always maintain, power belongs to the people. Madam Speaker, this administration got the job they asked for. They sold a heck of a narrative. They got the job they asked for from the Belizean people. They can no longer keep making up excuses on why they cannot deliver on these commitments to the people. Madam Speaker, the member from Pickstock has asserted the tourism industry is where we can harvest the low-lying fruit in the economic recovery process. Recognizing this, the Plan Belize Manifesto, a commitment was made to fast-track $30 million stimulus package for the tourism sector and to immediately establish a $10 million COVID fund in addition to the $50 million credit facility to support other priority sectors. Yet in the budget estimates for the Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Affairs, the current expenditure for the ministry has almost doubled, yet there is no allocation of this $10 million for the COVID relief fund or the $30 million for the tourism stimulus fund or the additional $50 million for other sectors. I can't find it within the estimates for tourism. I can't find it within the Ministry of Finance. I can't find it, Madam Speaker, within the Ministry of Economic Development and Investment. What you don't budget for will not happen. In the Plan Belize Manifesto, the administration agreed to provide incentives for employers to re-employ former employees, to introduce innovative measures to attract foreign currency, and to establish a broad-based COVID-19 Economic Commission to drive the economic rebound and fast-track investment opportunities. Yet, in this year's budget estimates, Madam Speaker, there are no allocations for investment promotion. There are no allocations for incentives to employers for rehiring of employees. As I've said before, we're still waiting, Madam Speaker, waiting patiently to hear from this task force on economic recovery on their recommendations for our economy to expand. In July of last year, the United Democratic Party did present a strategy that outlined specific recommendations to support business recovery, to create a business climate for growth, to improve on government efficiencies, to strengthen our productive sectors and to engineer structural reforms for economic growth. Just let us do it. In the Plan Belize Manifesto, this administration also promised to reduce business tax on businesses engaged in the export of goods and services, to provide land tax credit for farmers for land under cultivation or for use for livestock, to eliminate environmental tax on input for products manufactured in Belize, to abolish the contract tax and establish an export development fund in support of the Belize productive sector. While in opposition, this administration was vigorous in advocating for more tangible support for the productive sector. Yet, Madam Speaker, in this year's draft estimates of revenue and expenditure, there has been no adjustment to our tax regime, and there is no provision for the establishment of the Export Development Fund. We can't remain silent on the escalating cost of fuel, Madam Speaker. The last time I counted, it was 14 increases in the last 6 months. Increases in fuel have a direct bearing on the private sector, on the productive sector, and a direct bearing on the competitiveness of Belizean goods and services. Madam Speaker, Bill Lindo, a well-known operative of the People's United Party, expressed in a recent television interview that people not vote for hard time. No matter what homegrown approach may be designed to institute fiscal prudence, it cannot be at the expense and well-being of our people. During the election campaign, Madam Speaker, the then leader of the opposition knew quite well what the situation was as it related to the national economic outlook. It was no secret. The Right Honorable Prime Minister Barrow kept the nation informed on the fiscal challenges we were facing every step of the way. Yet, that did not stop the PUP hopefuls from making broad and sweeping promises to the people, knowing fully well they would not be able to deliver. What a tangle web we weave, Madam Speaker, when the intention is to deceive. Let the rest of the country, like the good people of Albert, we were promised that minimum wage would be increased to $5 an hour, that education would be free from preschool to sixth form, that wages for teachers and public officers will increase by 20%, that the new administration would stimulate the economy to generate 50,000 new jobs. In my calculation, Madam Speaker, that's 10,000 jobs every year. That the non-political boosts and pantry programs would expand. That 10,000 low-income houses would be built, and a revolutionary rent-to-own housing program would be rolled out. That first-time home owners would have access to a housing lot, and those who were interested in farming would receive access to a 1-acre plot. The rollout of NHI system countrywide to over 400,000 Belizeans. Madam Speaker, I can attest that the pro-people assistance programs designed and implemented by the UDP administration, was well received by the members of my constituency. For many, it was a lifeline to social inclusion and the more equitable distribution of wealth for improving living conditions. Access to jobs, access to education, access to affordable housing and housing repair programs, access to land, access to social assistance programs, access to health care. These are the top 6 asks of the people in Albert. It's been said, Madam Speaker, that a national budget is an expression of a country's priorities. A country is nothing without the people who labor each day in this work of nation building. I'm sure that my colleague, the member from Belize Rural Central, will agree that austerity measures cannot and should not apply to the basic needs required for human development. Madam Speaker, in good conscience, understanding fully well the predicament we are in at this very moment of time, I cannot support a budget that lacks innovation, creativity, ingenuity, but more importantly, Madam Speaker, one that does not put at the heart of it people first. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for your time.
I recognize the member for Cayo Northeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg your indulgence in referring to my notes. Madam Speaker, I rise to lend support to this budget for fiscal year 2021-2022. But before I go on, Madam Speaker, please allow me to refer to some of the comments made by the colleagues on the other side, commencing with the member from Albert. At times, Madam Speaker, it seems as if the member was being wistful and at other times reminiscent, as if going down memory lane. Sometimes it makes you wonder if they listened and read the budget presentation by the Prime Minister 2 weeks ago. The member refers and makes a comment about the preparation within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Certainly, it seems as if there is some doubt in the capacity of Minister Courtney, clearly misjudging his ministry's capacity. Madam Speaker, the member says that we on this side consider the public officers as being cost-saving measures. Little do they remember that the Barrow administration called the public officers collateral damage, and they don't recall him excusing himself, saying that he makes no apologies for the indiscriminate firing of public officers. Madam Speaker, those on the other side tried their best to hinge the economic dire straits to COVID-19. But they must grow up and take responsibility for their administration taking us down the path of recession long before the advent of COVID-19. The 2019 debt to GDP ratio at mid-year was already at 97.5%. The member from Albert criticizes the 1998-2008 administration, But the member was in a senior management position in that same administration and in that same Ministry of Tourism that was already overtaking agriculture as the largest single contributor to GDP. Are some of those projects that the member refers to where the monies from the Petro-Carib and from bilateral and multilateral loans include, Madam Speaker, the disgraced Chetomal Street? Does it include the 1 mile, $8 million failed Farbers Road? The short portion of the road that links Belize to Chetomal border that is all broken up and was broken up within a year? Or, Madam Speaker, the $34 million airport link road that formed a dam which affected the Paradise community and the entire Boom area during the November floods. And I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that when she speaks about our food program, food grocery bag program under the Ministry of Human Development, I can assure you that in those lists of recipients, there is no Mickey Mouse and there is no Minnie Mouse. Madam Speaker, this budget that carries the theme, today's sacrifice, tomorrow's triumph, is well crafted with the input of public and private sector, the NGOs and civil society. Indeed, Madam Speaker, this budget could well have been our solidarity budget, as in no time else can we stick together as Belizeans to have faced tremendous challenges and continue to face adversity as a result of COVID-19 and a lingering recession occasioned by the maladministration of the former UDP government. Indeed, the effects of COVID on our economic, medical, social, and financial fronts have been devastating. And so perhaps another theme to this budget could have been a resilience budget. Our livelihoods and our economy have been disrupted for a while, but the sacrifices we all have to do for our health, the well-being of our people, the education of our children, the growth of our economy makes this budget even a unity budget. But we all have to do it together, and only then will we be able to triumph tomorrow. Madam Speaker, I have great respect for those good teachers who do their best to teach our children. I respect the public officers who are the front line of our government offices, the departments and units. Many of them supported us, and they knew back in 2020 of the dire situation of our economy. They knew who was and were to blame, and they voted them out. I ask the teachers and other unions to bear with us. Let us sacrifice together. Let us think about tomorrow, about our children and the generations after us. When we fix our economic situation, let us then stand shoulder to shoulder and proudly say it, together we did it. The Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management, which I am fortunate to be heading, is an important ministry in the context of both domestic and international arenas, empowered not only by its professional staff, but also by the NGO community, various friendly states and their embassies, and various United Nations programs. We are quickly changing the status quo through modernization, capacity building, and empowering of staff so as to increase impact and strengthen sustainability. Madam Speaker, as the world today celebrates World Earth Day, President Biden today hosts a World Leaders Climate Summit. Earth Day 2021 is an annual event celebrated globally to support environmental protection. The day is celebrated on 22nd April every year. Established in 1970, the event is now coordinated and celebrated internationally by the Earth Day Network in more than 193 countries. The event also raises awareness of the importance of long-term ecological sustainability. So today, as we celebrate 51 years of Earth Day, the focus this year is to restore nature. It is a day to appreciate, learn, and respect the planet Earth in all its glory. Maximizing use of our natural resources for tourism, regenerative agriculture, non-extractive benefits, and added value to the sustainably used extractive resources will assist in building our economy and strengthen our communities. More reasons why we must build back better and forge pathways for a green recovery. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to applaud my CEO and the CEO for the Blue Economy in addressing the UB students and their staff in the celebration of World Earth Day. Madam Speaker, only 5 months under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, John Briceño, this administration has been true to its mantra of social justice, inclusivity, transformation, and sustainable development. The establishment of a Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Disaster Risk Management is in itself demonstrable of a government that is squarely focused on development, that considers our children and grandchildren, one that is founded in the protection of our environment and building our resilience to the continued threats of climate change. Madam Speaker, sustainable development is one of the key pillars on which Plan Belize is anchored. Its long-term precautionary and subsidiary approaches mean social and economic prosperity for Belize that is underpinned by strong institutions and environmental protection. Upon taking office, we have aligned Plan Belize to the global SDG targets and indicators to ensure that we continue to meet our international commitments. The failed implementation of the Growth and Sustainable Strategy is testament to the seriousness of sustainable development in the UDP administration. Immediately, we have begun the groundwork to assess Belize's performance towards the Sustainable Development Goals and strengthen the institutional framework for the implementation of these goals. We will be working with our multilateral partners to strengthen the governance framework for sustainable development and to achieve national and international sustainable development commitments. Madam Speaker, the existential threats being faced by small island states such as Belize as a result of the impacts of climate change are well known. The existence and well-being of our people are increasingly imperiled by increased loss of land from sea level rise, flooding, ecosystem degradation, and freshwater stress, tropical storms of increased intensity, and extreme water level events that may double as we near mid-century. We already face major hurricanes, flooding, sea level rise, coastal erosion, coral bleaching, and droughts, with impacts likely to intensify given expected increases in climate volatility and sea temperature. As echoed by our Honorable Prime Minister to the Green Climate Fund, the coupled nature of our environment and economy heightens our vulnerability to rising temperatures and the resulting impacts on agricultural productivity, fisheries, ecosystems, and other economic sectors. Without action, these impacts can lead to serious social and economic consequences for the country. Our government, Madam Speaker, has committed $12 million to climate vulnerability reduction initiatives. Our government will continue to implement the reduction of emissions from deforestation and degradation RED Plus Readiness Project that will build critical baseline information for Belize's forest and land use change over time and position Belize to partake of economic benefits as a result of our conservation and forest protection schemes. We have continued to strengthen the National Climate Change Office to improve important products such as the nationally determined contributions and the low emissions development strategy for Belize. As I speak, the stakeholders for the NDC are in a validation workshop to assess the updated NDCs. The updated NDCs are our commitments to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in mitigation measures for the further reduction in emission of GHGs from agriculture, transport, energy, fossil fuels, and other sources as compared to our commitments in 2016. Recognizing the importance of biodiversity management, our government immediately endorsed and supported the establishment and institutionalization of a National Biodiversity Office. The NBio will strengthen the framework for biodiversity and protected areas management, including the establishment of the National Protected Areas Council, a participatory and inclusive approach to protected areas management. A feat, Madam Speaker, that the UDP administration could not achieve over the last 6 years since the revision of the National Protected Areas Systems Act. This year, we sought to strengthen our compliance and monitoring program to reduce incursions and safeguard the integrity of our natural systems. In March of this year, 29 rangers from protected areas across the country were trained as special constables to build a network of enforcement officers. And to this, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the police for their assistance in this training. Madam Speaker, as Morgenstern in the 1930s said, work smarter, not harder. Through the NBio, we have secured grant fund commitments of close to $2 million that will support sustainable biodiversity financing and establish new and innovative ways of financing to aid our country in meeting its biodiversity and environmental commitments. Sustainable forest management. Our forest resources, Madam Speaker, have been at the cornerstone of Belize's historical development and continues to contribute directly and indirectly to socio-economic growth. Our government is operationalizing its commitment in Plan Belize, prioritizing restoring a total of 130,000 hectares in the next 10 years as part of the Bond Challenge Pledge. Of equal importance, we have appointed the Mangrove Review Panel, which will strengthen the oversight in revision of permits for mangrove alteration throughout the country. Strengthening prosecution, we are pleased to report results. Most recently, the Forest Department, through continued training and support, was able to successfully prosecute illegal incursions in the Maya Mountain North Forest Reserve. We continue to strengthen our prosecution capacities and ensure that those who seek to plunder our resources are held to account. Madam Speaker, I am also pleased to announce the acceptance of the final technical assessment report developed for Belize's forest reference emissions level by the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Madam Speaker, support to protected areas co-managers, even in this unprecedented fiscal environment, remains laser focus of this government. This year, the Protected Areas Conservation Trust, PAC, under the guidance of my ministry, awarded a total of $2.5 million in conservation investments to partners such as the Friends of Conservation and Development, the Turnef Atoll Sustainable Association, Toledo Institute for Development and the Environment TIDE, and the Yakshe Conservation Trust, the YCT, among others, to continue to sustainably manage and protect critical ecosystems and biodiversity hotspots. This year, with the continued guidance of my ministry, Madam Speaker, PAC will focus on outlining a clear strategic plan for the next 5 years, strengthen its conservation investment portfolio, and ensure increased conservation returns on its investments. Our government, Madam Speaker, will therefore ensure that PAC is operating on a lean operating budget and that priority for investments is to continue to support its conservation partners. We will continue to build national capacities to leverage climate finance through entities like the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund. We will continue to lobby through these mechanisms to ensure that funding to developing countries like Belize are forthcoming and less cumbersome to access, and that these funds support not just climate change mitigation, but importantly, support adaptation measures that will contribute to building resilience. In terms of environmental management, Madam Speaker, we have moved swiftly to strengthen the environmental impact assessment regulations and framework for the evaluation of development projects in Belize, as is our commitment in Plan Belize. In collaboration with other ministries, we are developing an integrated approach in the review of development investments in Belize, one that is grounded in sound environmental compliance and one that says Belize is serious about doing business. Currently, Madam Speaker, under the assistance of the Global Environment Facility through the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, the construction of a facility to house a large autoclave for medical waste is being constructed, and this is by the Mile 3 garbage collection site. This is to help in compliance with our reduction of persistent organic pollutants program called POPs. We are also in conversation with other UN partners in obtaining an autoclave for each of the other districts. Madam Speaker, we assisted in disaster risk management as if to test our resolve. We were greeted by 2 hurricanes and unprecedented floods at the start of our administration. This PUP administration and my ministry delivered. We proved that we are ready and capable. Our administration immediately mobilized, committing $5 million to the relief efforts. Through the National Emergency Management Organization, we supported more than 12,000 Belizeans in every single constituency that was affected. Madam Speaker, we assisted close to 2,300 households affected by the floods occasioned by Hurricane Eta and Iota with food assistance, and almost 690 households with agricultural assistance, and almost 500 families with replacing at least one household appliance. Tangible, real, impactful results, Madam Speaker. Furthermore, this government, in its short 5 months in office, repaired almost 250 homes, more than the Ministry of Housing ever did during its 13 years of the UDP administration. And, Madam Speaker, we did it across the board. There was no favoritism. There was no only PUP or UDP or NEP, because under this government, we stand by the Plan Belize mantra that everybody will win. But we are not stopping there, Madam Speaker. We are not just waiting for the next event. Since taking office, led by NEMO, we have commissioned and produced the first ever in-house multi-agency comprehensive hazard and vulnerability mapping assessment to strengthen disaster management in the short, medium, and long term. This assessment will identify the most vulnerable communities in the most vulnerable regions of the country which require mitigation measures to reduce the impact of hydrological and meteorological disasters. And this, Madam Speaker, was done by our professional staff without spending $1 single on any foreign consultant. To strengthen our weather forecasting, to improve response to short-term events, we have invested in significant efforts to repair our radar system, which we hope to have up and running in the next 2 weeks, and invested in expanding automatic weather stations and early warning systems in both marine and terrestrial systems. No longer, Madam Speaker, should our people suffer because we failed to put up the necessary early warning systems and evacuation systems in place. In regards to fire, Madam Speaker, when we assumed office in November of 2020, we found a very demoralized fire department. Our ministry has undergone a comprehensive institutional assessment of the fire department and has commenced the revitalization and strengthening of the National Fire Service. In the last 5 months, we have sought to address long-standing issues of promotions. Our firemen and firewomen, Madam Speaker, who risked their lives for ours, were abandoned. In charting the way forward, though, we are seeking to establish a National Fire Service Advisory Board, appropriate fire codes, and the piloting of emergency medical services to expand the department very soon to a National Fire and Rescue Service. We are hopeful that we can, in the very near future, obtain a headquarters to replace that one that was sold by the UDP and to build at least 4 more stations and refurbish all others across this country. Madam Speaker, there is also strong interministerial collaboration within our ministry with the Forestry, NEMO, Fire Department, and Met Office in forecasting fire conditions, the mitigation of these, and the messaging to the general public. Madam Speaker, these are our achievements in only 5 months. Madam Speaker, we believe in working smarter, not necessarily harder. Our ministry will commence the development of a strategic framework for the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Disaster Management to ensure that we are targeted and focused. Madam Speaker, let me end by recognizing the good people of Cayo Northeast. I thank them for their continued support, Madam Speaker, for their patience, and indeed for their understanding, especially in these trying times. But with the assistance of the Honorable Julius Espat and the Ministry of Works, Infrastructure, Madam Speaker, we have been able to do some work in those villages that were in dire need. We have refurbished the road between Bulitri and Santa Familia and currently working on the road between Santa Familia and Billy White. We have refurbished the road in Los Tambos, Farmers Road in Docron Tree. We have done some work in Billy White in terms of drainage, one of the villages that floods at every small rain that comes down. Madam Speaker, in Esperanza, we have been successful in eliminating the unsightly garbage dump and have commenced work on the village park and will soon refurbish the streets in dire need. Through NEMO, Madam Speaker, we are also working in areas across the constituency by using the backhoe to do the much needed drainage that is always one of our biggest problems. Madam Speaker, many of our people are now seeing a way forward with their land documents, these which were locked down and they couldn't even pay their land taxes for 13 years. But now, thanks to the Deputy Prime Minister and his staff, these people are seeing a way forward with their land documents. Finally, Madam Speaker, I end with a quote from Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, that states, "By recognizing nature as an indispensable ally, we can unleash human ingenuity in the service of sustainability and secure our own health and well-being alongside that of the planet." Happy Earth Day to everyone. And Madam Speaker, I totally support this budget. Thank you.
I recognize
document that has been done by the Ministry of Health and Wellness can stand up to public scrutiny. What the leader of the opposition needs to say to the Belizean people, Madam Speaker, is the $12 million that his government and the past Minister of Health spent in purchasing pharmaceutical supplies without going to a public tender. That is what they need to respond to the Belizean people for, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these people on the other side have the face of brass to come here after being 13 years in government and after leading the most corrupt government this country has ever seen, and to speak, Madam Speaker, about the super bond. Madam Speaker, they need to account to the people of Belize for raising the national debt in 12 years from $1.5 billion to almost $4 billion, saddling our children, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren with that debt, Madam Speaker. That is what they need to come and say to the people of Belize. You see, Madam Speaker, as much as they would like, and as the saying goes, you can't cover the sun with a finger. Madam Speaker, they need to look back and they need to speak about the $35 million project, the building they built on Lake I Boulevard. They need to talk about the $7 million Farbers Road extension. Take a drive down the coastal road, Madam Speaker. It is not yet completed and already it needs repairs. Let them talk about the land deals for the Vegas and the pits and the Monteros, Madam Speaker. That is what they need to do. Look at the recently inaugurated project, the water project in Bully Tree Falls, Madam Speaker. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent as a water system that is wholly inadequate to supply water to that village. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, we just had an assessment done and we need over $100,000 to be able to get water to that entire village. You see, Madam Speaker, when the past administration was doing projects, it was not for the benefit of the Belizean people. It was for their benefit, Madam Speaker. They speak about Boost and they speak about the pantry programs. Madam Speaker, I remember well how people used to get on the radios and on the shows, talk shows, and complain how it was their cronies, the UDP cronies, who were benefiting from the Boost and the pantry, when the people who needed it the most could not get it, Madam Speaker. Today, we are here. Today, we see these protests on our streets because of them, because of their mismanagement of the finances of this country. Under their leadership, Madam Speaker, over 60,000 Belizeans lost their jobs under their leadership. They talk about $10 billion that they made available to help small business return. Madam Speaker, that is a joke. This government, under this budget, Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister is the one who's interested in rebuilding this country. And I can say, Madam Speaker, that through the Central Bank of Belize, we are going to be making $50 million available, Madam Speaker, for lending to help our small and medium enterprises to regain their livelihoods, Madam Speaker. The UDP cannot forget, and as much as they want, Madam Speaker, they now talk about every Belizean deserve a piece of land. Well, they had 13 years in government, and thousands of Belizeans could not get a piece of land. But their cronies and their operatives over 13 years got 13 lots. You see, Madam Speaker, they want to put their head in the sand and forget what damage they did to this country over the last 13 years. But they must be reminded day in and day out of the damage they have done to this country. Madam Speaker, this administration is very cognizant of the fact that without a healthy population and that without a strong and efficient healthcare system, there can be no economic recovery. It has not escaped us, Madam Speaker, the severity of the challenges that comes as part of this package. This Prime Minister understands this. He gets it. He has, with the support of the Cabinet, made it a priority to ramp up the fight against the public health crisis we are facing. Although we have made great strides over the past 5 months, we were left with the residue of the past administration, which had no concrete plan to combat this pandemic and to safeguard the health of our citizens. That is why, Madam Speaker, we have made sure that we have invested in medical equipment and medical supplies and have obtained technical support from our international partners. As well, we have benefited from the expertise of our doctors in the public and private sector to prepare us in the event of a third wave. When I assumed responsibility for the Ministry of Health and Wellness 5 short months ago, there were no funds, no cost center, no budget for the war against the pandemic, despite the fact that the previous administration had been warned of the human and financial catastrophe that was lurking if action had not been taken. Their inaction, Madam Speaker, sent our already abandoned healthcare system into a spiral. Our healthcare workers were overwhelmed, overworked, and overlooked by the previous administration. And I want to pause here to thank every single driver, every attendant, every cook, every doctor, every nurse, every lab technician, and every public health inspector from north to south and east to west of our beautiful country. They gave selflessly of themselves so that the rest of us could be safe. They are the real heroes of our country. And that is why, Madam Speaker, one of this Prime Minister's first action was to pay the $307,000 in accrued overtime to the healthcare workers. Since December 2020 to March 2021, we have paid a further $1.5 million in overtime to our healthcare workers. And additionally, we have approved $931,000 in outstanding overtime due to our healthcare workers at the KHMH. Since taking office, we have expanded testing to all corners of our country, thereby decentralizing testing from any single office or authority and making it accessible to all of our citizens. Anyone in Belize who has been in contact with someone who has tested positive or have symptoms can be tested at any of our public health institutions. Madam Speaker, between November 2020 to April of this year, we have conducted 86,703 COVID tests, which represents a 250% increase in testing in half the time it took the previous administration to conduct 25,578 tests. Madam Speaker, we did that with $5 million in comparison to the $100 million they said they had when this pandemic started. Where is the $100 million in addition to all the millions they got? Let them get up and account to the Belizean people for those monies, Madam Speaker. These 13 months have been particularly strained on our medical personnel. Currently, the staff conducting the vaccines is the same staff who is called upon to conduct surveillance and contact tracing. And this is the same cadre of staff who are called upon to deliver other non-COVID related services. Madam Speaker, I would like to report to the House today that we have engaged with the private sector through the tender process to off-board non-essential services, thereby freeing up our medical personnel to fulfill the urgent medical needs of the citizenry of our nation. It is an undeniable fact, Madam Speaker, that under this administration, we have been able to decrease the spread of the COVID-19 infection. We have been able to decrease it to manageable numbers, Madam Speaker, numbers that will not overwhelm our hospitals, numbers that will not cause our health system to collapse. Other countries are going through a third wave. Some have not even seen the end of their second wave. Since January 1st to April 20th, 2021, we have had 1,653 confirmed cases, and sadly, we have had 60 deaths due to COVID-19. Compare this, Madam Speaker, to the 10,945 confirmed cases and the 258 deaths we had last year. Madam Speaker, our hospitalizations are also down. These are the litmus test to our reported cases, to our reported number of cases. In 2020, there were 595 hospitalizations. In 2021, there have been 194 hospitalizations due to the COVID-19. While we are grateful for what we have accomplished so far, as of late, we have seen an increase in numbers attributed to the Easter vacation and illegal border crossings. This is being closely monitored by the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Madam Speaker, we have invested heavily in high-flow oxygen machines, ventilators, oxygen flow infrastructure, monitors, defibrillators, triage beds, to name a few, all in equipping and preparing our health facilities for a possible third wave. While COVID continues to be a real health threat to our country, we cannot forget about the other diseases that plague our population. Diseases like diabetes, hypertension, malnutrition, cancer, cardiovascular disease, chronic respiratory disease, among others. Let me pause to say that we have been successful in renegotiating the price we pay for hemodialysis, which has enabled us to add 9 more patients to our program at no additional cost. These and other diseases affect not only the patient and the immediate family, they also have a negative effect in the workplace because they reduce productivity and economic growth. We must not forget about our preventative programs like our expanded program on immunization, our maternal and child health program, our nutrition program, our HIV/AIDS program, our mental health program, just to name a few. These services need to be continued Our citizens are depending on us to deliver. I say this here, Madam Speaker, because I want the population to know that we are serious about the health of our nation, and we will do everything that is humanly possible to preserve that. Madam Speaker, on my recent tour of the Carl Huchner Memorial Hospital, I was able to get a first-hand view of the wonderful work that is being conducted in the oncology department, the advances in radiology services, the NICU and PICU units, and the plethora of additional services which demonstrates the potential our tertiary healthcare facility has. And we are committed to developing all these services for the good of our people. Madam Speaker, the number of new COVID-19 cases have been consistently on a downward trend. This is a testament to the hard work that all our people have done inside and outside of our health facilities. An astonishing 85% of our healthcare workers have been vaccinated. 50% of our teachers, 50% of the most vulnerable, those being 60 years and over, have been vaccinated. Our COVID-19 vaccination program is well underway, Madam Speaker, and while we are heading in the right direction, we continue to explore and source additional vaccinations to ensure that our people will be safe. Madam Speaker, our vaccination program is at phase 3, and I hereby extend an invitation to everyone who fall within phases 1, 2, and 3 to attend any of our vaccination sites to be vaccinated. To facilitate this process, the Ministry of Health and Wellness has launched an online vaccination appointment program that can be accessed through the Ministry of Health and Wellness website. While we on this side of the House are resolved in fighting and giving our all to turn around our country, Madam Speaker, we know it is not enough, which is why we have planned, we have strategized, and we have put our best foot forward in the most austere of times to continue the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. At the Ministry of Health and Wellness and at our public health facilities, we're able to put in place the necessary policies and plans. It is not lost upon us that this pandemic is driven by human behavior. If our people do not adhere to the public health measures mandated by the Ministry of Health and Wellness, we will not be able to permanently curtail the number of new infections. Unlike the previous administration, this government's first priority has been to focus on saving lives. Saving lives will continue to be the first priority of this government under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable John Briceño. The previous administration lacked the foresight and wisdom, Madam Speaker. They had no clue as to how to battle effectively with the COVID-19. This government has made sure that there is an effective plan and has prioritized the implementation of this plan, deploying the right personnel and all resources we can find to win this war. This budget continues to engage in a similar fashion and allocate funds specifically for this war, because it is a war, Madam Speaker, a war against one of the worst pandemics we have ever seen, perhaps only similar in severity to the UDP pandemic that lasted for 12 years. Madam Speaker, Belize, Little Belize under this administration is doing a stellar job in combating the COVID-19 pandemic. Our country, our government is doing much better than what many of the most advanced economies of the world are doing. And certainly, we have done a far superior job than the UDP administration. There is no comparison. I want to say here, Madam Speaker, that we intend to make sure that our country is never caught off guard again with respect to any new emerging or re-emerging disease or any public health emergency for that matter. That is why we intend to make sure that there are always funds available for any public health threats. Let us all do our part in helping us to jumpstart this economy. A healthy population leads to a healthy economy. This government, your PUP government, this Prime Minister places healthy lives and livelihoods first. On a personal note, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the entire staff at the Ministry of Health and Wellness for their patience and support during this transition period, which has had challenges in balancing efficiency with public sector policies. Madam Speaker, we have had no shortage, I should say, of those who are UDP operatives who have tried to undermine the work that we do. We are undeterred, Madam Speaker. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the good people of Kayonert for placing their trust in me and for giving me the opportunity to serve them. I know they are anxious to obtain jobs, housing, education, healthcare, etc. I have heard their cries and I will not let them down. The work in Kayonert has commenced. We have, with the assistance of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing, rehabilitated roads in a new area in Bulitri. We have restored the rail on the bridge to make it safer to cross the bridge on foot. Shortly, we will be installing lights to make it safer to cross at night. Additionally, Madam Speaker, it gives me pleasure to announce that next week we shall be inaugurating the Bulitri Clinic, where villagers will be able to access medical attention. We have, with the help of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing, commenced the construction of the link between Collins Boulevard and Santiago Juan layout. Madam Speaker, we have also assisted Mary Open Doors so that they can secure a refuge for battered women and children. We are committed and we shall continue to deliver for the people of Kayonert. Madam Speaker, I remain encouraged that at the end of the day, our common goal is to create a better Belize for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Belize Rural North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to lend my full support on behalf of the people of Belize Rural North to the Appropriation Bill 2021-2022. With your indulgence, Madam Speaker, I would like to refer to my prepared notes. Madam Speaker, on November 11, 2020, while I anticipated a victory for the People's United Party in Belize Rural North, I was blown away by the overwhelming support from the voters of my constituency. The 670 vote difference the people-powered movement gave me over the United Democratic Party Edmond Castro was the largest margin of victory ever recorded in this division. Since it was formed in 1961, when Fred Hunter defeated Arthur Wade of the Christian Democratic Party by some 383 votes. I repeat, Madam Speaker, the largest margin of victory by a PUP ever. While I refuse to gloat over such a decisive mandate, I must use this forum to first thank God for His love, blessing, and guidance. I also wish to thank my family, especially my wife and children, for their love and support. Next, I must thank the hard-working and industrious people of Belize Rural North for believing in me. And a special thank you to the 2,238 who voted for me and the People's United Party. You powered us to victory and ended the 13-year rule of the man who truly lived up to his nickname, because Clear the Land did clear quite a bit of land for himself, his family, and his cronies. We will, however, address the land issue on other occasion. Today my focus is on this year's budget. Madam Speaker, budget after budget, the UDP treated the people of Belize Rural North with a level of disrespect and disdain. After 13 budgets under the UDP, all Rural North has to show is a few miles of paved road from Sanil Junction to the Altonha Mayan site, due to the repeated requests from BTB. 13 budgets later, BRN saw expansion to Gardenia and a portion of Biscayne Village. We can also thank the 13 UDP budgets and Edmond Castro for a failed tilapia experiment that cost many of our constituents a hefty chunk. There was also the failed Cahoon Oil Project, the failed slaughtering project, lack of attention to the Crooked Tree bypass, the neglect of many of our village roads, and the list goes on. 13 do-nothing budget voted on by a do-nothing United UDP era rep. UDP 13 and COVID-19 has been a lethal combination as it relates to BRN. The people of Belize Rural North knew they had to rid themselves of this hustler and vote in decency, respect, and hard work. Madam Speaker, we are not delusional on this side of the House. We are fully conscious of the reality that all the demands from our constituents cannot be satisfied by this budget. This budget is about a shared sacrifice. Funds may be limited due to the UDP exploits and corruption, and yes, the effect of the ongoing pandemic. But this PUP government will do our best to bring begin the aggressive implementation of Plan Belize. I promise the people of Belize Rural North that while I cannot give them everything they ask for, and God knows I wish I could, that I would work hard each day and do all in my power to better their lives. Madam Speaker, in a little over 5 months after being elected, I have assisted over 50 students with their school fees and school supplies at all levels of their educational pursuits, thanks to the Ministry of Education. Provided housing supplies and materials to over 20 needy families. Assisted various constituents with varying illnesses and provided help to families who lost loved ones. Supplied grocery bags and food supplies to our most vulnerable. Constructed a bus shed in Doublehead Cabbage, and plans are formally in place to construct a few more in other villages as needed. Assisted closer to 100 of our constituents with their land documents, something Edmond Castro failed to do, thanks to the Ministry of Lands. We have been able to either pave or upgrade main streets and roads in Crooked Tree, Flowers Bank, Isabella Bank, Doublehead Cabbage, Rancho Dolores, Willows Bank, St. Paul's Bank, Scotland Half Moon, Barrel Boom, and Sand Hill, thanks to the Ministry of Infrastructure. If we haven't yet gotten to your village, please be patient. We will. Madam Speaker, I got involved in politics with the genuine objective to push for progress and promote BRN's sustainable advancement. I am committed to delivering on my manifesto promise, bolstered on 3 pillars. 1, education. More specifically, vocational and technical training. We have 2 high schools in BRN, namely Belize Rural High School in Doublehead Cabbage and King's College in Lucky Strike Village. It is my priority in this budget to work hand in hand with the Ministry of Education to assist both of these schools in improving their technical and vocational programs. Pillar 2, entrepreneurship and employment. With the agriculture skills and potential in our constituency and the large plots of arable land, we will ensure in this budget to exploit the full productive capability of our area. We will work with our people, not only to market their products and crafts locally, but also internationally. We will improve our tourism products and capabilities. Pillar 3, land distribution. We are in the process, Madam Speaker, of identifying land to distribute to our first-time landowners and young families. We will work with the Development Finance Corporation and the National Bank to make available low-interest mortgage loans and grants where available to assist our people with their starter homes. We are about serving our people, Madam Speaker. To the villagers and people of Lemonal, please know that your area representative has heard your plea. Your land issue is my issue. It is your PUP's government issue. We are currently in negotiation to come up with a viable solution to this long-standing issue. In this budget, we will address your cries once and for all. Madam Speaker, upon taking office, our area was disseminated by flooding caused by Hurricanes Eta and Iota. I worked hard day and night to bring relief to our people. None other than our Prime Minister, the member for Orange Walk Central, along with the Minister of Agriculture and member for Orange Walk South, join us in Maypen and Crooked Tree villages. During this period, apart from getting food and other supplies to those most in need, we assisted farmers in rescuing their cattle and preserving their livelihoods. Madam Speaker, let me introduce you to my good friend Mr. Pice from Rockstone Pan, the village that boasts one of our most beautiful Mayan sites and was home to the Kinicha How. He had his makeshift business at Altonha, where he sold his sliced mangoes, sliced cane, and coconut water each and every day. With this, he took care of the needs of his family. Wasn't much, but he made do. Then came the pandemic, and the closure to the site, and the practical halt to tourism. Mr. Pice lost his source of income in a flash. Bam! Just like that. Overnight, his livelihood was gone. I remember sitting down with him and his family as he explained that huge sacrifice had to be made. Mr. Pice then started his backyard garden, ate what he produced, and continues to do his best to provide for his family. Madam Speaker, I can share story after story of the violent effort and sacrifices made by my constituents through the Wall Road and the Crooked Tree Village, who were heavily dependent on tourism market. They have been making the sacrifices, and they believe in this budget put forward by our Prime Minister. They understand that today's sacrifice will yield tomorrow's triumph. Madam Speaker, defeating this pandemic is key, and this budget will allow the Ministry of Health to expand on the vaccine program. I want to encourage all residents of Belize Rural North and the country to get vaccinated. Recovering fully from the pandemic will allow our lives to get back to normal, back to cricket, which is vital part of our lives in Belize Rural North. We will get the Leals Cup going again, supported by the Ministry of Youth and Sports. In closing, Madam Speaker, let me assure all the people of Belize Rural North that you have a voice and a champion in this National Assembly. We will sacrifice together, as I have personally given up 15% of my salary and 50% of my benefits to ensure that our economy bounces back. You too have sacrificed your lifestyles and activities, and many your livelihoods. Your sacrifice, our sacrifice, is real. UDP mismanagement of the pandemic and the economy are the culprits and reason why we are suffering from prolonged hardship, which calls for great sacrifice from all of us. Madam Speaker, this budget derives from Plan Belize will, without a shadow of a doubt, bring our country back to economic growth. The father of our nation, the Right Honorable George Cadle Price, encourages us to get up and work. This is the driving force behind Belize Rural North. This is what every man, woman, and child is trained to do. This is what we will continue to do. We will sacrifice together, but we will work hard. We will work together to realize our dreams and aspirations and better our lives and that of our families. Madam Speaker, I support this budget, and so does Rural North.
I recognize the member for Belmopan.
Madam Speaker, thank you so very much. And with your permission, I would like to refer to my notes. I rise to make my contribution to the debate on the General Revenue Appropriation 2021-2020 Bill 2021. And as I was listening this morning to the leader of the opposition, there are many things that I could not agree with. But there was one thing that I can agree with, and that is that the homegrown recovery plan that this government is putting forward is a good plan. And he acceded to that and mentioned in his speech that it is a good plan. I would like to start by saying that it's an honor, a privilege, and I'm humbled to be here representing the city of Belmopan and the constituency Belmopan. I would also like to salute the good people of Belmopan who in March also elected a PUP city council. And I want to congratulate Mayor Sharon Palacio, the only female mayor in the country. Congratulations. We are where we are because of the mismanagement of the previous administration. We can blame COVID to some extent. But if the member of Albert said that the Prime Minister mentioned 19 times that the UDP was the cause, I will mention it one more time, 20. The UDP's mismanagement contributed to where we are right now. We are the 6th highest government debt in the world. We can argue if the 5th or the 6th. We are the 5th steepest fall in our economy for 2020. These are facts. We owe, as a citizen of this country, $10,000. This is that every single Belizean. That is what we owe right now. And 3 out of every 10 Belizean right now is out of a job. These are hard and trying times. But we are fortunate to have a government under the leadership of the Honorable Johnny Briceño, who knows and understands and who wants to ensure that we do the right thing from the beginning. We don't want to continue borrow and borrow and borrow and borrow and borrow without any end. We want to ensure that from the beginning we put policies in place so that we do not have to continue borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. In this budget, capital investments are included. 7 million for national security improvements. And you know what we found out when we took over the Ministry of National Security? A demoralized security force. Infrastructure that is falling apart. Basic necessities that a soldier needs to do his job are lacking. Boots. We need good boots for our soldiers to patrol the border. It hurts. When I visited a patrol and they were in rubber boots. This is what we found. 13 years of neglect. Visiting the Coast Guard and finding out that their vessels were out of the water because they don't have any engines. Or finding out from the Commander, Belize Defense Force, that the BDF currently does not have enough weapons, does not have enough supplies, does not have enough ammunition. That the last time that we did an annual exercise was some 15, 20 years ago. This is the reality of what we have found. And we need to correct it. We will be embarking on a nationwide tour of all our facilities, BDF, Coast Guard, to ensure that the morale of our troops are restored, to ensure that they can do the job that they have been trained to do. We know that this is not enough. We know that we need more, but we have the commitment of a government that knows that our job is important. And together, we will ensure that we restore the pride of the Belize Defense Force and Coast Guard to where it was before. The Minister of Infrastructure and Housing mentioned that there are $5.5 million for low-income housing. And I'm very sure that Belmopan will get his share. But to build a house, we need land. And in Belmopan, the previous Belmopan City Council was on a land selling spree. $30 acres for $500. 60 acres for $500. 3 acres in an archaeological site for $15,000. Hilltop, the home of the PSU, was sold under their feet. Almond Boulevard. We can have a boulevard in Belmopan because they sold half of the boulevard. 10 parcels were taken off from Almond Boulevard. Philip Golson Boulevard now turns to Philip Golson Street because half is missing. 28 parcels were sold. And if the city council was in such a crunch that they needed money, selling or trading for works done to the Belmopan City Council was not the way to go. And I see under this list here of one of the 28 parcels, sold or traded for works for the Philip Golson Boulevard 1 Patrick Faber. $60,000. But valued at over $170,000. Less than half price. Now, every Belizean deserves to own a piece of this jewel. And it took a member from Albert, I heard her mention, that land is like the bank. 13 years? Or did it take 4 months to 5 months since you were in opposition to realize that yes, land is important for us and for the poor people, not just a few selected ones? This budget, Madam Speaker, has over $100 million in spending to alleviate poverty and improve the quality of life of our citizens. I must say thanks to the Ministry of Infrastructure, who before, after, and even now is helping in the grading of about 50 streets in Belmopan, streets that had never been touched before since they were open. They are getting some much needed attention. Can you imagine? There's a street, San Martin. It was cemented to one area, skip one piece. It was paved from there, go on. And for years, this place or this piece of street was left unattended. Why? I have no idea. Who were they punishing? There was a UDP era representative. There was a UDP city council. But this piece of street was left unattended for years. Well, I have good news, because on Tuesday, we started working on that piece of street, and as a member, a teacher was telling me, you know what, Mr. Mira, now I could go to school and my shoes now are dusty, and my hair now are dusty. We are here to ensure that we improve the lives of our citizens. And this budget, even though we are in trying times, makes provision for us to do that. It's going to be difficult. And I am glad that the members on the other side have read Plan Belize, because they have been quoting Plan Belize all day. Look like they read it just as much as we did. Because Plan Belize is a good plan. Plan Belize is a very good plan. We cannot do and will not be able to achieve everything that is on Plan Belize at this point in time. But we have started, and we are going to continue the projects under Plan Belize. And whenever the economy rebounds, and whenever the economy is at a state where we can implement more projects, we will roll out Plan Belize to its fullest capacity. We know we are living in challenging times, but at this point in time, I'd like to also thank the Minister of Education, who has been supportive in helping many students in Belmopan who were left out or whose accounts were frozen because they could not meet the payment at UB. And for that I am very grateful, because education is the key. Education has me where I am today. Belmopan, the capital of the country, Garden City, was for the last 15 years to 18 years under a leadership that cared nothing about the improvement of our city. And we can see now that we have gone into City Hall, how we stand. Loans that were made, bonds that were floated, monies cannot be accounted for. But I think that with positive thinking, with good leadership, we will be able to bounce back and once more bring Belmopan the garden city that we envision it to be, and it was once. We cannot continue the same policies that brought us to where we are today. We cannot continue with the borrowing and borrowing to meet the wage bill. We cannot continue with the reckless spending. And I think it was a member for Albert who kind of tried to account for money spent from Petro-Carib, but she mentioned 93 million. I'm very sure that Petro-Carib was more than 400, almost $500 million, not 93 million. We are where we are because of the mismanagement that occurred in the previous administration. We cannot forget, and we will not forget, the mismanagement that occurred, the corruption that occurred. But I would like to thank this government who has a plan, who has worked and who has invested energy and who has invested time in coming up with a reasonable recovery plan that is going to work for us, that is going to work for the rest of Belizean people, who will bring us out of this hole that we have been, that we inherited as a government. We look forward to better days. We look forward to the return of tourism to our country. We look forward to the day when our plan will restore the confidence of our public officers and our teachers who are out there. And I am very sympathetic to all of them. Nobody wants to get their salaries cut. It's the last thing that we want to do. But we need a plan to recover so that in the future, we will be able to not only get that 10%, but more. Where in the future we can give them the raise that we have in Plan Belize. But we need to fix things now. We cannot wait, and we will not continue to borrow and borrow. Madam Speaker, in closing, this budget, while in difficult times, demonstrates the government's willingness to fix things, to fix the economy, to ensure that in the future we are not just kicking the can down the road, but fixing it now so that my children, your children, our children, and grandchildren don't have the burden that we have right now. Thank you very much. I support this budget.
I recognize the member for Toledo West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my full support to the appropriation bill that is before us in this honorable House today. Madam Speaker, I want to start off by thanking the residents the constituents of Toledo West for this privilege and opportunity that I have to represent them in this honorable house. Madam Speaker, without their support, I definitely would not be here. So I am humbled, by their support in ensuring that I get an opportunity to be in government, to be able to carry out the work that is much needed in Toledo West. And for that, I am very grateful. I also want to start off by thanking the staff at our Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Local Government, and Labor. I want to thank our CEO and the rest of the staff for the hard work and the support that they have given to me and to the ministry and to the government of Belize over the last 5 months. Madam Speaker, I want to start off by responding to some of the statements that was made by the honorable leader of the opposition. And Madam Speaker, as I sat here this morning and I listened to him, I really wondered, how could he even think he has the moral authority, the moral fortitude to be able to speak about corruption and mismanagement? It seems to me, Madam Speaker, and I am certain that this has not gone without being noticed by the Belizean people, that he wanted to speak about corruption and mismanagement. He seems to have forgotten that he was the Deputy Prime Minister who sat in that seat for more than 11 years, Madam Speaker. He was the very same one who accompanied the former Prime Minister, who had pledged to this nation that he had a machete sharpened on both sides to cut the neck, to cut the head of corruption when it reared itself. Well, the leader of the opposition sat beside him and forgot to sharpen that machete and to remind him that he had to use that machete to cut the very head of corruption that ruled this country, Madam Speaker, for the last 13 years. That has to go on record. He cannot get away with that. Madam Speaker, it is important that the Belizean people be reminded that the United Democratic Party presided for the last 13 years, Madam Speaker, over one of the most corrupt governments. Contracts after contracts, sweetheart deals, to friends and cronies, Madam Speaker. This country would never be where we are today had it not been for the United Democratic Party. They cannot come and stand here and pretend that they have the moral authority to speak, Madam Speaker. They must be reminded every step of the way. I listened to him also complain about, how workers are being terminated and fired. Well, I want to ask him, where was he when he terminated the Gooding family, Madam Speaker? Where was he? Where was his heart? Come on, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. You cannot have such a short memory to forget. Spoke about corruption. He must be reminded about the tablet contracts in which over $7 million was spent by the former UDP government, Madam Speaker, for cheap devices that in many instances right now the students are complaining are not working, Madam Speaker. How can he forget that? It was all about hustling. And he wants to come and speak to us after 5 months in government. This government has not gotten a fair chance, Madam Speaker, and they must be told that. They must be called out, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I listened to them. I listened to him and the other member from Albert speak about, the public servants and everybody else. How can we cut their salaries? Well, I want to remind them that it was their bad decisions, their mismanagement, their corruption is what has us here today. Just a couple of months ago, Madam Speaker, I want to remind this Honorable House, and remind this nation a couple of months before election, none other than the former Prime Minister, aided and abetted and supported by those in opposition today, came and brought a bill to write off $90 million, Madam Speaker, for the well-to-do, well-connected landowners. Those $90 million are exactly what we would need today to bridge that deficit of what we are trying to save, $80 million in this budget, Madam Speaker. So how could they have the moral authority and fortitude to come and speak about that in this honorable House? Madam Speaker, contract after contract. And I just want to remind, I'm going to get to the budget right now, but you have to remind these people. None other than the Auditor General report, Madam Speaker, pointed to several instances of corruption presided by the leader of the opposition. I want to remind him, the Julian Cho Technical High School, over $2.3 million not properly accounted for, not spent according to the rules and regulations. So how can he come and speak? National Sports Council, and I can go on, Madam Speaker. So, Mr. Leader, you have to be called out. Then I also want to remind the member from Albert, spoke about, oh, we should be doing this and be doing that to help the people. Madam, member from Albert, you were a part of that government. You were a part of that decision-making process, and you had an opportunity to be able to contribute and to make significant changes in policies and legislation to help our people. So where were you? Madam Speaker, in 12 years, under the UDP, the wages and pension bill skyrocketed to $677 million, Madam Speaker, an increase of 177%, or an increase of $415 million. I repeat, the government has been borrowing about $1 million per day to pay salaries, pensions, and expenses for goods and services, Madam Speaker. All of us were ready to make the case that after 3 terms in office, the current UDP administration has accumulated a report card that would indicate that for sure over $1 billion in revenues from oil and Petrocarib were recklessly squandered. That's a fact. From PIBIL and parties, Madam Speaker, to high overpriced roads and other infrastructure, that is how over $1 billion were spent. Did the rural areas benefit? Absolutely not, Madam Speaker. Absolutely not. But that was their modus operandi. That is how they functioned, because that is how they were able to hustle, and the corruption abounded under their administration, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, after $1 billion and subsequently $11 other billion that came through the budget, the people of Belize are still living in poverty. The people of Belize still have difficult opportunities, Madam Speaker, to be able to access better health and education opportunities. They had those challenges. And that is why they voted overwhelmingly for the People's United Party, Madam Speaker, because they were certain that this administration is going to make those necessary changes. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that over the past decade, the UDP government seems to have mixed up what are exports and what are imports. Belize's merchandise trade deficit has more than doubled since 2011, rising from $527 million in 2011 to a peak of $1.2 billion trade deficit in 2019. In short, Madam Speaker, and to the serious detriment of our country, the UDP has implemented an import promotion strategy rather than an export promotion strategy. This is going to change under the People's United Party government, Madam Speaker. And I am proud, and I want to congratulate the honorable member from Orange Walk South, who is the Minister for Agriculture, because we have seen that in 5 short months, he has made an effort, a great effort, at promoting agriculture, at supporting our local producers, and ensuring that we are going to grow this economy, and that we are going to export, and we are going to reduce that trade imbalance, Madam Speaker. That is what this new government is doing. Madam Speaker, I repeat, the government has been borrowing about $1 million per day to pay salaries, pensions, and expenses of goods and services. All of us, Madam Speaker, are ready to make the case that the current administration has a very difficult task ahead of us. But, Madam Speaker, the PUP has never wavered. The PUP has a history of working for its people, Madam Speaker. And I am proud to say that as the Minister responsible for rural development, we are going to put emphasis, Madam Speaker, with the support of the Prime Minister and the Cabinet and this government. We are going to put the necessary focus, the necessary resources, strategies, Madam Speaker, to ensure that the rural area is given the necessary attention that it needs. Madam Speaker, we know that we have been facing a very serious health crisis, not an easy one. And I can say, Madam Speaker, that in November, after the general election, when we saw those numbers rise, everybody became very concerned. But we rose to the challenge as a government, Madam Speaker, under the leadership of our Prime Minister and our Minister of Health. And I am proud to congratulate our Minister and all our frontline workers, Madam Speaker, everybody who put their hands to the wheel and ensured that today our numbers have gone down significantly. And with the vaccine being present now, Madam Speaker, I want to encourage all Belizeans to take the vaccine. With the vaccine and all the necessary health protocols put in place, we are going to see our economy, we are going to see our country rebound back, Madam Speaker. We will. We will. And I also join, just like the Prime Minister and the rest of my colleagues, we take no pleasure, Madam Speaker, in having to say to our teachers and our frontline workers and our public servants that we need their support, that we have to cut salaries by 10%, that we have to, carry out the increment freeze. We take no pleasure in doing that. But it is about making a decision. It is about the future of our country, Madam Speaker. And that is why, with all due respect to our workers and employees, I call upon them. This is the time that your country needs you. This is the time that our country needs us. Let us all join hands together and work together for the benefit of this country, for our children, and the future generations to come, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, over the past decade, under the last administration, we have seen where the productive sector was abandoned. The farmers in the north suffered tremendously as a result of the drought that took place in the north and even in the west, and farmers in the south. Our shrimp producers were seriously affected by disease, but yet they were left on their own. The former UDP government, how much did they invest in Sugar Roads? The guy, see the member shaking her head from Albert? I remember coming here, and you know, a supplementary budget was brought here by the former Prime Minister. Support for agriculture, $20,000, when the farmers were just recovering from all the shocks and all the consequences of the drought, Madam Speaker. So that is the reality that our productive sector lived under the UDP. The papaya industry, destroyed, finished, no support under the UDP. Those are the hard, cold facts, Madam Speaker. Those are the hard, cold facts. Citrus industry suffered terribly. Today, our production is so low because under the last administration, absolutely no support was given to them. Today, we are seeing that under the new Minister of Agriculture, a new committee has been put in place to look at this situation in the citrus industry with a view to bringing back and rebounding back the citrus industry, Madam Speaker. That is the clear difference between the United Democratic Party and a government of the People's United Party, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the condition of the public finances undeniably qualifies as a national crisis. As evidence, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to share a few figures here, 4.2 billion of government debt. That means that every citizen of Belize owes approximately $10,000. 130% of GDP debt ratio. 700 million borrowed in the last 2 fiscal years of the Barrow administration. A 30% drop in post-pandemic government revenues. A contraction to the national economy of 14% in 2020. 29% unemployment, with 64,000 Belizeans losing their jobs in 2020. Madam Speaker, our government has a plan. Our government has a recovery plan. I am happy to say, Madam Speaker, that our plan includes, Madam Speaker, 4 pillars that describe our homegrown recovery, Madam Speaker. 1, spending adjustments to government's operating or recurrent costs, including wages, goods and services, subsidies, and debt servicing. That's the first one, Madam Speaker. That, of course, is looking at 40 million will come from wages, 5 million from pension, 78 million from goods and services, 27 million from subsidies and transfers, and 53 million from debt servicing. Madam Speaker, the second pillar is debt restructuring and management. The Superbond restructuring negotiations are well underway. Both domestic and bilateral debts are being reviewed for principal and interest reductions. The third pillar, Madam Speaker, is revenue resiliency. A special unit is being established to collect outstanding taxes, complemented by a new revenue court. No stone will be left unturned to collect what is due to government. Additional progressive and targeted revenue measures may be necessary, but government will defer those as long as possible. And the last pillar, Madam Speaker, is structural reforms to enhance growth and improve governance and transparency. Part of that requires, Madam Speaker, urgent pension reform, given the annual spending of almost 100 million, which will also be adopted in fiscal year 2021-2022. Madam Speaker, I want to also take this opportunity to congratulate the team that has been consulting with the unions over the last weeks. They have done a stellar job at meeting and listening to the unions and also sharing with them government's side of the budget, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is important for me to reiterate that our government has made several pledges in good faith to the unions during consultations. And it is important that the Belizean people understand and have knowledge of what these commitments that have been made to the unions are, Madam Speaker. We have looked at the UNCAC formal adoption, the unjust criminal enrichment laws and whistleblowers legislation, campaign finance framework, protection from wage cut for those earning $12,000 or less, 15% salary and 50% allowance reduction for ministers and CEOs, work reduction week of 4 hours, extension of the forbearance directive by the Central Bank of Belize to the commercial banks and credit unions for the benefit of all borrowers, stamp duty and penalty waiver for certain mortgage transactions, loan windows between 3 to 5 million for public officers at the National Bank of Belize and DFC, data package discounts by BTL for our teachers, NTUCB representative on the board of the National Bank of Belize, operationalizing of a joint government unions committee to evaluate the state of public finances every 6 months. Madam Speaker, we on this side are serious about working with our stakeholders. And it is evidence, Madam Speaker, that we have been doing this in good faith. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I have no doubt about government's fair-mindedness and flexibility. We have private sector workers, Madam Speaker, in so many cases, as has been said by many of the other speakers, that have lost more than 10% of their salary. Many of them lost their jobs completely. They lost 100% of their income, Madam Speaker. So, respectfully, Madam Speaker, I want to call upon, the unions, the teachers, Madam Speaker. This is a time that we have to work together. This is a time when we have to join hands together, Madam Speaker. This is about the future of our country. This cannot be only about one or two groups. It has to be about everybody, Madam Speaker. And that is why I am convinced, having listed out all the concessions, if you will, that have been made by this government to the unions, that we have been consulting in good faith, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, kindly allow me, Madam Speaker, to focus a little on the ministry that I have responsibility for. I want to start off by acknowledging and thanking the Prime Minister for having the confidence in me to lead this very important ministry, Madam Speaker. The Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor and Local Government. I want to start off, Madam Speaker, by putting on the record that under the United Democratic Party, for 12 long years, the rural area across this country was abandoned, Madam Speaker. That is a fact. Madam Speaker, that is why in the last 5 months that we came into government, we have seen this government spend resources and energies, resources that are limited in putting attention to the rural area and even the urban areas. And I want to go on record to thank my colleague, the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, the member for Cryo South, for all his support and hard work in ensuring that the rural area gets the much needed attention, Madam Speaker. Our farmers' roads, our roads leading to the villages, the streets in our communities, bridges and public infrastructure, Madam Speaker, public utilities, all those were abandoned, Madam Speaker, I spent the last 8 years in opposition asking the UDP to please help us with the Santa Cruz San Jose bypass. None other than the Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister, Mr. Dean Barrow, got up in this house and promised me in March of 2017. He said Monday they are going to start working on it, Madam Speaker. Well, I can say, Madam Speaker, that 3.5 years passed and he did not lift up a finger to fix that, Madam Speaker. But I am proud to say that in just 4 months under the People's United Party, a new bridge has been constructed for the San Jose Santa Cruz bypass, Madam Speaker. That is the difference. That is the difference between a UDP government that is only about hustling and corruption and a People's United Party government that works for the people, Madam Speaker. We have a long history. We have a very proud history, Madam Speaker. From the very beginning when this party was founded, the Right Honorable George Price, the father of the nation, always placed emphasis on the rural area, ensuring that the poor people always had a fair opportunity, Madam Speaker. That's what this party represents. So I want to say to those naysayers and those bleeding hearts who want to crucify us in just 4 months, be patient, because we will deliver to this country. We will deliver. We will deliver. Madam Speaker, our ministry has been working very hard in improving the management of the rudimentary water systems by reviewing legislation that guide the management of these systems. Part of our commitment under Plan Belize was to abolish politically appointed water boards and to transfer responsibility to village councils. Madam Speaker, I am proud to say that that legislation is being drafted and that is going to come to the House soon so that we can ensure that our water systems are adequately managed across this country. And we are going to give that responsibility, Madam Speaker, to none other than the duly elected village councils. Madam Speaker, over the last 5 months, I've had the opportunity, and not that I did not know prior to this, but I've had the opportunity to visit several rural communities. And what we have found out is that there have been serious cases, Madam Speaker, of abdication of duties by several water boards. Abdication of duties, in many instances, mismanagement, Madam Speaker. That cannot continue. That is going to change under our ministry and this administration. Madam Speaker, our ministry, in collaboration with the Belize Social Investment Fund, has embarked on the improvement of several rudimentary water systems throughout the country. With funding from CARICOM Development Fund, 4 villages are being targeted with an allocation of Belize 1.6 million. These 4 villages are San Antonio in the Toledo District, Georgeville in the Cayo District, Mahogany Heights, Belize District, Shunush, Corozal District. It is expected, Madam Speaker, that 4,565 persons, or 1,261 households, will benefit from this initiative. That is the work of this government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while I am on that point, we had the opportunity to visit Shunush in the Corozal District. Madam Speaker, I was really taken aback in 2007, just before the change of government. A water system, a reverse osmosis water system, was built and handed over to the beautiful village of Shunush, costing $1 million. And do you know that in 2008, after the UDP took over, 6 months after they took over, that system went down. 12 long years, the UDP did not lift a finger to fix that system and to help those people in Shunush, Madam Speaker. Yet they had none other than the member from Corozal North, who became the Deputy Prime Minister and a Minister for Corozal, but not a finger was lifted to help them. That is going to change, Madam Speaker. And that is why, if you notice, I cited that part of our commitment under the $1.6 million is to provide support and to ensure and upgrade the system for Shunush, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, San Antonio and the Toledo District been having serious perennial problems with their water. Every time complaining. Again, it landed on deaf ears. They had their caretaker from San Antonio. I think he was there for like 2 years under his UDP government. Did not lift a finger to fix the system, Madam Speaker. But I'm proud to say to San Antonio that after 5 months in government, we have drilled 5 wells, Madam Speaker. 4 wells were dry, but the 5th one has water, and we are going to fix the water system for San Antonio. That is our commitment. Madam Speaker, over 394 households stand to benefit from this project. We inaugurated the enhancement of the Bullet Tree Falls water system to a total investment of approximately $450,000, Madam Speaker. The improved water supply included the installation of a filtration system, increased water storage capacity by 110,000 liters, and the installation of a solar power system to reduce the reliance on BL power. And yes, member from Cayo North, I totally agree with you. This project was not properly designed by the last administration to ensure that all the households in Bullet Tree would be able to have access to clean, potable water. But we are going to work together, my brother, to ensure that we fix that problem. Madam Speaker, continuing the work, 2 hand pumps were installed for 237 residents of Medina Bank. This should complement the existing small water system already existing in the village, and we have committed to Medina Bank to support them also because they are in need to get a bigger pump to ensure that it can supply their village. We have supported water boards in repairs and maintenance to Silver Creek, Santa Marta, San Roman, Silgrass, Rockstone Pond, and Lucky Strike. We assisted Midway with a 10,000-liter water tank and materials for the construction of the tank structure. We have also supported our local farmers in agriculture. The ministry drilled a well for the Toledo Cacao Growers Association, Madam Speaker. This new water supply will support their seedling, nursery, museum, and packaging facility. This is what we are doing. We are supporting the productive sector. That's what we are doing. We mean business, Madam Speaker. We mean business. I am constantly reminded that we must be unrelentless in our effort to ensure that we transform and that we make the lives of our people better. And that's what we are going to do, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we donated over $6,000 worth of PVC pipes and fittings to the Pueblo Viejo Water Board for water expansion. We have other villages that we have already secured funding for Blue Creek, Silver Creek, and a few other villages, Madam Speaker, that we are going to support as well. We have signed a contract for the repairs and maintenance to the Sarteneja reverse osmosis water system that was abandoned under the last government. The repairs to this system is expected to be completed by the end of May 2021. And I just want to emphasize, Madam Speaker, again, I want to thank the Prime Minister because this is a significant investment of over $92,000 being allocated to Sartereja to repair their system that again was abandoned by the UDP. Madam Speaker, the ministry has submitted a proposal to the National Climate Change Officer to get some funding through an EU-funded program to improve 4 additional water systems to deal with the impacts of climate change on the target communities. The ministry continues to support local government organizations in order for them to be able to be functional. We have provided financial support to the District Association of Village Councils and the National Association of Village Councils. The ministry and Plenty Belize, with support from UNDP and through the GEF Small Grants Program, are working on the installation of solar power to 2 of the most remote communities of the country, Madam Speaker, Machakilha and Graham Creek. With the support of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Development, we have started the completion of the road to the remote villages of Machakilha, something that the last government could not do in the last 13 years. We will be working and doing in our first 6 months in office, Madam Speaker. I am also happy to say, Madam Speaker, that we have partnered with Plenty Belize, in supporting the village of Machakilha. I'm very grateful, to Plenty, and that's why we are partnering with them. Every single household in Machakilha will have access to a bathroom, to a toilet, Madam Speaker. That is what we are working on to improve, the health and sanitation of our communities. Madam Speaker, we are working with the Ministry of Energy, with the support of the European Union, to provide electrical energy to the unserved villages of Belize. The solar project for Indian Creek, Golden Stream, and Medina Bank has commenced. We will be ensuring that our people get connected, Madam Speaker. There is also another solar project for Corazon Creek Village and the Corazon Creek Technical High School that has also commenced. The ministry, in collaboration with the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing, are working on farm roads throughout the country, Madam Speaker. In my constituency, in Toledo West, we have worked on the farmers' roads in San Pedro, Colombia, Silver Creek, San Miguel, Big Falls, Emery Grove, Laguna, and San Marcos, and completed, as I said earlier, the San Jose Link Road Bridge, Madam Speaker. We are working, Madam Speaker, in 5 short months. The naysayers and the detractors and the bleeding hearts would want us and the Belizean people to think otherwise. But we are focused. Madam Speaker, local government. We have done the appointment of boards and committees, the appointment of over 10 new liquor licensing boards across the country for the calendar year 2021. The appointment of new board for Reconstruction and Development Corporation, Recondev, for 1 year effective December 2020. Declarations, we have done property valuation rates for the fiscal year 2022-2023, refuse and garbage collection rates for fiscal year 2021-2022. Budgets, we have reviewed the budgets that have been submitted by the municipalities, and we have forwarded those to the Ministry of Finance for the fiscal year 2021-2022 as well. Municipal budgets have been approved by the Ministry of Finance and expenditure warrants submitted to municipal councils. Orientation and training. All new municipal councils have been trained on their roles and functions consistent with the provisions of the various pieces of municipal legislation and relevant regulations. All liquor license boards and support agencies, including the police, fire, and public health, have been trained on their roles and functions as they relate to the Liquor Licensing Act. Support to town councils and city councils. We continue to support and provide guidance to the new town and city councils administration on building capacity, human resource management, and technological advancement. We continue to advance Tong boundaries, the expansion project. We are advancing trade licensing reform, advancing liquor licensing reform, advancing discussions on the amalgamation of the various pieces of municipal legislation, advancing other development initiatives for municipal authorities, including parking meters and zoning regulations, Madam Speaker. We have provided support to the new executive of the Belize Mayors Association. We are collaborating with the association on matters to support reform and legislative advancements for municipalities. Sustainable and Child-Friendly Municipalities Initiative. We are collaborating with UNICEF, the National Committee for Families and Children, the Department of Youth Services, the Belize Mayors Association, and Tong and City Councils to revitalize the Sustainable and Child-Friendly Municipalities Initiative after a year of dormancy as a result of the impact of COVID-19. Madam Speaker, we are in the process of finalizing rolling out the work plan to support the Sustainable and Child-Friendly Municipalities Initiative in all the municipalities. Innovations. Madam Speaker, we are advancing the collaboration with CITO and the Department of Transport and other agencies, including Tong and City Councils, to support of the Belize Motor Vehicle Registration and Licensing System. We are advancing e-governance initiatives with Tong and City Councils for the use of geospatial data and digitization of operations, customer service, and for engagement with the ministry. Projects. We have secured funding from the UNDP in Gender Project through the Ministry of Forestry, Fisheries, Environment and Sustainable Development and National Climate Change Office to support rural communities. As a result of that, we have purchased a truck and a water tank to provide support to many of our communities, Madam Speaker, especially during this dry weather when their water systems run low. We have also been able to develop a geo-enabled database management system for rural water management and administration, including the use of data input device for monitoring and providing support to rural water systems. International and regional collaboration. We have engaged with the Commonwealth Local Government Forum, CLGF, for support to the local government and local governance in Belize and the region. We have engaged with the CLGF Caribbean for the implementation of the project titled Regional Capacity Building on Municipal Finances through support from the Caribbean Development Bank and the World Bank Institute, aimed at building capacity within the ministry and Tong and City Councils in advancement of municipal finance management. Our Labor Department, Madam Speaker, and bear with me because this is quite a big ministry. Madam Speaker, our ministry in labor, our ministry has overseen the process and signature of a collective bargaining agreement between the Belize Electricity Limited and the Belize Communication Workers Union. In January, we launched the temporary employment system, and we have processed 758 applications to date. This month, April, we launched the department's employment services system to make it easier for job seekers and job providers to connect more efficiently. We are in the process of developing a child labor policy for Belize. Similarly, Madam Speaker, we are in the process of ratifying 43 outstanding international labor standards adopted by the International Labor Conference that should have been done years ago, Madam Speaker. We will finally get it done. I was amazed. Some of these things are outstanding, Madam Speaker, from early 2000, but we will get these things done. We have prepared and are about to submit reports to the ILO for conventions already ratified by Belize. The past government was so delinquent in these matters that the ILO had to send us a notice, Madam Speaker. We will get these reports done. We have reconstituted several statutory committees, including the National Child Labor Committee, our Labor Advisory Board, our tripartite body, and the Labor Tribunal. Madam Speaker, everything we have done has been to ensure that our ministry is doing the job it is supposed to do, whether in meeting our international obligations or in supporting the livelihoods and well-being of our municipal and rural residents. We are intent on serving the people. While we have limited resources, Madam Speaker, this budget will allow us to continue to uplift the lives of our rural communities across Belize, Madam Speaker. 1 year from now, the difference will continue to be absolutely clear, Madam Speaker. We are unrelentless in our effort to transform Belize, to transform specifically, Madam Speaker, the rural area of this country. Now, Madam Speaker, turning to my constituency, Madam Speaker. Let me see where that. Okay, Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, I'm very grateful to the residents of Toledo West for this privilege to be here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the challenges that my area faces is the availability of jobs. That continues to be a great challenge. But I want to say to our people in Toledo West, give us an opportunity. I know that many of our young people are waiting for a job opportunity. Many of them, Madam Speaker, are walking around with associate degrees and bachelor's degrees. They never had an opportunity in the 12 long years of the UDP. And I ask them, I ask you, please do not despair. Have a little patience. We are working hard to ensure that we create as many opportunities as we can for our young people. We also will create many other opportunities, in the areas of tourism, in the areas of agriculture, in the areas of rural development, Madam Speaker. We have to continue at it on a daily basis, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, I want to thank the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, and the Honorable Member from Orange Walk South, the Minister of Agriculture. A couple of weeks ago, we had a meeting in Big Falls where we met with rice farmers, mechanized, and, milpa farmers, where, we engaged, Madam Speaker. We re-engaged. After 12 long years, the rice mill in Big Falls was shut down. Our farmers stopped planting rice. They never had an opportunity to be able to, have a market for rice. We are going to change that. We have committed to the farmers that the marketing board is going to buy the rice that they produce this year, Madam Speaker. And we are going further than that. We are going to make sure that when they go and sell their rice, we make one payment, not 3 payments like under the UDP. That's why they stopped. We are also committing for those who don't have rice seed. Go to the marketing board and get your rice seed. And if you can't pay for it now, when you deliver the rice, then you can pay for it. Those are the kinds of opportunities that we are offering our people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that in Toledo West, we are very thankful to the Toledo Cacao Growers Association, the Maya Mountain group, and other investors who are investing in cacao. I know the cacao industry has gone through some very difficult times. And, under the last administration, we did not see the kind of support to the industry. And that's why a lot of farmers were getting very discouraged. And a lot of them were abandoning their farms. But we are seeing a resurgence now, Madam Speaker. We are seeing, an increased interest in cleaning their farms and cultivating it. because the Cacao Growers Association and other stakeholders in the cacao industry are now finding new markets, Madam Speaker. About 3 weeks ago, we had over 10 metric tons of dry cacao beans that were exported to the United States, Madam Speaker. And in the next coming weeks, we are going to see additional metric tons exported to the United States, and they are now also talking about exporting to Europe, Madam Speaker. We are seeing where the cacao growers are now, processing and having nibs, exported instead of just the raw cocoa beans, Madam Speaker, adding additional value to the product of our farmers. Madam Speaker, I cannot overemphasize how grateful I am for all the support, particularly to the village of San Jose, because they have been engaged in a lot of cacao production. And that is why that bypass was so significant for them, Madam Speaker. And today it has become a reality, and they can use that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through this government and under the leadership of our Prime Minister, we will continue to invest in agriculture. In fact, Madam Speaker, I must say that rural development, and pretty soon we are sitting down with our CEO and our heads of department, Madam Speaker, and we already have a strategy, but we are going to sit down, we are going to review and re-strategize to see how we are going to tackle all the work that needs to be done in rural development, Madam Speaker. Because rural development encompasses everything, Madam Speaker. It's about the economy. It is about infrastructure. It is about agriculture. It is about health. It is about education. It is about opportunities for our people, Madam Speaker. And that is what we are committed to doing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to wrap up by saying that we have come a long way in 5 months. And yes, we have challenges. But this government, under the leadership of the Honorable John Briceño, the cabinet, and all our elected members on this side of the House, we will rise to the challenge, Madam Speaker. We are going to work with every single Belizean man and woman, every single young person. We will work tirelessly to deliver on our promises made under the Plan Belize. I am particularly grateful for all the support that the Minister of Education has given to us to try to support our young students who are pursuing further education. And I know, Madam Speaker, we made a commitment on the Plan Belize that we will deliver free education up to 6th form. And Madam Speaker, I am certain that things are going to improve. This economy is going to improve. We must make the sacrifices now. And when things improve, we will deliver on that commitment to provide free education to all Belizeans, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, finally, we are committed, Madam Speaker, to looking at exploring other investment opportunities. We are looking at the possibility, Madam Speaker, yes, in agriculture, but we also want to look at other initiatives. We're looking at how we can attract investors to come to the Toledo district and set up a ready call center. We have many of our young people who would be able to benefit from such initiatives and investment. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, I must say that I fully support this budget. I call upon all Belizeans, let us join hands together. Let us work together. Let us build this country. And Madam Speaker, with God's help, we will rebound, Madam Speaker. I thank you for this great opportunity.
I recognize the member for Kyle West.